More Yzerman calls and texts. We'll get to the Lions this hour. Jeff Rieger, you have a question.
Yeah, great ticket text right here. And I'm asking. I'm not trolling, I swear. Tim in a truck says, speaking of baseball, you were quick to give Scott multiple strikes. Just curious, how many strikes does Steve have? We'll call them penalties.
But is the same thing? 3 strikes and you're out?
Yeah, sure.
If you're taking 3 minor penalties in a game,
you deserve to get back.
Yeah, you're not going to play that.
Sure. Healthy scratch the next.
It definitely has 1.
I agree.
I mean, the Wallman trade in and of itself feels like 1. But if they don't make the playoffs this year, is he at 2 strikes? Thin ice? I think so.
You know what's funny? Scott Harris has probably taken more grief than Steve Yzerman.
Well, because
and Scott Harris has already had more success than Steve Yzerman.
Well, when I got picked apart last summer for sometimes defending Scott Harris, it was the fact that give the guy a little bit of time. I mean, his strike was Eduardo Rodriguez. I can't say his name.
And Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
With Rieger in, there's got to be 1 obligatory, but go ahead.
I thought we were going to get the
Tom,
Smarm alert there.
That's a 7.1 war on Matt Chapman. Everybody made a big deal. Bregman's a 4-1 war. Chapman's 7-1.
Let's get back to what you asked about Yzerman and special treatment. He is getting it a little bit. I don't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily. People always bring up Dumars and how he got torn apart and fired. He has a track record. And I think that's why you got to try to trust this a little bit longer. He built a championship team in Tampa. You can pick apart some of the things and the credit he deserves there, but he did, right? He got a little bit of luck. He inherited Stamkos. You got to trust a guy that's built a championship team before. And I also think in hockey, he did not get one NHL-ready player in the draft. That you've got to let he had to draft guys that needed to be seasoned. There's no doubt about that. That's fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
He deserves to see it come
he does.
to the NHL.
Yes.
And I do think he deserves 1 more year. I also think next year it has to be playoffs or bust. It has to. I don't know how. At what point can you defend the indefensible?
I agree with
That's
you.
why it's like Harbaugh. It is. It is exactly like Harbaugh because of the track record. The guy was a winner, and you know deep down, no matter how strange he is, that he is a good football coach. Steve Yzerman is a good general manager. It's looking like a lot of the decisions he's made might be wrong, but I do think you got to trust it at least 1 more year.
Speaking of that comparison, this one says, if his name wasn't Yzerman, people would be calling for him to be fired. Funny you bring up Harbaugh. Maybe he should cheat so we can be good.
I'm down for it.
Who's our stallions? How could you cheat in hockey? Like the goalie stick or the pads?
You're going to bend that stick a little more.
Okay.
Take steroids.
You get the Zamboni guy involved, and they have one of the goals is actually slightly bigger, and you always put that on the wing scoring end when you reset the ice.
What about this sneaking to the opposition's locker room and downsize the goalie pads? Like when they're not looking.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, you guys are jumping on and off the bandwagon like I've never seen before. I believe in the Detroit Red Wings. Can you offer up some reasons why? Like, help me out. I want to believe.
I actually don't think I'm jumping off the bandwagon.
No.
I think maybe you are a little more than me, but it's totally understandable.
I got 4 more games this season. Give me a reason to be excited going down there. Like, that's part of what this is, right? It's like, hey, you sell me. They're bad 5-on-5. They're the worst penalty kill in hockey. Both goalies are shaky. My GM's not going to do anything today at the deadline. Seriously, just please, sell me on it so I can go home with a smile on my face and go to these games feeling like I can watch playoff hockey again.
If they fall 5 points out of the playoff chase, will you give away some of your tickets on the air?
So, yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right.
You just threw me on the spot.
Costas tickets. I like this.
No one's going to want to go if they're out of it.
Free tickets.
Yeah, you're right. Father-son or, date night or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. Do you get parking too?
I don't.
Oh. Okay.
Can be a bring your cat night.
There you go.
I can't honor that. I don't know what they're going to do if you bring your cat to Little Caesars Arena.
Make sure it's in one of those little carrying
carriers.
cases, yeah.
Ron in Roseville. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
What's up, Ron?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, Jeff. Good to hear your voice in the morning.
Oh, thanks, Ron. Good to hear yours.
So, listen, I want to address the Wings, and I think the team is built for mediocrity. And the reason I say that is that, and Jeff, you mentioned this word earlier a couple of minutes ago. I think the team lacks grit. Now, granted, Yzerman has made some pretty good draft choices, but overall, I think the team is more of a finesse type team. Okay. Having said that, next year when they make the playoffs, as you guys know, and knowing the history of the NHL, playoff hockey is a lot different than regular season.
Ron, you know
I just don't see the way this team is made up. I don't see them getting very far in the playoffs.
You're right.
They lack grit.
Ron, I think they'd get bounced in 5 games right now?
Yes. I mean, right now you're going to play as the 8th seed. Let's say you play Toronto.
Oh, that's
or
actually
Florida.
interesting, though, because they chose.
I mean, Toronto would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
It'd be so much fun, but they got a new coach. They got a new front office.
But Florida would wax them. They'd lean on him. They'd bully him.
There's no Matthew Tkachuk, but you're right.
He'll be back for the playoffs. This long
Is
term,
he?
I believe he will be. I don't know. Have you seen MRI on his groin?
I kind of understood. Yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, I'm looking at. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the team doctor sent it over.
Okay.
His groin does not look great.
Okay. But his point about style of play.
100%.
It goes up. The space is at a premium in the postseason.
But to my point, and when Tom floated the idea, you got to trade Patrick Kane today, my point is eventually you got to get to the postseason. That is part of the maturation process. These guys have to actually learn what it takes to win in the second season.
See it with their own eyes,
gotta
experience it,
absolutely.
and then they go into the offseason knowing just how much more work it takes. It's dangling the carrot for those young players.
You know how every year there's like a different phrase, we want Stanley, or, sound the red alarm? I think the remaining phrase for this season should be make the game worth it for Jim. Like, make Costa get to have a chance to enjoy the last 2 games.
For all of us.
We're thinking about you, though.
We all deserve playoff hockey.
I'll move on to March Madness and baseball, but it's you who have to go to those games.
Have to. All right. We've got Red Wing stuff. I want to mix in the Lions. We talked a lot of hockey. It's going to be part of the show. It's deadline day. Trey Hendrickson. Were you on yesterday? Did you talk about this yet?
No.
So
I mean, it kind of happened afterward.
Oh, okay. I know the afternoon show talked about this a little bit. Trey Hendrickson has permission to seek a trade out of Cincinnati. So what I'm curious about is how Lions fans want to address their pass rush. They're going to have some options here. We've talked about Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa as free agents. That's door number 1. Door number 2, Trey Hendrickson. Door number 3, wait and hope that you can get Myles Garrett. Or door number 4, Chef Brad, just draft your edge rusher. Which of those doors would you open as a Lions fan trying to chase down the Super Bowl? Most of Mack or Bosa, free agent, trade for Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, or draft. Jeff, what's your answer?
I love the Hendrickson idea. Led the league in sacks, 31-year-old dude. You'd have to extend him. I was looking at one of the prognosticators for what he would cost. You're looking at 2 years, $60 million. And I know everybody's like, well, you can't have 2 edge rushers making 70-some million bucks. But think about it. Hendrickson, Hutch, right? You're going to extend Hutch. You're talking about an investment of 2 more years after this year for a guy like Hendrickson. You solve your defensive line problem. It's not long-term where it's going to kill you and be a poison pill in the future. And it meets your window, which is absolutely right now. Like, Myles Garrett would be great. But for Hendrickson, you don't have to give up half of what you would have to give up for Myles Garrett. Not to mention, does Myles want to come here? Is he actually going to get traded? We know for a fact Cincinnati's cheap, and they're letting Hendrickson leave. So I would go Hendrickson.
So would I.
Oh, look at that.
Look at us.
Wow. We need to disagree more.
Fine. Actually, I prefer Bosa. No, why I like Hendrickson more is I feel like I'm getting more production than Bosa or Mack. And again, I'm not trying to cut corners here. I'm chasing a Super Bowl. Give me the best I can get. Garrett might not be available. This could be the best I could get. I don't want to let him go somewhere else. He's got familiarity with the coaching staff, Trey Hendrickson. You mentioned the productivity, like 2 straight years among the league leaders in sacks. I think the 2 years combined, he led the league in sacks. And he's actually available, right? This isn't one of those.
He's there.
Cleveland's denying all trades for Myles Garrett. This is Cincinnati saying, we're open for business. Make us an offer.
Unless it's like Stafford, where the Rams said, go find a team, and we thought he did with the Raiders, and then he comes back. I don't think Hendrickson is going back to Cincy and signing long-term. I just don't. And by the way, like, kind of like you and Yzerman, how long until he makes a move that actually we like? How about this? I'm sick and tired of hearing about money. Okay, for a short-term deal, I understand it would be a big ask to have 2 guys making that much money at defensive end. But think about how much it would help you when you finally are addressing your defensive end instead of going out and getting Marcus Davenport.
Yeah, I don't want to link Yzerman to Holmes because last year at the deadline, Brad Holmes was facing a tough market and found a way to add a piece.
True.
So I don't like the comparison there. Like I feel like Brad at least again, found a way to navigate those waters and add a good football player. I don't know if we're going to get that from our hockey team today. But yeah, you got to take it up a notch. Like, that's the thing. Like, we're not satisfied with just winning the division at this point.
No, exactly. Not to mention your window is right now. It would kind of be heartbreaking if you allow this team to win nothing. And next year's going to be tougher. 7 new coaches, bitch of a schedule, a ton of outdoor games, bunch of elite quarterbacks you face. Hendrickson could come in handy.
248-539-9797. Is this the way the Lions should address the pass rush? It's 97-1. Ken Cal's call. Wings lose. It's 4 losses in a row. Deadline is today. Cookie jar coming up at 7:35. Jeff Rieger in for John Jansen. We've mixed in addition to the hockey talk today, this Trey Hendrickson news. Officially has permission to seek a trade from Cincinnati. Led the league in sacks the last 2 years. Played in New Orleans when Dan Campbell was in New Orleans, so there's coaching, schematic, familiarity, culture fit. This is the best move they can make. He's available, unlike Myles Garrett or Max Crosby. This is the move to make. But we've offered you guys options. We've given you the menu to order off of. If you don't want this, maybe you want the veal. Like, there are other paths to upgrading pass rush. Do you simply just want to let Brad cook? Draft somebody. Draft your pass rush. Do you want to see them sign their pass rush in free agency? Get the airline chicken, whatever. You get whatever you want, but you got to get a pass rusher.
Listen, I agree. There's many different avenues. I think the dream, the fantasy is Myles Garrett. But I just think the longer it goes on, there's so many questions. And I do think that Brad tells us the truth. They're pretty transparent, right? So when he steps to the mic at the combine and he's like, listen, we don't have enough money to add another elite edge rusher, I do believe him. Now, same thing probably goes for Hendrickson. I think they probably try to draft the replacement and then probably do a Marcus Davenport situation where they get a guy that from a bargain bin and you hope he works out, which hasn't just yet. But Hendrickson's exciting. He really is. He's everything you could possibly want, and he's actually, in reality, there for you if you wanted to try to trade for him. And by the way, what would it take? A second and a third?
I'd give a first and a third.
Okay, first and a third. It's a low first-round pick.
And you have an extra third because of the comp pick from Aaron Glenn. So you're just giving up pick 28 and your bonus third. The guy you're drafting at 28 is not Trey Hendrickson.
100%.
And Brad Holmes has been, and people aren't listening, acknowledging the cap crunch that's coming up. Well, Jim, that's why they can't pay Trey Hendrickson. No, that's why they need to win right now.
Exactly.
See, I have a very different interpretation. Some people say you need to be cautious because of the cap cliff. Jared Goff's going to restructure his contract. You're going to have a couple years where you can take on some big salary, and then you're not. Then you're going to start losing players. So I'd rather win right now.
You have everybody on your roster that it would take to win a Super Bowl, at least we're led to believe, and then you add another premier edge rusher. And you're absolutely right, by the way. 100%. Like, people talk about money, and the cap's not real too. Well, right now is your time. So make the biggest splash possible. He is the biggest splash possible.
They won't be in a position to make a splash like this in 2 years. Flat out.
100%.
Because they're going to pay Hutch. They're going to pay
maybe Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch,
Laporta,
a JMO fifth year, maybe an extension. They're not going to have the option to trade for a Trey Hendrickson. They do right now.
This is the perfect fit, and it's a short window for Hendrickson too. He's not 24. He's 31.
And you're not giving him a 5-year deal because of that.
In terms of your question on what you want, Garrett, Hendrickson, either Mack or Bosa free agent, or you just let Brad cook, I'll just put it this way. If Garrett and Hendrickson and Mack are on different teams next year, and Mack's going to be, and you don't have one of them, that's a failure. That is. It's Mike pointed out yesterday that they're at war with the Eagles, and you've got to go to war here. You can't just keep thinking you're going to cook and get some caliber player in the draft at 28 that those guys are. And if they go, Garrett and Hendrickson are very big candidates to go to NFC teams because the Bengals won't want to give them to an AFC team.
Let's get to Carlos in Detroit. You're on 97.1. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Carlos, how are you?
I'm kind of pitching for a BOGO here. I believe that if you let Brad draft at least hopefully Jack Sawyer, hopefully Mike Green, and you bring in Khalil Mack with Zadarius and Hutch, you got that championship Giants pass rush, and you still have money to get some kind of maybe Paulson Adebo at corner, I think that gives us the defense we need to win a championship.
So this guy's ordering 2 dishes off the menu.
I am actually.
Look at you. You're like, yeah, I'll do a mac and cheese as well.
Little smorgasbord of both.
Yeah.
Now, Carlos, the problem is, though,
I think it works.
The problem is, I don't hate it on paper by any means, but is Zadarius going to stay healthy? Khalil Mack is getting up in the age of 33. Is his production going to fall off? I think to Jim and I's point, and Tom a little bit too, Like, you have a chance to make a splash right now. Your window is right now. I'm not worried about the future. So why not make right now the best as possible? And I do believe that's probably Trey Hendrickson.
With Zadarius and Khalil don't have to shoulder the load now because of Jack and Hutch. You can go third and long and put Hutch in next to Aleem later or DJ now and have Khalil and Zadarius.
Carlos, I hear what you're saying. You want to have dudes. You want to roll out line changes of defensive ends who can disrupt the quarterback, give it their all. A little bit like MSU plays basketball. Always a fresh body in there and just smother the other team.
Weary out.
Yeah. Let's get to Heather's news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, excuse me. My voice. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Cracking there.
How you doing?
Marcella Chidester, the woman accused of drunkenly crashing her car into that Swan Boat Club, killing 2 young siblings, has been found guilty on all charges. So after deliberating for about an hour and a half, a jury found her guilty of murdering 4-year-old Zane Phillips and his sister, 8-year-old Alana. Also guilty of 2 counts of operating a vehicle while intoxicated, causing death, and 5 counts of operating a vehicle while intoxicated, causing serious injury. So she's facing what essentially equates to 2 life sentences. She's going to be sentenced on May 15th. Her attorney has said he plans to appeal. An angry mother is demanding some answers after she says her special needs son was forced to clean up another child's urine in his classroom by the teacher. Actually, it was the principal. The principal was substituting in the classroom at the time, so the principal was the student's teacher. So Utica Community Schools says that it's investigating after this mother, Caitlin McCarthy, alleges her 9-year-old son, Reese, was forced to clean up the bathroom floor. You know, she goes into detail about he had to take paper towel and like sop up another kid's pee and then throw the paper towel away. She says her son was humiliated and embarrassed by the situation. You know, and there's other things she said that the principal, the teacher at the time, had said that it's not the custodian's responsibility to clean up the bathroom, but district protocol does require that staff at the school or trained personnel is there to clean up restrooms and the classrooms. So she does say she plans to switch her kids to a different school next school year.
It's traumatizing. It's awful.
It's gross. Yes, should not have to do that. Not at all. A Warren police officer is being hailed a hero after saving a 12-year-old child who was not responsive and had reportedly drowned in a hotel pool over the weekend. So according to police, 911 dispatch received a call on Saturday evening. This was at the Town Place Suites Hotel about this non-responsive child. And there happened to already be an officer at that hotel because he was responding to an unrelated call. So no time was wasted, right? And when this officer was notified of the situation, he sprinted down the hallway to get to this pool area. Like his body cam footage, you can see, I mean, he moved quick. When he got there, the child had already been pulled from the pool, but was not breathing at all. So, of course, this officer began CPR, chest compressions, was able to revive the child. Still in critical condition, rushed to the hospital.
Wow. Thankfully,
though, the kid is going to be okay. Wow. He's already been released, expected to make a full recovery. Just knew what he had to do, jumped into action quickly. And other people, people in the industry, I guess you could say, are just saying this is why knowing CPR is so important, because oftentimes the first people who come across a situation are not trained professionals, right? Yeah. It's going to maybe be mom or dad or a stranger at a pool. So it's so important for everyone to know CPR, and because it is a simple thing, but it's
but it's not that simple. I mean, I've taken a class, but you got to do it every now and then.
The act of it is not anything crazy.
But you got to hit the right spot, and if you had to do it right now, despite being trained, I wouldn't trust myself.
It's scary. I've been trained in CPR numerous times, but when you don't have to do it, right?
Yeah.
You're it's not at the top of mind, but it's important to learn one way or the other. Finally, a one-of-a-kind autograph Paul Skeen's rookie card is off to auction. Have you heard about this? I mean, I'm sure you heard about the card, right? Because it was like a big pursuit to find this card. It was actually claimed by an 11-year-old.
Is this the one where the Pirates offered the kid?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I saw
the
this.
season tickets.
Yeah.
And yes, okay.
Two
So,
season tickets behind home plate for the next 30 years.
yeah, but he's not a Pirates fan, and he doesn't even live in Pittsburgh.
No, he doesn't. But either way, they offered him quite a bit, like autographed jerseys, also some other things as well.
Try cash next time.
He got it for a Christmas present.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, exactly. So anyway, it's going to auction. Hit the auction block Thursday. Who knows what it's going to sell for, but proceeds will be donated to the LA Fire Rescue Funds.
That's good.
So that's great. So the card is expected to go for quite a bit of money. The auction ends March 20th.
Wait, so the kid that got the card is
Yes.
not going to make any money off it. He's
I'm
getting
sure he
all
made-
the money.
No, I'm sure the
no, I'm
A
sorry.
portion
Okay.
will.
He sold it to the auction house.
He showed it to the auction house.
I
This
gotcha.
Fanatics Collect. Like, no, I'm sure the kid got
Good
quite
for
a bit
him.
of money.
All right.
Gave it to them. They're selling it. Now all the proceeds from the auction go to charity.
Similar thing happened with the Tarek Skubal card. Now, it's not as worth as much as the Paul Skeens thing, but kid just gave it to Skubal, and the Tigers gave the kid something. I would hold out for money.
People make you out to be a bad person, man. You got to capitalize. That's
Yes.
a lottery ticket in your hand.
It's like the people that catch the
Yeah.
iconic milestone
Yeah.
balls. Just give it back. Like, why are we giving it back? The kid that caught Derek Jeter's ball, 3,000th hit was a home run. Just give it back. Come on.
Life-changing.
You've
money.
all changed my mind on that because I'm the kind of person to be like, here you go.
Good
No,
to
no,
see my
no,
heart.
no.
It's just such a nice thing to do.
You convinced me. Okay,
They
fine.
already get paid a lot of money. You should
Well, I
get
know.
paid too.
I'm catching on. I'm getting it.
Cookie jar is next. That's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. It is the Cookie Jar, and it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. The Oscars were this last week. What's the greatest movie of all time to you?
It doesn't have to have won an Academy Award,
No,
correct?
just if you were giving out the award.
Face Off. Travolta, Cage, they take the face off. Tremendous. Tom hates this. No, it's true. One of my favorite movies of all time. You say it's a very personal choice. I go Face Off.
I've never even seen it.
You haven't seen Face Off?
It's from the
That's actually
90s
one I've
probably.
actually seen.
Castor Troy, one of the great villains of all time.
Is this a good pick, Heather? You've seen
It's
it.
a great pick.
For him, if that's what he thinks, then fine. This is hard for me because I think the best movie is different than your favorite movie.
Okay.
Because some of
Okay,
my
fair.
favorite movies suck. Like, I really like Pitch Perfect. That's a
Oh, I
crappy
love
It's not the best movie, but I enjoy. Like, I will always watch Pitch Perfect when it comes on TV.
Do you know TJ Lang was in Pitch Perfect
I do.
2?
I've heard.
Yes.
I've seen it. I don't know. I feel like maybe generic, but I'll go with Shawshank.
That's what I put down.
Yeah.
Shawshank.
Gee,
Tom?
thanks.
Greg?
I think this is quite a loaded question and can go different ways. And I think Rieger is absolutely correct in that favorite is different than greatest. I am going to say Star Wars.
Which one?
Because the original A New Hope, 1977. Because it vaulted movie making to another stratosphere with the effects. There was no more excuse of having bad effects after 1977 when Star Wars came out. It was nominated for Best Picture. The score was incredible. The score won Best Original Score. So I'm going to go with Star Wars.
I'm not surprised by that at all. I'm not going there, even though I am a Star Wars guy, and I think Infinity War is one of the better movies ever. I really do. But that's really personal. Yours is cheesy, Jeff.
Thank
but
you.
I will. I think for greatest for me, I'm defining it as I'm picking this movie for the world to watch, basically, or at least the United States.
Like the best we have to offer?
Yes.
And I nearly went Shawshank,
Yeah.
but I actually think the best is Goodfellas. I think that movie is outstanding.
The
and
scene where they're in the jail and they're preparing the meal and they're slicing the
everything
onions
about it,
and
and
the
people
garlic.
like a good mobster gangster
Yeah, it's
movie.
a great
I think The Departed was pretty good, but Goodfellas, I mean, definitely is better.
Karen, where's the cocaine, Karen?
Yeah.
Michael Strahan made the case to be the next James Bond. Who should be the next James Bond?
Valeni. You imagine? He dresses like Bond sometimes.
Okay.
The next Bond, wow, you just throw that out of there. I would say Tom Brady would make a great James Bond. Good-looking man, suave, good one-liners,
Okay.
little help with the acting.
Let's say, is he charismatic enough? Heather, what about you?
This is hard because I don't know if I've actually ever seen a James Bond movie.
Oh, really?
I mean, I know of James Bond. I know, roll your eyes. So I want somebody who's what, like, you know, an attractive man. What about Henry Cavill?
Oh, yeah. He's on a lot of these lists.
Yeah.
Plays-
Is he?
Yeah, but people wondered because he was Superman,
Because he was
is that
Superman.
too big of a role to now also be James Bond? But he fits the Bond
You're an
role.
actor, man.
Yeah. Tom, you had a name?
Maybe like Tom Hardy. I think he's a good actor, young enough to do it. You don't have to be, he's not very tall, but Daniel Craig wasn't.
No.
No.
I put Cillian Murphy. Lead in Oppenheimer.
Okay. Oh, you guys actually went with actors.
Yeah.
I was
You're out here
to
throwing
add a
Valeni
box
and
in.
Tom Brady.
Yeah,
Okay, here's a
yeah.
fun one.
I enjoyed Octopus.
You got 5 fingers on your hand.
Yes.
If you could dispense 5 liquids, one from each finger, which 5 liquids would you pick?
Wow. All right. So, whiskey, 1, chocolate milk, 2, Gatorade, or like a power
Which
energy
flavor?
drink, grape,
Okay.
3, beer, 4,
All right.
and water.
You got to have water.
The liquid of life, yes. 5.
Heather?
Water, Coke Zero, light blue Gatorade, Red Bull, and a smoothie.
Can you mix them?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, good.
I went with water, rum, whiskey, Verner's.
Verner's for when
Oh,
you're
yeah.
sick. Like, wait.
Well, first of all, I like mixing it with alcohol
Okay. Oh, there you
and
go.
when I'm sick.
Okay, got it.
And then I went olive oil. I
Oh,
love cooking with olive oil.
Oh.
So there you go.
right. You don't have to go to the cupboard. You're just
I
like,
just-
a shot of olive.
boom.
Yeah.
I get it. I guess.
This question is so stupid. It's perfect for the cookie jar.
It really is.
It really is. I just got one to add, Restaurant Ranch. The kids always want it.
Okay,
that's
that's
good.
Anytime the kids need it, because they complain about the ranch that we buy at the store. Even,
That's a good
even
one.
Hidden Valley now. It's like, it doesn't taste like the restaurant.
More of you impersonating your kids, please. Today's National Cereal Day. Give us the best cereal.
Crispix.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I went Frosted Flakes.
I don't like the sugar stuff.
You don't?
No, I need a little non-sugar in the morning, sugar the rest of the day.
A peanut butter crunch.
Okay.
All right. Tom, cereal best.
Apple Jacks.
Okay.
Do they still make Apple Jacks?
Of course.
Okay.
Got a whole aisle for cereal. I'd hope there's Apple Jacks in there.
I buy the store brand and the kids don't like it.
The ideal kitchen table is round or rectangular? A question so stupid it belongs in the cookie jar.
It's a great question, though. I'm trying to envision round for sure.
I think round too. It's a little cozier,
Yeah.
more intimate, better for conversation. And my kitchen table is round, so maybe that's why.
We recently changed from round to rectangle. I'm a fan of rectangle. That's why this is in
Okay.
there.
Time to go Wojo, square. We have a tall, square, high top.
And the last question I have in the cookie jar. When you go out to a restaurant and it's busy, sitting at the bar, love it or loathe it?
Love it. I'd rather sit at the bar anyway. You get the TVs, you get to talk to strangers, you're drinking. It's more acceptable to maybe drink at the bar. I don't mind it at all. I enjoy it. Although sitting there with the 9-year-old kid, my daughter, a little weird.
No, that's crossing the line right there.
Yeah, I've
You
done
don't
it
sit
before.
with your kid at the bar.
I've done it
but you
before,
and the
though.
wife go out and
Yeah.
you sit at the bar.
We'll sit at the bar.
Yeah.
And I have with Olive. I've sat at the bar before. I mean, I don't want to wait for a seat. So I'm like, Olive, pull up a stool. Let's go. She'll drink chocolate milk and I won't.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It depends what kind of dinner you want. Like, is this a really like romantic, intimate dinner? The bar, because you're not facing each other, isn't ideal. But yeah, I like it. I like sitting at the bar.
Hey, you can make a little small talk with the bartender. It's
Exactly.
kind of a loose, casual.
it's casual.
I like sitting at the bar.
How about that weather out there?
Every once in a while, I love it because of all the things you said. And it's also a good change the game plan if you are planning on going out. Now, look, if you're going out for a super like romantic, you're not doing this.
No.
But if you're kind of just going out on a Saturday night, like, oh no, the place is way over busy than we thought, but there's 2 seats. Time to change the plan and go.
Greg, last word.
Alone, yes. With another, no. I would not do this as a pairs going to the bar.
See, I think 2's good. I think once you get like a group of 4, you shouldn't
Yeah,
take
it's
up
weird.
the
It's too
bar.
much.
But 2,
And then you can't actually talk to the fourth one. You're like,
Right.
hey, down there. Yeah.
Well, it depends, though. If there's a game on that you want to watch, 4 is fine.
yeah. And
But-
then you're all facing the TVs
You're
behind
not
the bar.
talking a whole lot. You're just,
Right. But you're right. If there's no game, if you're just out there, you thought you'd get a table, yeah, 4's a little too much.
That's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period.
That was fun.
Yeah, we like to try to have fun.
Still would rather have real cookies, but whatever.
He's complaining. That's why we don't have you in more. It's
I
97.1.
understand.
Happy Friday. Good morning. Jim Costa, Jeff Rieger, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Getting to the Wings in the 8 o'clock hour. Rieger has an Yzerman question. We all have thoughts on deadline day. Got this Lions conversation. Trey Hendrickson, available. Permission to seek a trade. We'll get to that. Cookie jar reactions. Got a nice
lot over there.
Yep. Stack of them.
Yeah.
The best cereal ever is Waffle Crisp.
What is that?
I don't think I've ever had Waffle Crisp.
Oh, I've had it.
Just okay?
It's not my favorite, but
Is that from
each their
Stony?
own.
Is that from Stony? Unpopular opinion. Casino is better than Goodfellas. Oh, I disagree.
You know, I thought about that a little bit, actually, and I'm like, what am I doing thinking about this? I think Casino, for the first time, is outstanding, but it just doesn't hold up and is not as rewatchable as Goodfellas.
Goodfellas, the better movie. Casino, the greatest, most awesome, sickening scene you'll ever see at the very end. Like, that's what makes the movie for me. In the deserts, you know what I'm talking about.
Some other nominees for the greatest movie. 300, Pulp Fiction, and Braveheart. Of that group, I'd say Pulp Fiction best of the group.
Yeah, pretty good.
Me too.
Heather and Costa with the same movie choice. Surprise, surprise. Any dreams lately, Heather?
Oh, that's right. You guys.
Don't you guys. I'm not involved with this.
No, I heard it. No, it's funny. I'm looking at the drawing right there. So Heather has sex dreams about Jim?
There was no sex involved.
No.
Well, she's not going to admit to the sex on air.
She didn't have to admit to any of it. She did.
I admitted everything that was in this dream, and probably, yes, regrettably so. But no, there was no. It was not a sex dream.
Well, what was it?
There was hand holding and making out.
It was.
That's not a sex dream? Making out.
There was.
Like French or?
God, I don't know exactly.
How don't you know?
Wasn't that memorable, apparently?
Now, when you woke up and
Yeah.
Colin's laying next to you, what's your first thought?
Well, Colin wasn't laying next to me.
So, Heather,
Interesting.
you know,
We pretty much sleep in different bedrooms.
Oh.
During the week.
Revenge of the Sith is returning to the theaters later
Yes.
this month, or later in
Yeah.
April, actually. What if Shawshank came back? Would you want to go with Costa?
Oh God, no, I wouldn't go.
She
I
said
probably.
that disgusted, which is also not nice.
I mean, it'd be
Really
date
not
night.
at all.
Not
I
as a
don't think
date.
I would go to see it in general.
What about a double date? Your wife, you, Heather, Colin, and then you and Heather could sit next to each other.
No,
Well, that plays right into
No.
Jim's lifestyle.
stop it.
What does that mean? There's
I
so
went-
much I don't know.
I
I listen all the time, but I guess I don't know these
I went
things.
on a cruise
Yeah.
one time with no kids.
An adult only.
Well, you don't have
Adults-
kids anyway.
Yeah,
Oh,
but no kids were allowed on the ship,
Yeah,
which
go
was
on.
appealing.
Yeah.
But I said it was an adults-only cruise. And when I told the midday show, Gator got all, well, what kind of cruise are we talking about
Was there
here?
upside pineapples? Upside down pineapples?
I didn't. I'm sure some people there did, but no,
That's not what you
wasn't like a prevalent thing.
Okay.
But yes, Tom has had fun with that, and
Well-
and a lot of you guys have too.
I just got to bring up one point.
Yeah.
I'm always dropping my kid off this time of day. I listen all the time. I must miss the good stuff, though. Like, when is the sex talk?
What kind of backhanded compliment is that?
I just catch the sports stuff.
When do you guys do good radio?
Like, when-
Hey, thanks, Rieger.
This
Usually
is the
honestly,
afternoon.
Done.
You listen in the afternoon more, don't you?
Tom, start
That's where you get your topics at.
in the chapters. Just start labeling where the stuff's good, so
No,
Rieger
no,
can
no.
click
I,
into
no,
that.
I'm sorry. I
stuff.
misspoke. It's early in the morning. When's the sex stuff? Okay.
Okay.
I've heard the sports stuff. When does the sex stuff happen?
We move stuff around. We don't do everything the same day, same time.
Keep you on your toes. All right, few more ticket texts. 248-539-9797. Plenty of people had thoughts on the fingers and what liquids you would want to dispense from all five fingers.
Yes.
A lot of love for gasoline.
That's a good one.
Nobody said
Yeah.
gasoline. Come on, guys. You'd be a millionaire by the end of the day. Do you hate money? Many people saying that.
Although you would mix gasoline and like a drinkable liquid, sounds dangerous. Plus, very flammable. Burn your finger off.
Gasoline, all caps. Yes. Ticket texter says, Rieger, who picks grape Gatorade?
All right, so I can explain.
And they also point out who calls Gatorade flavors grape. It's purple. You go
That's a good
colors.
point. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. I was thinking Powerade. I like the Powerade grape. Or the Propel grape.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heather, the new orange cream Coke Zero is pretty good if you haven't tried it.
Really? No, I have not tried it.
There's some ticket text.
Not good enough for a finger, probably.
Well, I've never had it, so.
Yeah. Anyway. I feel bad about that comment. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You fill in, you take shots at everybody, and don't wonder if you're not invited back.
Then I get to go back to 6 o'clock. Why haven't I been on again?
The cookie jar is a fun reprieve on Friday, but we have regular business to do. The sports, as Rieger would say, the stuff you normally listen to. The Trey Hendrickson stuff is where we want to focus now. We'll spend some time on Yzerman, the deadline, and our hockey team later on. Trey Hendrickson's available. That's the biggest headline. We want a pass rush edition, and everybody's got a different opinion on how to do it. So we provided a menu for people today. And you can order the filet, you can order the chicken, you can order the veal, you can do a pasta dish. We've got options for you. Trey Hendrickson is the latest, the new menu item. He's available. He's played in a culture scheme fit with Dan Campbell back in New Orleans. He's productive. Most sacks in football the last 2 years. It would be my choice off the menu, but you guys can select from all the options. You could use free agency where you don't have to give up a draft pick. That could be Bosa. It could be Khalil Mack. You take your pick. It could be the draft route. That's kind of Brad Holmes from scratch made, let him cook. You could get
good
your
draft
edge.
for DNs.
Sure, the pass rush looks like there's going to be a bunch of dudes. Maybe that's your preferred method of upgrading the pass rush. And then some of you are going to try to order off menu. Myles Garrett. You're going, no, I see what's on the board here, but I'm willing to hold out and wait until you get that prime, that aged Wagyu. I will bypass Trey Hendrickson and let him go somewhere else. I'm going to hold out and trust that Cleveland, sooner rather than later, or maybe later in the offseason, will trade Myles Garrett. So what do you order off the menu?
I love the Hendrickson thing. I really do. And when he became available, he was one of the big four in the offseason anyway, right? We're like, hey, if you can't get Garrett, you think about Crosby. He re-signed. If you can't get Crosby, you think about Parson. He's going to re-sign with Dallas. And now Trey Hendrickson, like it seems like it happened every week, becomes available. He is the perfect fit for Detroit. For most of the stuff you already said, not to mention he's 31. He's still really good. He led the league in sacks. He's got familiarity with Dan Campbell. But more than anything, you're going to extend him for 2 years, right? You don't have to give him 3-4 years. It's the window right now. He's perfect for right now. You want to win a championship right now, and you need a D end.
248-539-9797. Open lines. Hendrickson's available. Is he the best item on the menu? It's 97.1.
The Red Wings outshot Utah 40-19, but still couldn't come away with points. They fell at home 4-2, their fourth straight game being blanked in the standings. Dylan Larkin did end his point drought with a goal in the opening period, but is grasping for answers as a team. They'll be taking on the first-place Capitals. Also an unfortunate NHL debut for Jackson native Carter Mazur, forced to leave with an injury during his second shift and only a minute of ice time. He will not make the trip tonight. Another forward probably needed. Michigan State earning an outright Big Ten title in the regular season, rallying in the second half to beat Iowa on the road 91-84. That puts them out of reach for Michigan, who will clash with them on Sunday for their finale before the Big Ten tournament. As for the women's conference brackets, the Wolverines do move on to the third round after beating Washington 66-58. MSU's girls lost to Iowa 75-61, and they were knocked out. And the Men's Horizon League tournament, Oakland winning the rubber match with Milwaukee to advance to the semifinals in Indy 72-64. And the Tigers announced their roster for the spring breakout game on March 16th, featuring some of their top prospects in the organization, including 20-year-old Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, Tyrone Lorenzo, Hao Yu Lee, and several other top 30 future players in their system. They'll play against the Braves in the exhibition in just over a week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, open lines, menus in front of you. Lions' best path to upgrading the pass rush. Trey Hendrickson has permission to seek a trade from Cincinnati. That's Rieger's choice. He and I are ordering off the menu with the same item. But you guys can pick the draft. You can pick Myles Garrett. You can pick a free agent. Bosa, Mack, let us know. Let's get to Will in Detroit. Will, Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. I think Henderson is the best choice. He led the lead in sacks the last couple of years, even when Hutch was healthy. I think whether we unpopular, we probably should give up Kirby Joseph. We won't be able to re-sign him, and we can probably still keep our first-round pick.
Well, I don't think Cincinnati wants him simply because they would have to re-sign him, and they're notoriously cheap. We'll give up the picks.
Yeah, I give up the pick.
Whatever picks they want, you give up, and cost a set of first and a third. I'm not even sure it would take that much. I mean, this is a rental, essentially, which means it's great for a team trying to acquire him. Yeah, you got to give him an extension, but he's also going to come cheaper than a Myles Garrett would, despite he's got, 1 year left too, I guess. Well, he's got 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years for Garrett, but Will.
I totally agree. I just think we can't re-sign everybody, but maybe Kirby Joseph is he's going to be a casualty. I mean, it's going to be unpopular for us, and I hate to see him go, but, maybe he could be a piece somewhere else that we use to upgrade the defense.
I'd like to keep Kirby Joseph and win with him the next two seasons right now, and understanding I can't keep everybody while I still have everybody, chasing the Super Bowl to its fullest. I threw out a first and a third. Jeff, maybe it's less than that, but I'm tired of other teams are going to want him too, and will the Lions pay what it takes? They have an extra third, so this is really just giving up pick 28 to go get Trey Hendrickson. Who am I drafting at 28 better than Trey Hendrickson?
Nobody. Well, the dream scenario is obviously Myles Garrett. Mm-hmm. Every day ticks by, and you start to think, is he even going to get traded? Where is he going to go? You heard the Howie Roseman stuff that the Eagles want to take a big swing for Garrett. They're already clearing cap space. I don't think he's realistic. Now, I don't think Trey Hendrickson is realistic. I think at the end of the day, what's going to happen is Brad's going to cook, and he's going to sell all of Detroit on we don't have the money to go out and drop two DNs at the cost of 70-some million bucks. And when you look at it like that, it is a lot of money, but it would help you so immensely. It makes the rest of your defense better.
How is he going to sell that, though, if another contender can find a way to add these guys?
Because he's the best GM this organization has ever had. And this fan base believes and trusts the man. So
I'm not saying they shouldn't, but that's don't lie to me. I mean,
and I hear you, but I think the majority of people are like, okay, because by the way, he's built it this way, so he's not necessarily wrong. But at some point, you got to take the big swing. Here's the other thing, and you might disagree. I know Tom disagrees, but we did the topic weeks ago. If you could have 11 wins, I think it came from you and Mike, right?
Yeah.
You could sign right now on the dotted line 11 wins. Would you do it? And a lot of people said no, but even more people said yes. Next year is going to be so difficult. Defensively, you don't know what you have. And I know Brad Holmes said it the other day. He's like, it's funny. Before we got injured, I looked back on the defense. It was the top 2 scoring defense. Okay, just let's be honest, though. You did not beat a single elite quarterback. You were very, very lucky to play the schedule you got. And now you go into the schedule you have, which is it's awful. You're playing 6 elite quarterbacks. You play 8 outdoor games, meaning you're going to play outdoors in the winter, the dead of winter, and you really don't know what your defense is, and you got Hutch coming back from a broken leg. You don't quite have McNeil back. You need the help at edge. So why not go and get the best? And it'd be a move for right now. I'm not worried about 3 years from now.
Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Brad is never going to give up draft capital for a 31-year-old and then pay him $30 to $35 million a year. Let's get real. He'll draft a no-name project guy.
He will. I agree with that ticket text. Doesn't mean we have to be happy about it.
Hendrickson, draft, Bosa, Garrett. That's all the options. Says Garrett won't be available, Mac over Bosa, but I'd rather draft a late-round edge over all of them. Hendrickson, ultimately Hendrickson to move a little cap and bring it. This text makes no sense. The next one says, Hutchins, I'm sorry, this is gibberish. This next one says, make a bold statement. Trade J-Mo in a second for Hendrickson. Get it done today. Using him as a trade chip, J-Mo.
But again, I think we go back to I'd rather just trade picks.
Why would Cincinnati pay Chase, Higgins, and trade for J-Mo? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make sense.
And by the way, why is Cincinnati prioritizing Higgins over Donald or Hendrickson?
Yeah, I would not keep 2 receivers and lose a pass rusher, but that's their business.
Probably age. I mean, until
Joe Burrow.
I thought this would play out exactly like this. I thought Higgins would get franchised. They will now extend Chase. They might extend Higgins, and then they would have to let Hendrickson walk. It's an age decision. I mean, this thing funnels around Burrow, Chase, and Higgins.
Says, I don't like the idea of trading for someone who's a rental, especially with draft capital. If Trey comes with an extension, then I'm all on board.
Fine with that.
Yeah. And you said like a 2-year extension.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not worried about anything after 2 years from now. You know what I mean? I'm not worried about what your cap's going to look like in 3 years. I'm not worried about what the team's going to look like in 3 years. That's 3-year problems from now. You got to really put together a team that can win it all right now. And you made a great point. I think it was you. Maybe it was Tom. No, I think it was you.
I'll take credit for it.
Yeah, you can have it. Like, how many of the main 4, maybe main 5, I think it was Tom, whether it be a Bosa, whether it be a Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, these guys are going to be elsewhere. They're going to go to teams, maybe the most of them in the NFC. So if you come away with none of them, how can you really sell to your fan base that you're really going to try to win a championship?
And they're chasing you.
I mean, for me, if Garrett, Hendrickson, or Mack end up on the Eagles or the Commanders or the Bears or whoever, and none of them are on the Lions, to me, at what point does Brad take a little bit of a risk here? You do have to use free agency boldly at times.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
The one that would be most damning is Philly, right?
Yeah.
If Philly adds one of these pass rushers, how does Howie Roseman manipulate the cap and add great players, act bold, yet also keep the foundation? That's the guy that Brad Holmes is chasing. That's the best general manager in football is Howie Roseman.
No, and you're
so
right.
As much as we praise Brad Holmes, and he deserves the praise,
100%.
He's not the best in football. That guy's in Philly.
No, and the best in football understands what it takes to win in this league. The biggest difference, I think, between Roseman and Holmes, Roseman likes bolstering the D-line. He understands the importance. Brad, I'm sure, likes it, but he sure hasn't been good at it.
Well, the thing is, I mean, look, if the cooking method is also, I know Brad Holmes is a really good drafter. Okay, I'm not trying to take away from him, and he's not going to be perfect. But reality is, you're not needing to do this. Maybe if Martin, Onwuzurike, or Pascal were good players.
That's true.
Yep.
But the other thing too is, speaking of Brad Holmes cooks, like we found out that they went after Myles Garrett at the trade deadline, and they didn't get him, and it is what it is. So I do think part of Brad Holmes cooking is getting a good free agent or trading for somebody that he believes could help. And listen, Brad Holmes, he wants to do things his way. You don't think he understands how much Myles Garrett could help him or Trey Hendrickson could help him? He might say one thing, but he knows that, of course, these guys could help.
248-539-9797. You guys let us know what you want the Lions to do because there's a bunch of options out there for them to address this pass rush. The other thing we're going to get into, beyond the hockey stuff, is Michigan State hoops.
Oh, yeah.
Rieger's going to say nice things about the Spartans.
It's Izzo's 7th.
Yes.
January, February. Izzo's 7th. Congratulations. They won the Big Ten yesterday, Cookies. Honestly, though, can I call out Spartan fans? The amount of whining from Spartan fans yesterday when they were down to Iowa. Oh, we're going to lose this game. Oh, Sunday's going to matter. I thought Spartan fans acted very soft.
Well, hold on. You were supposed to say nice things about them.
Oh, congratulations, though. Oh, congratulations. They won the Big Ten. And this looks like a deep problem for other teams. Like, they won the best Big Ten ever because it's the deepest Big Ten ever. It's the first conference championship for Izzo in a half a decade, and they look poised to go on a serious run. Like, this is almost like 2020 when the season was canceled. They had won 7 in a row, and Cassius was amazing. And a lot of Spartan fans are like, listen, we're going to win it all this year. Season canceled. This team looks almost as scary.
They're not the same in that they don't have a Cassius Winston, but they've kind of built him in the aggregate with like 4 different guards, and they can lean on who's ever hot that night. And Jace Richardson has been a revelation lately for them. But if it's not Jace, Akins, Holloman hits a big shot here or there, right? I mean, they've got depth on this team to where it's the combo of playing defense long enough for one of your guards to get loose a little bit. Look, a cold shooting night could end anybody's season, but MSU drags you into the deep water and they'll drown you. You come up for air, but you can't score on Michigan State late in the game. They suffocate
Mel Tucker
you.
Was gone. That was his
the
thing,
deep
remember? Yeah. We're going to drag you in the deep end.
Apologies, Spartan fans. I should have used a better analogy. My point is they suffocate you on defense, and that allows them to go through some cold stretches offensively where they're not shooting well and still win, and all they've done is win these games. Like, they have a shot at the 1 seed now, right? One of the 1 seeds?
A 1 seed. The other thing, too, is I think people looked at the gauntlet of the schedule, whether it be a Maryland, whether it be a Purdue, a Wisconsin, a Michigan, when Michigan was actually playing good basketball. And I think a lot of people are like, oh, my God, this is it for Sparty. Because remember, they went on the West Coast, the USC, UCLA. They lost 2 of 3, then 3 of 4. They lost to Indiana on the day that Izzo was supposed to pass night.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people are like, this is it. Izzo stinks. He's old. Game's passed him by. All they have done has been perfect in a gauntlet of a schedule. And they finally figured it out, man. When you can go 11 deep, when you don't have to give anybody more than 25 minutes.
Which, by the way, in today's college basketball, where everybody's looking over their shoulder,
rare.
if I'm not getting enough shots, enough minutes, enough looks, this team doesn't care. They'll roll, like you said, 10, 11 deep.
Yeah.
22 minutes for one guy. So it's all right.
They get a bunch of guards, too, that when one is off, the other isn't. Like compare it to Michigan. Michigan has no guards. I mean, you got Danny Wolf turning over the basketball, like literally giving it to the other team because they have nobody else to bring the ball up the court.
Yeah, I forecast this team making a deeper run than they've made the last. What's your stat? Izzo's got 6 tourney wins the last 5 years.
Yeah. I mean, they've made the second weekend, I think, once.
Yeah.
And then they lost to Kansas State that one year.
And that's the only thing is, like, with the praise, they have to do it in the tournament, but it feels like a team built to do that.
Yeah, it feels like a team that will not fall short. And listen, I don't know what they'll do in the Big Ten tournament, but this team, it's going to be a problem in the NCAA tournament. And it gives me anxiety because I don't want to see Izzo get a second.
It's really the only ammunition you have as a Michigan fan trying to troll them all these years is, 2000 was so long ago. We only won 1.
Right. John Beeline went to more Elite Eights than Tom Izzo. Right.
He's got his talking
Those
points.
were the good old days.
248-539-97.
Juwan Howard did too, by the way.
We'll get to the Red Wings coming up at 8:35.
He did. I'm not saying he's not. Izzo's better, obviously. I'm just stating fact.
Your phone calls, open lines, Red Wing Talk, bottom of the hour. It's 97.1. We got Jeff Rieger in today, Jansen with the day off. We're going to talk hockey coming up at 8:35. It's deadline day in the NHL. We don't expect fireworks from Yzerman. 4 straight losses, longest losing streak under McClellan. And last night, ugly. We'll get to it at 8:35.
Would you mind if I hit on one quick thing?
Yeah.
A lot of people, I was in with Rico a couple weeks ago, and a lot of people are like, hey, Rieger, you're such an a-hole. You said there was going to be a changing of the guard, Izzo and Dusty May. I did say if Dusty May got hot and made it further than Izzo in the tournament and won the Big Ten, then yes, there could be a changing of the guard. That obviously has not happened.
Nope.
It's the furthest thing from the truth now. I mean, Dusty May's team has fallen apart. Tom Izzo obviously has thrived. So, yes, Izzo's the better coach, if that's what you want.
You happy,
There's no
Spartan
question.
fans? He said a nice thing about your coach. And they should feel good. Look, last night, they already had a share outright Big Ten champs. Yeah. And a deep team. They
Tough
defend.
place to play.
They got multiple guards. They don't have maybe a one go-to guy, although Jace Richardson has really come on.
He's really good.
Spartan fans should feel good about this team. Make it a run. They may be a 1 seed by the time the tournament field is set. 248-539-9797. The other thing we threw out was this Brad Holmes decision. How do you address the pass rush? You've got options. Trey Hendrickson is available. Myles Garrett, maybe not available. Maybe you want to hold out hope and wait, and that's your big splash late in the summer. You've got the draft. You've got free agency. There's names out there. Let's get to Matt in Nashville. Listening in Nashville. Matt, what's going on? You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. First, Rieger, you're my man. I don't think you're an a-hole. I like you, dude.
Thank you, man. I like you, too. Checks in the mail.
I am so tired of this let Brad cook phrase. I'm just tired of it. Because at what point does this man start sending out burger food? Like, you guys said that the team went after Myles Garrett and they didn't get him. Right, but do we know what they offered for him? Because, maybe they didn't offer enough. I feel like Brad Holmes needs to grow a pair and spend to get this team to the Super Bowl. Because while everyone else is optimistic on, we got, 5-6 years for the Super Bowl, I feel like we have a 2-year window before that window slams shut. Because the teams are just getting better, signing better people.
Look,
Brad needs to do better for this team.
Pro sports are not designed for you to have 10-year championship windows, right? You pick later. There's a salary cap. You can't keep everybody. Holmes hasn't run from that. He's acknowledged the cap crunch that's coming up with this football team. Now, he may believe he can draft his way out of it. He's drafted well. There's reason to be confident. But this group of guys won't all be here 2-3 years down the road. So while you have all pros that you found on day 3, let's not bank on that happening in perpetuity.
Didn't happen this latest draft.
Right. So use the guys you got, chase this. What I think is interesting about Myles Garrett is there are rumors that he was aggressively pursuing him, but he's not available. Well, Trey Hendrickson is.
Right.
It's in block letters on every news site today. Available. Blinking lights, flashing in your face. If you were interested in Garrett, well, here's the deal. Hendrickson's got the most sacks in football the last 2 years, and he's been on a team that Dan Campbell coached in New Orleans. So there's no excuse here. Well, we tried for Garrett, but those jerks in Cleveland just wouldn't give them to us. Well, Cincinnati is saying, call us. Make a phone call. We want to deal him. So there's no excuse for Brad, if he truly was in on Myles Garrett, to not go land Trey Hendrickson, right?
And by the way, he was in on Myles Garrett. There was going to be cap ramifications back then.
Correct.
Like everything that you're facing now with the Brad Holmes, let Holmes cook crew, you were facing back then at the trade deadline too.
But
you
I don't
would have had to
understand
sign
either.
him to an extension, but still.
Let Brad cook. Why is cooking not also trading for a pass rusher? I've never understood that cooking has to be done from scratch.
Organically.
Yeah, yes. Heirloom tomatoes or bust.
That's right.
I mean,
Exactly.
he's starting to go down the road where maybe in a year or two, if he doesn't do anything aggressive, he'd be crockpot Holmes. Just slow cook whole time.
Yeah, the problem is the window will have then been slammed shut.
Yeah, dinner was last night.
I don't mind a meal out of the crock pot, but I wouldn't want one every day. Sometimes I want steak.
We're hungry.
Well, that's the thing. That's the infuriating part, right? It's almost like we have more of a sense of urgency than he does.
That's how it would appear. It kind of sounds like the guy who gets the smoker and he gets really excited to use a smoker and he tells his family, tonight for dinner, I'm going to have it taken care of. But it takes longer and longer and longer. It's like, dude, it's 5, it's 6, it's 7, it's 8, it's 9. Are we ever eating dinner? I know it smells really good, Are we going to get to eat it?
Has my wife been talking to you?
Is this an issue with your household?
Possibility.
248-539-9797. Hockey talk, but first, Heather with the news.
Guys, think back to what you were doing when you were 14 years old. What were you, a freshman in high school?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
hanging
long
out with
time
friends, maybe playing sports.
Simpler times.
Yeah, very
Whole
simple.
life
but,
ahead of you.
yeah, well, I'm
Could have
guessing
been anything.
you probably weren't stealing cars, I would imagine, or you probably
You don't know
wouldn't
me.
be sitting here.
I mean,
No.
Grand Theft Auto was out for Jim.
That's true. You might have been playing a video game stealing
for me.
cars, but according to police, there's a 14-year-old that's accused of stealing 4 cars in Royal Oak. So police were investigating 2 vehicle thefts, and while they were investigating those thefts, another car was stolen. They were able to track all of the thefts to this 14-year-old, took him into custody, and while they had him in custody, they then discovered that he had stolen another vehicle in January. So
What kind of vehicles? Do we know?
one
These,
was
like,
a
high
Hyundai. Is it what?
I said, are they high end?
Yeah.
And then you said Hyundai, so no.
No, I don't know I don't know what all of them were. I do remember that one of them was a Hyundai. Anyway, the teen is facing numerous charges now, including concealing a stolen vehicle and unlawfully driving away in a motor vehicle.
Do you think this is going to affect him getting his driver's license on time? He's only 14.
He's only 14, you know. Yeah, I have a feeling.
Yeah,
I have
yes
a
is the
feeling.
answer.
Yes.
You think so?
It
Might take a couple extra years.
It took jurors about an hour and a half to find Marcella Chidester guilty on all counts of the death of 2 children who we know died after she crashed her car into the boat club where they were attending a birthday party. The judgment came after 4 days of trial featuring more than 24 witnesses. And the last piece of evidence that the jurors saw was actually video clips from a security camera inside her own home. It was inside her kitchen. And in that video, you can see her walking kind of towards a living room, it looks like, with a glass of wine, walking back to the kitchen with an empty glass now. And that was in the hours before she went to lunch before that deadly crash. So that was early in the morning. They also jurors learned that she, that morning, went to a party store when it opened, 9 a.m., and bought a 4-pack of like single serve wine and then also a full bottle of red wine.
I remember when the story first came out, people were wondering if the bar had overserved her. Well, clearly she had been drinking well before whatever she consumed
And the
at that bar.
bartender had been a witness. I mean, and said, no, I think only served her 1 glass of wine. So no, she wasn't overserved at the restaurant, but you don't know what
she was already drinking.
Yes,
Yeah.
She had already, I mean, clearly, because by the time they drew her blood at the hospital, it was a 0.18. I mean, that could have been hours
Yeah, we're
after
talking
the
twice
crash.
the legal limit hours afterwards.
Right.
Yeah, she was
pretty crazy. Former police chief James Craig is running for Detroit mayor. So he served as police chief in Detroit from 2013 to 2021, served 44 years in law enforcement, including 28 with the Detroit Police Department. After he retired from the department, he did launch a run for governor. You might remember 2021, but there was like invalid signatures that prevented him from making it to the primary. He also did attempt to run for the Michigan's open U.S. Senate seat, but that it kind of fizzled out.
Yeah.
He said it was because of money. So now he is running for mayor. Utica Community Schools is investigating an incident that happened at one of their elementary schools. There's a mother who is outraged, says her son was forced to clean up somebody else's pee from the bathroom floor. The mom, Caitlin McCarthy, says her 9-year-old son, Reese, was humiliated and embarrassed after his teacher and principal made him literally get down on the ground with paper towel and clean up the mess.
Yeah, it's unacceptable.
Disgusting. And the teacher and the principal had apparently told this mother that, oh no, it's not the school's responsibility, not the custodian or janitorial services to clean up the mess. It's whoever makes the mess. And it wasn't even his mess. He just happened to be the last child to use the bathroom. Apparently that's what the principal said. Like, well, your kid was the last to use it, so he's got to clean it. Disgusting. So disgusting. Another day, another Sheetz story. On Tuesday evening, Shelby Township's Board of Trustees approved Sheetz's request to take over this vacant area at 22 Mile and Van Dyke. So it sounds like there's going to be a new Sheets there. But it does come after there were several Metro Detroit communities that turned down the proposal. Wixom, Livonia, Farmington Hills said, "Nuh-uh, it just doesn't fit the area. It's not gonna work there." So I think Royal Oak has approved one. So there's one going there, and Shelby Township too.
Want nothing to do with that Sheets.
No, apparently not. Did you guys hear that there's a new version of Monopoly that's coming out?
No.
And, everybody knows Monopoly, right? And everyone, it's a long game. If you really play it, you can sit down and play. It can take quite a while. So this new game is called Monopoly App Banking. Sorry if you could understand me. App banking. So basically, you don't actually have any of the physical money. There's no banker anymore. And you're not handing out all the dollar bills.
What is it, crypto?
It's on... Sure. So the game board is basically the same. Some of the elements have changed. The properties have changed, but the main difference is that there's no banker, no physical money. Instead, there's a mobile app that processes all the transactions. The makers of the game, Hasbro, says that it's going to speed up the game, make it a lot quicker. It's more accessible to young players. It's harder to cheat. However, a lot of people are complaining, saying, hold up. We like the money. And it's also, the money's good for young players because it teaches them how to count, how to add,
The visual budgeting, yeah.
So they're improving pace of play.
That's what they
on
say.
Monopoly.
And everyone's on
like
their
a pitch
phones
clock.
anyway, so you always have your
Kind of genius,
device.
actually. I mean, nobody wants to be the banker unless you're going to steal the money, correct?
Yeah.
So that's not a bad idea.
But being the banker is really helpful for young players because that's how you learn how to count money, how to, addition.
How much is this going to speed up the game actually, though?
I don't know.
Because you
but-
also have to have your device. I don't know.
I mean, this day and age, nobody.
They say,
we don't
that's
use
what they say.
cash. Everybody
I don't
uses
have any cash.
I ain't got no cash on me. This is perfect. I
Well,
like
Rico,
this.
you don't understand. When the
is
world
good.
goes to hell, you're going to need your bank vault of dollar bills.
Yeah.
I have gold bars in my safe in my basement. So no, this is the problem with society. We got to speed up Monopoly now. We just can't sit around and enjoy a nice family game.
It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Utah scored 4 goals on 19 shots. Detroit outshot them 2-1. And yet, it's another loss.
And you were there.
Yeah, I was, Jeff. Thank you for reminding me.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
You were not there, but you're monitoring.
I felt the effects that you did. Yeah. No, it's bad. It's 4 in a row. It's happening again. Today's the trade deadline, and we all have every belief that Yzerman will not make a move. And if he does make a move, it's going to be very minute, I would assume. But this team has no D. They can't win a face-off. They're not physical enough. And it's happening again.
And some people are going to use it as a justification for Yzerman not to do anything. Look, they're not good enough 5-on-5. The goalies they don't have a good enough goalie room. Defense doesn't help the goalies. They're not a very good team. Yeah, therefore, they should do nothing. It's a seller's market. Yzerman shouldn't pay through the nose to help lift a team that's no good. That's going to be the justification today, and I just see it differently. I think you're a point out. I think you're 6 years in. I think you should be investing in making the team better. You should be giving up second-round picks to get good players, not giving up second-round picks to move good players.
I agree with you.
I'm bringing up Jake Wallman is what I'm bringing up for people who missed that. Jake Wallman is traded for a first-round pick yesterday. You saw this?
Of course.
We all remember Steve had to attach a second-round pick to move Jake Wallman. I don't understand how you're willing to give up seconds to jettison players out, but you're not willing to give up second-round picks to get better when you're on the playoff bubble. That would be a waste of an asset to trade a second-round pick today, but it's not a waste of an asset to trade Jake Wallman somewhere else.
There it is.
That's not smart. No. That's what people need to hear about Steve that they don't want to hear about Steve.
I like the anger I do. And by the way, a little insight. When I came here today, Costa's like, I'm going to use that line at least 15 times today.
They need to realize.
Up to 7. No, and I agree with you. I mean, the Wallman thing is horrendous. It is, because you traded him away in the summer. You had to give away a second-round pick to get San Jose to take him. Then San Jose flips him for a first-rounder and a prospect, right? So it looks really bad for Steve. With that all being said, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
8 dudes, 24 or under, played on the team yesterday. I mean, and some of these guys are making an impact. Some of these guys you already signed long-term. Steve has drafted great. The other stuff has been a train wreck. I totally admit. I mean, whether it's Tarasenko didn't work out, Kopp hasn't worked out, Comfort definitely hasn't worked out. Jake Wallman's been an embarrassment because there's no reason to even get rid of that guy. You allowed Gustafsson to walk. He beat you the other day. There's problems. You hung on to the loan way too long. But at least you have hope that in years to come, the youth is going to help out.
Okay, it's funny you say that. And you go, look, all the Yzerman guys that are skating. And that's supposed to be a good thing. Yeah. They're losing with the Yzerman guys.
True, but they're also young. They'll eventually win you hope and gel you hope.
Eventually you hope. Is that the slogan for the Yzer
but
plan?
That's what he said he was going to do, though. I'm just saying. That's what he said. He's like, you need patience. We're going to build from the draft. He's drafted well. You got more kids in the minors.
I don't dispute that a lot of these first-round picks that he's made have been promising. And we're starting to see some of the later guys, too, the Soderblums and the Johanssons. Right. But building a team is not drafting exclusively.
And I agree.
And I would hope after 6 years you'd have a half a dozen names that show some promise. Yzerman said that Larkin, DeBrincat, Raymond, Sider, this is kind of the nucleus, the window to win with these guys. Then act like it.
Okay, so you're frustrated.
Then act like it.
I'm frustrated. We're all frustrated. So let me ask you. I want to ask everybody. Are we to that point? Are you convinced he's not the guy? Is it now? Like, he's not going to be fired. He's going to be back next year. He's going to be back the year after that. I know people love to say, hey, if his name was Jim Costa instead of Steve Yzerman, he'd be whacked already. I don't believe that. I think you, by the way, would have done a tremendous job.
Oh, stop.
Are you done with him already? The court of public opinion. Are you already done? Have you already made up your mind? Is he Al Avila? Like, honestly, because that's how people are acting. And I totally understand it. I get it. It's 6 years. You're on a 4-game losing skid. Feels like you're never going to win again. And the worst part of it all is you're soft. And that sucks because nobody wants to root for a soft hockey team. So are you already done with the captain?
So you would call them a soft hockey team?
They're definitely soft.
This roster was curated by Steve Yzerman. Yes. So could I, if I may, Steve built a soft hockey team. Could you just add that to your statement? You think
that's fine.
So Steve's vision and 6 years, and this is how he told you he was going to do it. He told you he was going to build a soft hockey team, is what you're saying.
I hate what you're doing here because you're making me stick up for the guy that everybody's hating on. But the first 3 years was flushing everything down the
Agreed.
toilet. Okay? So this is 3 years of work. This is 6 years of drafting. I agree. He hasn't done great in free agency, with the exception of DeBrincat. By the way, your goal leader. He hasn't done great in trades. The Woolman thing sucks, especially after losing 4 in a row. So I agree with you 100%. But you know he's not going anywhere.
No, I know that.
And he still has the track record of what he did in Tampa Bay, and he's drafted well. So just call your shot. Call your shot right now, Detroit. Let's see, are you done with him? Are you convinced he's Jim Harbaugh before Harbaugh started to have success? And if you are, that's totally fine. So what's your answer? Because I'm not done with him. I'm going to give it another year. I still believe the kids can pan out. I still think Steve has some pretty good hockey knowledge and can do this thing. But are you done with him?
I'm not done with him. I'm just frustrated.
I got you.
And I think that's an acceptable lane to be. And I think
fine.
we live too much, and I'm not accusing you of this, Rieger, but we live in this world where if you are critical of the GM,
the extremes,
you are firing the GM. Why can't there simply just be accountability?
Yeah, you got to do better. I agree with you.
Yeah, and again, a shift in philosophy. Expedite the process, to use phrasing that he has used in the last calendar year. You got to expedite the process. You can't sell me that the market is too unfair to you, that you aren't willing to pay prices in the marketplace, because I think we're going to hear that later today.
I agree.
And I understand it's a seller's market, but you are a cut above. You're the super general manager. You're the hockey genius we were promised. I'm not getting hockey genius. I'm getting what I would expect from most GMs. Come in, nuke the foundation. 6 years in, I got a handful of young players. He's doing what really any general manager would have done. He hasn't done anything special yet, Steve Yzerman.
To be fair, though, that's not his problem.
What
the
is?
super GM.
No.
Like, he didn't sell you as the super GM.
He
came
didn't.
in and
That's
he said
fair.
Holland did a good job. So that's number one.
Well,
Number
right
two,
off the rip, then that's a point of contention.
what are they going to do? Holland drafted him. Oh, I guess Devellano did. But anyway, the second thing is, would you honestly make a move right now? Before you answer, Yzerman's not going to make a move. At least I don't think he is.
Won't.
I don't necessarily think he should give up assets for this team. I don't think they've earned it over the last 4 games. Now, it's funny because people are like, hey, make sure to reward the kids and the players for getting you back in this position. And that's fine. But it's a long road, and you're in the tank right now, and you're soft, and you're giving up too many goals, and your PK blows. So I don't necessarily think Yzerman should even make a move.
I don't think he should.
Let's go.
I actually think the right move is not to, guys. I mean, seriously, 0 points in 4 games when you're making a playoff push right up to the deadline. They lost. You could have made the case before those 4 games that this team is earning that right. This team's not good. They're mediocre. Why would you add? This is like the Tigers adding at the deadline last year. Even though in hindsight it kind of would have been weird and worked, but we know they had a 50-year anomaly, the Tigers did. Is that what's going to happen with the Wings? They're not good. This team is doing the same thing they've done for 3 years. They're doing it the same thing.
So they're treading water.
Okay,
yeah,
so
exactly.
Would you sell
Well, hang on a second. They haven't earned it. They're doing the same thing all over again. If anything was different, it would change. And the reason not to actually add to this is because of what's happening again for the 3rd straight year. Why am I giving this team that continues to show the same defect? We've got bigger issues that he needs to address in the offseason. For now, I'm not adding, and they should actually sell. And they should trade Patrick Kane today and try to get a 1st-round pick for him. He should turn heel on his team like John Cena did last week in WWE.
Look, it would be more consistent with who he is. He doesn't give a rat's ass about what the fans' perception is.
That's true.
He's always said he'll do what's right for the organization. Well, if it's a seller's market and you're not good enough to win the cup, everything I've heard from Steve Yzerman would suggest that they should capitalize on the seller's market, right? If he was consistent with his principled beliefs of doing it slowly, methodically, in the right way, he would be selling today in a seller's market.
I mean, I guess, but I disagree because, first of all, Kane can still help you win. And second of all, you got to eventually make the damn playoffs.
Well, that's where I am.
There is something to be said about learning how to play in the second season, and everybody's got to get there eventually. And could you imagine you're selling away a forward that can help you? And listen, Kane hasn't been amazing. He's been good enough, I guess. But you're selling away a guy when you're 1 point out of the playoffs. All anybody wants to do, make the playoffs. That's the barometer. And then you're going to sell Patrick Kane for what? To send some message? Will you get a first rounder? Will you get a second rounder? I'm not selling.
Well, in this
not
market,
trading
you're
it.
seeing rental
Yes, and that's
players
fair.
go for first. So if I'm Yzerman, again, I want to see them add. I can't be more clear on this. I want to see competitive. I want to see them finish the fight. You want to talk about they're stuck like they were last year and the year before? How about they added a deadline, unlike last year and the year before, and maybe they get a little closer, and we do get a taste of postseason
Why does
success.
the same room keep floundering?
What do you mean?
The same personnel.
core.
Yeah.
The same core players are doing the same thing again.
I mean, your captain's not all that impressive either. Why did Dylan Larkin look so much better at the Four Nations, and over the last 6-7 games, he's been anything but a great captain? He hasn't played well.
Look, we've thrown a lot out at you. Rieger wants to know where you're at with Steve Yzerman.
It's a simple question.
It's a simple
Are
question.
you officially done? Like, why is it so difficult? Call your shot. I know you don't like the extreme side, one or the other. Do you still believe in the guy, or are you just done? It's over, and he's not getting fired.
And it's open lines to vent. Last night was a charged environment, a chance to make a statement before the deadline. They get outshot. They outshoot him 2-1, but lose the game. The bright spot call up, Carter Mazer gets hurt in the opening period.
Second shift.
Just a lousy night last night. We can make room for you to vent.
And they're probably going to lose tonight if we're being completely honest.
On a back-to-back on the road against a good hockey team.
Against the best team in the East. And by the way, Capitals barely made the playoffs last year. Now they're the best in the East. You barely didn't make the playoffs, and you're in the same exact spot.
It's 97-1.
Sorry.
4-2 the final. Utah, who used to be Arizona, with another critical loss to that hockey team. Wings are going through it again.
Clayton freaking Keller, always beating the Wings when it matters. No, Jim, Tom said trade Patrick Kane today.
Yeah, he
before
threw
3
that
o'clock.
out there. Yeah.
Would you trade DeBrincat? I know Tom would. Would you?
No. I want to win.
I agree.
I have this radical idea that 6 years in, I want to add and try to win. They're 1 point out of the playoffs. You could tell me they're not good enough.
Neither
Get
are the
better.
teams that are chasing them
Get
or the
better.
teams they're chasing.
Well, that's a great point. So New Jersey's in, but Hughes is hurt.
Right.
Boston and New York are on the bubble, in, out, both
and you're
have
just
sold.
as good as them.
You're
I mean,
right
let's be
there.
honest. Columbus is a team nobody picked to do anything, and the tragedy with Johnny
They're
Gaudreau, of course.
overachieving. It's a great story, but they're not a
No.
powerhouse.
No, the playoff spot is ripe for the taking. And if you want to sell me, well, you know what, I don't want to make the playoffs and I just want to get first round pick, then stop with that because that's been the barometer the entire time.
I'm sorry. The entire thing to me hinges on Wallman, and maybe that's unfair. If you're willing to trade a second to get rid of Wallman, you should be willing to trade a second to add a player to get you 2 or 3 points better to get you in the playoffs. If it's not worth sneaking in, why is it worth trading away quality players? It doesn't make sense.
We're asking the question, are you done officially with Stevie? Understanding he's not going to get whacked or anything after this year, but are you done? And you brought up something so great at the break that I totally forgot about. So very quickly, I looked this up because you brought it up. What the hell's up with Jake Wallman? Right? You had to pay a second-round pick to get San Jose to take him. Then you do a little digging. In February of 23, Yzerman extended him. 3-year contract, $10.2 million. You extend him in February of 23. You trade him away in the summer of 24. So
less than 18 months later. Yeah, because I asked you off air, I go, what's Steve going to say when he's inevitably asked about Wallman? Yzerman typically does a press conference on deadline day, and he goes on. He gives people a lot of time, and he answers a lot of questions. Eventually, the Wallman thing's going to come up. What's he going to say? And you said, well, he may say he's a bad fit, to which I would say, why did you extend him if he was such a bad fit? Can I not trust you to make these decisions as the
It's a bad look. It's a bad look. Listen, anybody on the fence about Yzerman, you wake up this morning and you hear that Wallman goes to Edmonton for a first-round pick and a prospect. It's a bad look. There's no question. There's no defending it.
When you can't make sense out of a trade that happens, usually something else is going on. Like, somebody might have wanted him gone.
And that's fine.
For a variety of reasons, whether it be
But then you know
a
what
player,
you do? But then waive
or
him.
maybe he did something
Put him
that
on-
they didn't like.
Tom.
Something else is going on there because nobody
not
says
actually,
it makes sense.
I'm not actually that. I mean, look, if they decided Wallman wasn't the right fit, there's ways to remove him from the roster without giving up a second-round pick. To attach a second, to me, says we're willing to move seconds, but now we get to the deadline, and nobody expects Yzerman to trade a second-round pick today.
Unless San Jose, and I don't know this answer, and I could do a little more digging, unless San Jose picked up the majority of that salary. And then Yzerman signs them, but yet gets out of it, which I don't think they did.
248-539-9797. It's bigger than Wallman. It's just the latest kind of frustration, and I think people are getting frustrated.
If the whole last offseason was the same, but they didn't trade Wallman, how many more points do they have?
So it's a fun game. Could Wallman be? He's a number.
That's smart. That's smart. Right there.
No, I didn't mean it that way. Wallman is a number 1 defenseman for San Jose. I'm not naive enough to believe he's actually a top pair guy, but at the very least, he'd be a third pair guy for the Wings.
Well, he'd be better than what you have.
And let's say he helped flip 1 point in one game. You're in the playoffs. Let's go back. If Yzerman makes the coaching change a week early, is that 1 more point, 1 more game? If Yzerman adds a player at this deadline, is it 1 more point and 1 more game? These are the small things that the savvy GMs do to push their team to the next level. And instead, we're circling the drain, doing the same conversation as last year.
I just want to be clear on something, too. You said I'd trade DeBrincat. I didn't clearly come in there and state it. You asked me, and I said, yeah, well, if I elaborate, you'd have to blow my doors off to make a move like that right now. I'm just saying, Kane is a no-brainer. This team's not winning. They should sell. He has an expiring contract. That is GM 101.
Nick in Northville, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Wallman maybe got moved because salary cap issues, needing to sign Sider and Raymond. But Kane, I don't think any contender would put Kane and give a first-rounder to put him on a third or fourth line because he can't crack the top 6 on any good team. But my point of my call is Devin Levi got traded to Buffalo for Sam Reinhart. and Spencer Knight just got traded as a goalie to Chicago for Seth Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Prospect goalies. Yzerman can trade Kosa for a legitimate star and go get Revo off waivers because he's signed for next year also for 1.3. So just picture Revo in our lineup, maybe a Brad Marchand because you're getting rid of Kosa and another draft pick, and you set yourself up for next year.
And the problem is, Kosa's 22 years old, and they believe he's the goalie of the future, Nick, and you don't have one of them.
Spencer Knight and Devin Levi was that. And look what they got in return. Sam Reinhart and Seth Jones. And I don't know if Kosa is going to even be the goalie next year. I mean, Augustine's going to – what is he going to do, sit and wait 3 years to see what Kosa's going to do? Every contending team is aggressive. They don't care who you are. They don't care if you're
right.
flurry.
But Yzerman's contention would be they're not a contender, right? That would be his point. The other teams could be more aggressive because they're contenders and we're not contenders. You could trade one of these young goalies. You better be right. And I'd also argue you need 2 goalies in hockey now more than ever before, so I'm not in a hurry to trade either of them right now.
And by the way, the one knock on Yzerman is he hasn't brought you a Vasilevsky just yet. So he hasn't. So one of these guys could, and I'm not saying they are.
But it's a game changer if they are.
100%. Not to mention, both your goalies, let's be honest, are backups right now.
Yeah. So last year, Lyon fizzled late in the year. So did Talbot, by the way, for the Kings. And now they're both doing it again this year.
Well, you just can't trust them, obviously, when push comes to shove.
I mean, they had 19 shots yesterday, and they scored 4 goals.
Well, that's the worst part, though, because if Yzerman doesn't make a move, he can say, we just lost 4 games in a row in the most important part of the season, so I don't believe in this team. But then you say, well, I'll blame the players, right, because they can't win in this time. But then it goes back to Yzerman because he put this team together.
Ticket text, open lines. Yeah, nobody likes this. Like, we had a guy earlier say, I still believe in this team, to which I would say, give me some of what you've got. Make me feel that way. Yeah, I'm having a hard time. I want to go to these hockey games brimming with optimism and joy and dreaming of playoffs and Hockey Town script in the center ice. I want that. Give me some. Sell me on that.
By the way, in case you missed it earlier in the program, you might have been sleeping. Jim will auction off his tickets if the Wings aren't going to make the postseason. You got 4 games left. You can sit in the Costa seats. Apparently, the vendors by your seats are fantastic.
Oh, you're going to get... What, the line I was stuck in yesterday between intermissions?
I'm just saying.
Anyway.
Nothing like your team getting its ass kicked and Costa's waiting 40 minutes for nachos.
Open lines, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Spartans own the Big Ten in 2025, shooting 62% in the second half to rally and take down Iowa on the road 91-84. MSU's 17th regular season title, Izzo's 11th. He called this one a character win, and the boys were even joined by the school's hockey coach in the locker room after the game, Adam Nightingale. MSU hoops and hockey both getting it done. That from the school's social media department. The Michigan MSU game on Sunday becomes a little more arbitrary without a title on the line, but the Wolverines are still trying to gain back momentum to go into the conference tournament. Also looking to get their groove back, the Red Wings have now gone 4 games in a row without earning a point in the playoff race. A 4-2 loss to the Utah Hockey Club, bringing some booze down from the fans at LCA. They've now been passed by Columbus, Ottawa, and New York in the standings since the start of the skid. Important note, the NHL trade deadline is this afternoon at 3 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We've got the Red Wing stuff, and we do want to hear from you guys on Yzerman, your belief in the Yzer plan. Also give you a chance to vent about this. This is no fun, right? They resurrected their season, all for it to come spiraling again in March. It's 4 straight losses. Rieger, they've outshot the opponents by 40 in this 4-game stretch, and they're losing. And it's because poor play in their own zone, poor net minding, a penalty kill that's the worst in hockey. People have just said, and you've said, just not tough enough. Too soft of a hockey team. And some of that just lends itself to our belief that Yzerman's going to do nothing today. And he may be principled, and he may just believe it's not worth adding because we're not a playoff team. But you can't keep doing that every year where you just, it feels like self-fulfilling prophecy, like it's a justification. Would you be a playoff team if you fired Lalone earlier? Would you be a playoff team if you added somebody at the deadline? Would you be, you know what I'm saying? Like the idea that you're not a playoff team, therefore you don't have to do anything, that flies in year 1, 2, 3, 4. Last year, even a little bit in 5. You have a hard time selling me that in year 6.
You know, the funny thing is, you look at the blue line. The blue line is such an issue. Defensive turnover. Yesterday, the 2 goals in the third period, just really bad play by defensemen.
The third goal, Gustafsson is still spinning.
Game winner. Yeah.
Still spinning. If you go to LCA right now, he's still spinning.
Spinning around.
I'm not sure if he knows where the puck is.
No, but you ask yourself, like...
Okay, that was Smarm. That's fair.
I like that, though. I got the mental picture. I enjoyed that. No, but if you had Wallman on this team and Gustafsson on this team back on the blue line, would you be better?
Yeah.
Okay. It's tough.
Look, Gustafsson is a free agent. He's allowed to leave and go wherever he wants. The Wallman thing is one that you voluntarily traded and gave up a second-round pick. That's a hard one to sell me on.
I do wonder,
and we've got no satisfying answer on that.
I do wonder where people are at this point right now with Steve Yzerman, because it went from everybody believes to, yeah, some people are falling off the Yzerman bandwagon, but usually you got criticized and the Steve bots would come at you. Now I do believe the majority of Wings fans just don't believe in this guy. And I don't blame you.
I said even as early as Wednesday of this week, I thought they were going to make the playoffs. And John said he's teetering and he had just shifted 51% the Wings would miss the playoffs. I said, hold on. I think they're going to beat Utah. It's a big home game. They're getting Rasmussen back. Mazer call up, a little bit of juice, right? That's one you should win at home. I said the deadline's coming. Steve's still got a chance to put some extra. I don't think he's going to do anything, and they lost to Utah. So now I find myself thinking they're going to miss the playoffs. And then I find myself feeling that that's unacceptable. So, no, we're not doing Fire Yzerman radio today.
No, of course not.
But just the belief in this working, how could you not be questioning? How could you not have doubts?
The approval rating I'm curious about, because there used to be so many Yzerman defenders and you don't hear from a lot of them. Maybe they're just shamed. I don't know. I do need to know before we go to the phones, though. Mm-hmm. Were you one of the people booing yesterday?
I didn't boo yesterday.
Do you boo? You don't?
I have.
Yeah.
When I went to the first game
you
of
start
the
the booze?
I don't think I have. Should I?
I mean, that's kind of cool.
To start the booze?
The guy that did you ever think about maybe doing the Trey Turner way? Remember that story about Trey Turner?
Cheering the struggling player?
Give every struggling player a standing ovation. Apparently it works.
No, we had a fed up fan in our section yesterday to where he was obnoxious. So
what was he yelling?
Shoot the puck. But he was doing it ironically.
They did.
No, but I need you to understand.
Happy.
I'll shout him for you at 19.
He was mocking, because you'll see fans yell shoot the puck while they're trying to set up in the O zone on a power play, or they've got
right.
But there's not a clear shot, so you cycle and you look for a high danger chance. But a lot of fans will shoot. So this guy just did it to troll those fans. He's yelling shoot while we have the puck on our own end, while we haven't even crossed the blue line. So one time's funny. 2 times I get what you're doing. 6, 7, 8 times at the end of the game, I don't need it.
Was he drunk?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's a shame.
He was
How about we start
obnoxious.
chanting "Stop the puck"? Seriously, stop the puck.
But there were some boos last night, and people were fed up.
There should be booze.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones.
Tonight's going to be worse, I feel. Sorry. I mean, that's a Washington team that has 2 days off to prepare for you. That's Alex Ovechkin. 10 goals short of Wayne Gretzky.
He might break the record tonight.
Oh,
just so you guys know, very quickly, you do realize that'd be amazing.
Can we get a Smarm alarm for this guy over here?
What's
Come
the
on now.
FanDuel odds on that? But very quickly, they do play Washington later on in March. There's a chance that Gretzky his record is broken against the Red Wings. So you got that to look forward to.
Ron in Waterford, what's up?
Hey, 1 second. Large coffee, 3 creams.
I'll be with you in just a moment.
Okay. I'm looking at basically that the Wings today really need to make a change, and I go, they need to make a big trade, and I'm really looking to trade Larkin.
Ron,
look at his stats.
Don't you think 3 creams is excessive?
Well, it's not for me.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. I was curious. Go on.
I do. Anyway, Larkin's 27th in scoring. He's making $8 million.
Sorry about that. What can I get for you?
Large coffee, 3 creams.
Anything else?
Nope. And so I'm really looking at this team, as what the previous caller said, was that this team is soft, and this team is soft. And they need to get tougher. I go, they really don't have anybody to trade. So
Rod,
that's my point.
I agree with you about Larkin. It has not been a great 2 weeks in the most important time of the season. And, you start to worry about him, too. You extended him. That negotiation got contentious at times. And Dylan Larkin's the captain of this team, and it's a soft team that can't keep the puck out of their own net, and on most nights aren't showing up. So I hear you, man.
And a lot of the other nights, I go, if you look at his stats, he has no shots on goal. He's getting $8 million. I go, you watch Ovechkin, he's got 8 to 10 shots a night. That's why he has 888 goals. So you got to put the puck at the net.
Well, they did last night. 3 creams. Just saying.
Larkin scored last night, for the record.
Okay, so Larkin was great in the first period. He had 5 shots on net. He was all over the place. Did you see his ice time? 25 minutes almost. 24, 35.
That's a ton for a
of ice
forward.
time. Absolutely. So I'm not saying he's not trying. Problem is, these are his guys, and they continue 2 straight years now. When the most important time of the season rolls around, where are they?
I believe what Ron was saying in his last comment was shoot the puck.
He did say that.
Yes.
Yeah. I was caught up in the 3 creams.
You were invested in his coffee order more than anything else he had to say.
Weird coffee. That's
3 creams, you don't like coffee at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Why not a little sugar?
You want a little coffee with your cream. Essentially is what he ordered.
It's excessive, Jim.
Okay.
You know this. Are you not a coffee guy?
I don't really drink coffee.
Okay. 3 creams is a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel they make fun of that order.
Donald in Ann Arbor, what's up?
Hi, how you doing? I agree with the previous caller. I agree. I think Dylan Larkin's a good player, and I think he has a lot of talent. I don't think he's a captain. I don't think he's any captain we've had in the past. I just don't see a lot of leadership in the way he plays consistently. He's not gritty enough, and I just don't think like he leads his team or wills his team to win. And I like Luke Glendening a couple of years ago. We had him. I would have made him the captain of the team. I understand years ago the Red Wings weren't all that good, and Dylan Larkin was their big star player. I think he's a great player, but I don't think he's a superstar. And I just don't think this team has a leader. I don't think they have any leader. I mean, I would have kept Tyler Bertuzzi years ago. I would have kept him. He was way more gritty than Larkin. Yeah, he didn't score goals like Larkin. Tyler Bertuzzi was a gritty player. We need players like that want to.
Okay, but let's not overstate it. Like you're making it out to be Luke Glendening's a better player than Dylan Larkin. Like
no, he won that year. He won all the faceoffs.
He did. He was great in the faceoff circle.
You got to have Luke Glendening's to win. I know.
Player. We need players.
Babcock
like that
loved him.
Yeah, I think he was a great player. I would have made him the captain that year. I don't think Dylan Larkin deserved to be the captain.
Well, Larkin wasn't the captain that year. Oh, yes, I guess he was.
Well, there's a transition period in there, but
there was no captain for 1 year, if you remember.
No shade against Luke Glendening. You got to win faceoffs. You got to kill penalties. You need guys like that in the playoffs. They're like end of the roster glue, like Darren Helm.
Oh, they're super important.
They're super important. But like he's overstating it a little bit there. Okay, you want to trade Dylan Larkin? What's the game plan here? I'm trading Dylan Larkin for some picks, and when is my window to contend?
Right. No,
20, 30, you fill in the blank.
You paid him $8 million a year. You're not trading Dylan Larkin. But to the caller's point, in the last 5 games, you lost 4 of them. In those games, Dylan Larkin is a -2 only because he was a +2 in the first period yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. So you're looking at a guy that hasn't been the same. His ice time went down. The coach called him out. At one point, he played 16:44 against Columbus in that 5-2 loss.
Yeah, that was the game he was called out.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying is, I agree. Larkin has not been good enough. And there's a little more premium on a guy like Dylan Larkin because you paid him. Lucas Raymond hasn't been good enough, and you paid him too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, that's something for the offseason. That's not happening today.
Well, no,
I mean, that would be jaw-dropping even for me. And I question Larkin. But I think it has to start with the leadership. Right? It has to start with the best player on the team. Well, all right, that's questionable to begin with. Is he the best player on the team?
You could argue Raymond is or Cider is.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably go Cider, but yeah.
But that's for the summer.
Yeah.
I would say the best thing that maybe happened this season is I think Steve was a little overpatient with Lalone. That's a fault on him. But I do think he got the right guy to bring in and evaluate what the hell is going on here? Because the team has reverted back to playing the way they were when they made the firing in recent small sample size. And when they won games after the Four Nations, those weren't pretty wins. I thought they were very fortunate, especially when that game in Minnesota. Look, I think Steve's getting the intel from Todd McClellan that he needs about this roster going forward. And I would not be shocked if this thing flounders and they fall apart here, that something rather significant shakes up this room.
Well, then you're doing another rebuild, though. You're essentially rebuilding the rebuild.
Not if you make the right move. Of course, I could be. You just want me to go all in right now because I can do it.
What's the all-in move?
The all-in move was a couple years ago when they should have traded Larkin and Sider for Matthew Tkachuk like I wanted to.
Oh, did you say that?
Yes, a star was available. Go get him. And I don't care. Yeah.
Calgary got Mackenzie Weegar and Jonathan Huberdeau.
One of the worst contracts in the sport right now is that Huberdeau deal.
Yeah, he was really good at the time.
He was a
for Florida.
guy, right?
I actually thought Florida gave up a really good player, but they turned out, wow. I think Calgary would have taken that in a heartbeat.
I do. And guess what? The Avs also had to move on from Matt Duchene in order to, a number 1 overall pick in order to be what they are.
I like that.
It's been a spirited day talking hockey. More phone calls. Yeah, but people are bringing some passion. You know what I'm saying?
No,
as opposed
100%.
to just kind of lying down and people like going to these games. There's a wait list, albeit maybe kind of a paper wait list. People want to buy into this hockey team.
If they don't make the playoffs, are you going to be off totally? So somebody could take your spot. We could do a promotion. Take Costa's seat. I understand. I've seen Jim and his wife walk around the game. You guys look so happy being at the arena. I saw you on Tuesday night.
Yeah.
It was Pavel Datsuk mini stick night.
By the way,
you guys
more of
were
a
so
toothpick
happy.
than a mini stick, but I digress.
But we had a cool little case. I just wanted to say.
We like going to games, and I think a lot of people listening can relate to that. You grew up going to the Joe. You grew up going with your friends, your family. My wife would drive across the state with her dad and watch hockey games. It's something we like going to. I like being at the rink, the sounds of the game. I like the idea of the Red Wings back in the playoffs. That reality has not come to fruition yet. I'm in, man. I'm a fan of this team. It's why losing burns me up so much. Sometimes I come across as a whiny bitch. I get it, but I really want this to work. I want it to work with Steve Yzerman. I want this guy who's a boyhood hero to deliver the product we thought we were getting when he was hired April 19th, 2019. The symbolism, the 19s, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I'm questioning if it's ever going to happen at this point. And I think everybody has a right to question it, given that they're sputtering again at the same time of year repeatedly.
That was well done.
Thanks. It's 97.1. crank out some phone calls. We got Cookie Jar before the hour ends. Try to have a little bit of levity and fun on a Friday. I know it's been a heavy day. If you missed it, we talked Trey Hendrickson, Odyssey, Rewind, the menu of pass rushing options for the Lions, why he's the best option on the menu, according to Rieger and according to me.
And by the way, really disrespectful of you. Michigan State won a Big Ten championship on Izzo 7th. So congratulations, Sparty.
It's come up twice today. If you're dying for it, if you want to hear Rieger, Michigan fan Rieger, give Michigan State credit, go back and rewind and listen.
On the banks of the Red Cedar. That's all I know.
Okay. Antonio in Waterford talking a little Red Wings. Yzerman, where we're at. It's 97.1.
What's up, Antonio?
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. I just kind of wanted to touch base, and like the last caller said, trade Larkin. I've been hearing from like kind of my group I hang with, trade Kane and Larkin. My thing is, guys, like DeBrincat's the only player right now that's on pace for 40 goals, and I think he's the only 40-goal scorer we've had since Marian Hossa back in like the 2000s era.
2008.
Oh, 2000. I mean, that shows you right there that even though like consistently this roster's been improving, my thing is, okay, you trade Larkin and Kane. Like, what are you going to get for that? Are you going to get like a flat-out Pavel Datsyuk level player? I think we need that because like. You look at the power play production on these last couple games. We only have one goal in the last, couple games when it comes to this losing streak. I think we need a natural goal scorer, someone who can put the puck in the net. And I know you guys have been saying, like, we get all these shots and stuff, but I think they're not quality chances. I mean, when you throw a puck at a brick wall and there's a hole the size of a hamburger, you're not going to be able to get through it. So I think it's the quality of chances and just plain simple hockey.
I mean, how many times is Tarasenko going to shoot it right at the goalie's chest? I understand your point about better chances. Well, yeah, I wasn't even trying to go into another Yzerman mistake. But yeah, that's a bad signing, right?
Yeah, but to be fair, he talks about a shooter, he talks about a scorer. Like, this could still work out. I know nobody wants to hear it right now, but it could.
No, I want to hear it. Tell me it's going to work out. Please tell me it's going to work out.
The prospects are some of the best in hockey. And again, you had 8 dudes that Yzerman drafted actually playing on this team. So eventually it could work out. When he talks today, and they're not going to make a move, I wouldn't think, he's going to say the plan is still the youth.
Yeah.
We need patience. And he pled for patience at his introductory press conference way back in 19.
But you can't have it both ways. If you're going to tell me Ken Holland wasn't a disaster, then you can't tell me that this was supposed to be the timeline. You know what I mean? I understand if you want to say it was a bombed out mess of a team that he inherited, but that's because of Holland, yet he doesn't want to acknowledge that Ken Holland did a poor job at the end.
Okay,
right?
So let's just say for a quick second they make the playoffs, which I don't think is going to happen. But if they make the playoffs, if they get red hot in the next 20 games, let's not forget there was a 20-game stretch under McClellan when they won 15 games.
Dude, I'm hopeful.
So was Yzerman getting credit for that? Did you give the heat on Yzerman came off? And now that they're losing again, it's Yzerman sucks. He's the worst ever.
Well, because ultimately he's responsible for the roster, the coach, every decision they've made, every player that's on the team. And
he's not responsible for the outcome.
Correct.
Okay, the whole thing with the DeBrincat 40-goal scorer, though, is guess what? He scored 5 goals since 4 Nations, since they've been back playing.
Yeah.
But he's a -5.
No, I think his point, too, is noted about the power play. It's been shut down the last couple games, and they've lost.
Yeah, but Tom, usually when you're a -16 goal differential, which they are, and it was worse than that, everybody's a minus player. They got 2+ players.
He's a -16.
One of them is injured.
But why do you want to look at his goal scoring and, it's so great and gush over it and everything, but you won't refer to his plus-minus. That's why I thought losing Kopp was going to be a problem. They have 4+ players. He's one of them.
I think they have 2+ players.
They have 2, but only 1 active. It was 4 when Kopp got hurt. It's gone south. The only plus player in the lineup tonight, for example, is Simon Edvinsson.
I know plus-minus isn't it's not equal to goals, but plus-minus still matters.
And it does, but if we're picking on dudes, we're not picking on DeBrincat. He's like low on the list, I feel, of who you should be angry at today when Jim Costa was making everybody boo the Red Wings yesterday. And waiting for nachos for 45 minutes.
It was chicken tenders, but either way.
Chicken tenders, really?
I'm not
just a
normally
nacho guy.
Oh, okay. Just had a craving, you know?
I gotcha.
All right.
Were they good?
Yeah, actually pretty good. I went during the intermission. They're good for what they are. You know, they're arena chicken tenders.
Surprised you didn't end up throwing them on the ice.
I don't know how nice do you think my seats are? They're not right on the glass. 248-539-9797. We've been taking thoughts on the Red Wings most of the show. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Excuse me. A Dearborn Heights man was taken into custody after making threats towards a local school online. This 25-year-old man was arrested in his home, and police say they found an abundance of weapons and items that were too graphic to report.
What does that mean?
That's gruesome.
I don't know if we really want to know. Authorities discovered a lot of alarming information about this guy, but they are confident that he was acting alone, that the schools are going to be safe, that they got the guy. He was charged with making a threat against a school and using a computer to do it. They also said that there could be some more charges after they sift through all of his computers and devices and stuff. Doesn't sound good. After making it official last week by announcing that he would be returning for his 13th season in the NFL, Travis Kelce discussed what ultimately went into deciding to come back on his New Heights podcast. Because his brother did, before he asked the question, was saying, you could make a lot of money. In fact, you could make even more money in retirement.
Not playing.
Yeah.
I respect the hell out of that, by the way.
Yeah.
And at no point did he ever say he's going to break up with with Taylor Swift.
She was not mentioned at all, was she?
Did you hear the rumors that people close to Taylor Swift are telling her to break up with Travis Kelce because she got booed at the Super Bowl?
Oh, she got booed.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, it's not good for her brand.
I know.
So they should break up.
I don't buy it. I don't buy that story. Will they break up? Maybe, but because she got booed? Come on.
I thought the booing of her was so overblown. If you've ever been to a sporting event ever, people boo. It's not deep. It's skin deep is what it is. It's nothing more than that.
Like, I get booing Kelly Stafford, and I get booing the Stafford kids.
What about her kids?
I know, absolutely boo the kids, but I don't
Jim's
understand.
all for that.
That's right. Yeah, we know. I heard about this. Yes.
Yeah.
I heard him that one day. Oh, my goodness. Boo the kids. Jim is pro-booing children.
And their little dog, too.
Yes, and pro-booing the Red Wings. But...
and Javi Baez.
Why are we booing Taylor Swift?
Well, she's a Chiefs fan, right?
I don't know.
If you're an Eagles fan,
my
you boo
daughter loves her.
But they show like Utah fans last night at the game. You know what the crowd did? They booed.
Go back to Arizona?
No, they just said boo. Like, I mean, you boo the other team.
Moving on. There's a guy, a Texas man, who was allegedly posing as an NBA player representative, and now he's being investigated after they say he swallowed hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Tiffany jewelry. So last month, this guy went to a Tiffany store in Orlando, and he told the employees that he was negotiating a sale on behalf of a player on the Orlando Magic. So they're like, ooh, come this way. We'll take you to the VIP room, right? They showed him some diamond earrings, a diamond ring valued at more than $1 million. And after he could see the jewelry, he decided, this is my opportunity, snatched the jewels, ran out of the store. While he was like scuffling with an employee, he dropped the diamond ring. So he only got away with 2 pairs of diamond earrings, jumped in his car, was going to drive all the way back to Texas, right? Obviously, he was busted. He was tracked down by police. And before being taken into custody, he said, you know what? I'm going to swallow these earrings.
That's what I was waiting for.
So he swallowed them, right? Taken to jail. And he did ask, am I going to be charged with what's in my stomach? That was like a quote. And the people were like, well, sir, yes, because you know what's going to happen? They're going to pass through your stomach and we're going to take them. So he is in jail and they're waiting for the jewels to come out.
Do you think the stomach was like a free space?
Yes. Well, they're not in my hands.
Like
so,
international waters?
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this, though. Like, he swallows the diamonds?
Yes.
There's got to be some damage there, too.
Well, one way or the other, whether it was going down or coming out.
And who's responsible for getting the diamonds after they pass?
The extraction? Yeah, I don't know. That's gross.
Yeah. Hopefully they're gloved. I don't know. Finally, let me get to this story.
Yeah.
There's a story that's going viral, and this is one way to tell that somebody has way too much money. Did you see the Flamin' Hot Cheeto that looks like a Pokemon character?
For like $87,000.
It sold, you guys, for about $90,000. It's a Cheeto that looks like Charizard. If you're a Pokemon fan, I guess it's a very rare character, and it's been like framed and put in this box, right? Like it looks like a trading card kind of. It's it's a Cheeto. It's about 3 inches long. Anyway, who knows? They went up for auction. Yeah, starting at $250, sold for $90,000.
Heather with the news. One last bit of news. The Lions have agreed to a 3-year deal with Derek Barnes.
Oh, they like him.
Jeremy Fowler reporting 3 years, $25.5 million extension for Derek Barnes. Phrases as a key part of their defense, $16 million fully guaranteed.
Like, I got no issue with it, but it kind of feels like it's starting.
What's starting?
Making sure to bring back your own, which I remember last year they brought back Anzalone, turned out to be good. Now it's Barnes. Interesting.
Anyway, we got the cookie jar next. Some levity to end the Friday. It's 97.1. We got some Wings callers who are hanging on. We'll get to you guys. Got some ticket text reacting to the cookie jar. Some final thoughts before the deadline at 3 today. Texters shouting out some good movies. Inception. Christopher Nolan. I liked
Very
Inception.
good.
That's good.
Yes.
Good.
Goodfellas, hands down.
Yeah, it was great.
Okay. Connor Stallion would be a good Bond.
He really would. He's got the spy glasses already.
He does. Can't believe no one said gasoline. Everyone leaving out of gasoline from the...
Very unsanitary.
We all went
Coming
for
out of your finger.
the food route, right?
Yeah.
Food and drink.
Yeah.
This one says, I go to Gordon's Food Service and buy their ranch. 80% of restaurants use that ranch, Tom. That's how you can
There
get
you
around it. There you go.
I don't know about that.
Okay. You could buy it in bulk. If your
Yeah,
kids are going through that
huge
much
tub
of it. Yeah.
from Gordon's.
You ever had the Buddy's Ranch?
They love that. That's one of their favorites.
Oh, that's the best. Above the rest.
I'm pretty sure they make theirs.
With the Wings, before we get these calls,
yeah.
I said something to you. I just want you to think about it. If they had hired any other general manager, like boilerplate average, not a bum,
Right.
not
Some
a
dude
not
from
a
Saskatoon.
yeah, who would he was high up in one of these orgs, and they hired
Pierre or somebody.
yes,
Yeah.
Pierre placeholder.
Yeah.
Would they not be like an 85-point hockey team 6 years in? I want you to
Yeah.
really think about it because the first couple years they'd bottom out.
Yeah, but are you firing that GM after this year? I don't think so.
And I'm not firing Yzerman.
Yeah. No, I know.
but my point is Yzerman is treated like the hockey savant.
Yeah, but I don't
And I'm
think
getting Pierre placeholder.
Okay, first of all, Pierre placeholder, great name. Second of all, she has that for the Zoom today. Second of all, 3 weeks ago, Yzerman was off the hot seat.
Right.
3 weeks ago, this thing was heading in the right direction. 3 weeks ago, we were talking about could you actually make a deep playoff run?
I'm going to give you a very nuanced answer to that.
Yeah.
It's results based.
Okay, fair.
And I think everybody in sports knows the deal when they sign up for it. If they find a way to make the playoffs, Yzerman will be given credit. I think they have a better chance to make the playoffs if they add. If he doesn't, he's going to really make it harder on himself. If he had made the coaching change earlier, they would have an easier time. It's results based. It's not a surprise that 3 weeks ago when they were winning, people were saying nice things, and now that they're losing, people aren't.
Course.
That's not a surprise.
Of course, but I do think given another off season and you have more moves to make, I think you'll see a better team next year. And I know people don't want to hear that.
What do you think the number one excuse for Yzerman is right now?
This is what I told you guys from the get-go. I asked for patience. I asked for patience and time for the kids. And that's nothing's changed.
So this is
now he's
how it's
failed at
supposed
many
to,
things.
But this is how it's supposed to go.
Yes.
Okay, we are in the longest drought in franchise history, including the dead things. This is longer. And this is what's supposed
He's going to tell you he's had setbacks. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying
this is what's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
This is what it's supposed to look like. That would be his best defense.
Correct. I think he would expect you to realize how pathetic it was when he took over.
Okay.
And even though he would never throw Holland under the bus.
When does that stop? I'm just curious. Follow up, if you will. When does that stop
I
being...
like how you're treating me like I'm Yzerman. I don't get the money. I don't have his career. I'm not a member of Oakland Hills, but I gotta deal with this.
I just don't buy a lot of the excuses, and I guess that's where I'm at. I don't want to fire the guy. I desperately want it to work so badly for him, for us, for the story, for Hockeytown. I want it to work. I'm not buying any of the excuses anymore. I want results. I don't think that's unfair, and I think every fan has a right to ask for that.
Let's say they make the playoffs, though. They're 1 point out. Let's just say they make the playoffs. Let's say they maybe even add a fringe piece to make the postseason.
Yeah.
Let's say they win a couple playoff games.
Yeah.
Then what are we saying? Next year, what are we saying?
Build on it. Okay. Right? I mean, that's kind of how they're supposed to go. And I know it's not always a straight line. There will be setbacks. The Lions just had a setback, right? You get back on the horse and you try again.
Well, that's why I asked the question earlier in the show, are you just done with this guy? And a lot of people are, but not everybody is willing to say that.
Well, it's hard. You can't quit Stevie, right? You know, everybody has emotional attachment to the guy. And I'm guilty of that too. Again, you grow up in this city and you grow up in the 90s and early 2000s. You idolize the guy. I want it to work.
If it doesn't work, eventually he gets whacked.
Yeah.
Do you have to abandon the jersey?
If you own one, you're saying?
You can't wear 19 again.
Do people wear Dumars jerseys?
No, Tom, you can't.
Joe Dumars jerseys? You can still wear.
No, they don't wear Joe. No.
Alan Trammell's still revered in this town. Come on. People still...
A little different.
It ends up being split personality.
Trammell took over 03.
You know what it is? It's split personality. It's a little severance.
Oh, okay.
You're innie and you're outie.
So you just remember the playing career?
Depending on how you want to, you want to just choose to remember the player.
So maybe you just wear half the jersey. You wear the 1 instead of the 9, right?
Both numbers are retired, Jeff.
Here's my thing: is that Yzerman's going to get Yzerman's getting next year no matter what.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't, that means
course.
Al Avila got more time. You have the same owner. I mean, come on. Yeah. Yzerman, now, if he tries to make a Javi move this offseason, then we got to have a talk. What would that look
Who
like?
was the Javi bias? Like, go trade for Sidney Crosby. There you
Malkin.
go. Evgeny Malkin. There you go.
Couple quick phone calls.
All right.
Mike and Troy, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hey Jim, I'm with you. My wife and I like to go to hockey games, even though our schedules are dipsy doodle. We work long hours, but the frustrating part, I told your call screener, is that you're not going to win every game. But the way it's going on, the defense is horrible, and their best players are getting beat up. Like last night, Snyder's got hit to the board, Raymond's getting drilled, Larkin's getting pushed around. The NHL knows you push the Red Wings, you're going to win. And basically, Tom took my quote away. Yes, they won the game in Minnesota, but you're really looking at 6 straight losses. And it's the same players, even though you got the new coach, they're making the dumb mistakes again. And that's all I got to say, guys. And I'm sorry, I don't think they're making the playoffs, and Yzerman's plan's not working. Sorry, guys.
You don't have to apologize.
Yeah.
Don't apologize. The majority of people agree with you.
Yeah. Brad in Dearborn. You're on 97.1.
What's up, Brad?
Yeah, I would say get rid of him. The team's soft.
Right now?
Their best defenseman got hit twice in the face last night. Nobody did anything.
That is true, by the way. There was no double minor called. I actually think Mo actually dealt with that pretty well. Mo checked the guy, and then he got a slap and a punch.
And he got a penalty out of it.
He did get the penalty. Should have been a double minor.
I understand.
Personally, but I think that's what you're supposed to do, actually.
Is take it on the chin and laugh at him,
right.
but then you got to
Exactly.
score. But then you got to go score on the power play,
which they usually have been doing, with the exception of the last couple games.
And I understand your point about needing to be tougher because it wasn't just Mo that was getting messed with. Did you see Simon Edvidson got cross-check in the back of the leg, no call? I mean, this stuff's been happening.
There's been a couple high sticks too, not just the one, of course, in Columbus, but there's been
Larkin the other night.
Yes. So Edvinson has kind of regressed a little bit.
I mean, some of this is you're a young hockey player playing your first full year
Which
in the
is going to happen,
NHL. He's
exactly.
going to have, and he's still the only plus player in the lineup tonight.
You guys, it's so antiquated, this plus minus.
It's just another tool.
Give me a little
It's not
Corsi.
the be all end.
Give me a little puck possession.
We got Fenwick.
Come on.
Let's call.
Give me some Fenwick.
It's Chris in St. Clair Shores. Chris, good morning.
What's up, Chris?
Hey, first of all, I want to say the Jake Wallman situation is just flat out embarrassing and a complete misstep.
It is.
It's one of many that he's done. That's the negative thing about Yzerman. He's been bad at trades. He's been terrible at free agent signings, but he's been really good at drafting. So if the plan is to let these guys develop, you're looking at not competing for another 2 years or so. Danielson's not going to be ready. Axel Sandin Pelika's not going to be ready, and whoever else you got coming up, they're not going to be ready for another at least year or two. So if we're depending on Yzerman to flip this thing around next year, it's just not going to happen because his track record of free agency is not good, but his drafting has been okay, and that's not going to do anything for us next year. So it's just kind of an unusual spot.
I would say it's been better than okay, his drafting, just in all fairness and being honest about it.
And by the way, you're 1 point out, so if you do have a good offseason, you should, I would assume, make the postseason.
When you're a point out now and you're a point out at the end of last year, we look at all the little
I get
things,
it.
right? All the little things that could have pushed him.
The bummer of it, too, 91 points last year. That was like a historic low. It's going to be about the same this year. You're fighting with a bunch of bum teams to get into the postseason, and currently you're out. But you could be in today when you beat the Caps.
He said when, Gator.
Yeah, well, he also said bum. You're just fighting with a bunch of teams. I don't know if they're bum teams.
Yeah, they're
It's
kind of
the
bums.
NHL.
Ottawa's kind of bums.
Those bum teams can knock out good
Columbus
teams in
kind
the
of
playoffs.
bums, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I think there's so many teams that are still vying for this spot, and I wouldn't use the term bum, but I would say they're all the same team. So the Wings have just as good a chance as anybody else to get one of these last 2 playoff spots. Nobody's running away with it. The only teams that are running away, Tampa ran away. There used to be that 4-point gap between the second wild card and the third spot in the division, and now Tampa's like, you know what? No, we're pretty good, and they've launched off. But the other teams are still stuck and mired in the same area.
Yep.
So I really hope he does something today. I think the fan base desperately wants to see a move of consequence that it improves the roster and not just we're going to sub out Christian Fisher for Carter Mazer type thing, but like a move.
Would you give up a second-round pick today?
I would. For the right player, yeah.
One last time.
I'm just pointing out that there's a hesitancy to give up a second for a rental, but you're willing to give up a second to remove Jake Wallman from the roster. Anyway.
After you pay Jake Wallman, $10 million.
What do you guys got coming up today?
Well, we will preview NFL free agency. Another name added to the pool of possible players that get moved around this league at edge rusher. We will discuss the feasibility of that. Red Wings talk on this trade deadline day, all kinds of stuff.
They're all over it. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Yes, sir. It is Friday here on Carson Anderson, and we've got to do a taste test in the noon hour. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, Scott the Gator Anderson, how are you today?
Frustrated.
Frustrated with?
Well, right now I'm frustrated with the my headphones.
Okay.
The jack is being a little finicky, and I'm not getting stereo.
Gator has a finicky jack, people.
Got a finicky jack. I'm not getting stereo, so now it's only coming in one ear, and I start to manipulate the jack. There I go.
Does that sound like a Jack Daniels drink? Somebody create a finicky jack.
Finicky jack? Yeah, I think it's good. I like
some sort of Jack Daniels-based cocktail. The finicky jack. Twin Peaks, get on it.
Yeah, or it's something made with
Come on, Dell.
With Foster's.
Create finicky jack. Let's go.
It's Jack Daniels and a Foster's.
Is that what it is?
It's a finicky jack. Sounds like it's something from Down Under, right? Yeah. No, I'm frustrated with the Red Wings last night. They trail right away 5 minutes into the game, but then they come back and score right away. And then they take the lead. And they look like that's a different team. That's the Dylan Larkin we've been missing. Yeah, they were buzzing a lot and missed a couple opportunities. And then the game's tied. Then they're trailing. Then they pull the goaltender and crap. I mean, it's frustrating. And I'm as frustrated as I am as a fan. Obviously the players are a million times more frustrated, but I mean, we got 5 hours until the trade deadline. I tell myself that if I were Steve Yzerman, I wouldn't let last night's results affect anything of any of my plans for today. Like, just because they lost last night makes it a 4-game losing streak, whatever. I'm not going to let that affect what my plan was.
Didn't you call this a must-win game?
Kind of did. It felt like that because
now that they've lost it, you say it doesn't make a difference.
Stop. I said if I were Steve Yzerman, I don't want this to affect his plans. What he is going to do might be completely different. I don't know what he's going to do. I wanted this to be. I felt like this is a must-win for this team. Basically, because we as fans have been through this. Oh my God, is this going to be 4 games? It is. Last year it was 7. They were in the mid. They were amid this 7-game losing streak last year, and now we're at 4. But the difference is the traffic that's around these last 2 wild card spots. None of these teams are playing exceptionally well. The Red Wings are the same team as all these other teams, so they have the same chance. So they have the opportunity to still better themselves here at the trade deadline. Go do it. Go do it. I mean, the fans definitely want to see it, right? The fans are going to be one or two ways. Either do it or sell Larkin is what they say. That's the message we got yesterday loud and clear, which I think is preposterous. I think Dylan Larkin's a really good player, and I think he's deserving of the captaincy. But I think they need to make a shrewd move. Now, you can't just pull it out of thin air. There has to be somebody willing to trade, and you got to find those players. But that's why Steve Yzerman's here. Go make a shrewd move. I want to see an improvement on this team, and not just we're going to switch up a 4th-line player, like a move of consequence. The fans deserve it.
Well, look, I mean, there's a lot of teams that are trying to buy, and this team has, for the 3rd consecutive year, undermined any momentum at the trade deadline and make it very difficult. There's you know what there isn't, and you know what there shouldn't be? There shouldn't be a big move to go for it now. Any move you make now at this point, to me, would be a hockey move that helps you long term. And I'm talking about going and getting a young player that is, for some reason, on the market. There's 2 of them out there that I immediately think of. One of them appears to be available and appears to not necessarily be a fit with Detroit, and that is Dylan Cousins of Buffalo, because all the reports are that Buffalo doesn't want draft capital. And I don't think Yzerman wants to, and I'm okay with him not wanting to part with his young players, his prospects. Although I wouldn't hate it if he gave up one of his 2 goalies in the system, being Kosa and Augustine. The other move that I mean, the Quentin Byfield possibility out of with the Kings is a player that I still kind of struggle believing he's actually available. But if he is, I would go get him. But any sort of, hey, we're bringing in this guy, this rental player, there's just, I cannot see them being able to justify a rental given what's going on right now. I just can't.
Yeah, well, I think that's been the move all along, is that they're not going to go for a rental. And I don't want them to go for a rental. I want them to get a player that is in a situation, another team, that he would be better here and long term.
I mean, it might be just a change of scenery type player that needs that, and a team has given up on, which I guess might be Cousins, it might be Byfield. I just don't believe that Quentin Byfield's actually available, but those would be the calls I would make. And other than that, it's hard for me to see giving this gas. I don't dismiss. It's not just last night's loss. It's the 4 losses. And at a time where the team has an opportunity to distinguish themselves from all the rest, they didn't do it.
Well, I keep going back to, since McClellan has taken over, they've had a couple of 7-game winning streaks. So, it's not – is a 5-game winning streak a fluke with a bad team? Maybe. A 7-game winning streak, a fluke with a bad team? Perhaps. But to have 2 7-game winning streaks, I don't think that's fluky. I think that tells you this is what this team is definitely capable of, and you got to find a way to get it out of them. But also, if you've got an opportunity like you do at the deadline to make a move to improve your roster, go do it. And I think now is the time to go ahead and, don't be afraid to give up a pick. And I know that he has said he said publicly a year ago that that's not what he wanted to do, but this is a year later. And they've added younger players to this roster that are contributing greatly. Now, what that player is, that's what the debate is about, and where's the priority? If you're going to add a player, would you add a player that's going to help the blue line, or one of your top 9 forwards? You know, they seem like they're really looking for another center on this team with Kopp out. So we'll see if they're going to do anything. I hope they do something. It's just, I mean, for a bunch of reasons. I mean, one of the basic reasons is entertain me, right? I want to be entertained, and it sounds like hey, let's add something. Let's get a shiny piece. It could be fun. But beyond that, it's trying to make the playoffs here. It's not like baseball where you're 10 games out of it, right? I mean, you see the point value of this. You're right in the thick of it. You're a point back of one spot and 2 points back of the other. That's it. That's a good weekend away from being right back in the catbird seat.
Well, I got the formula is this simple, and it really is simple. Who's the Nico Harrison of the NHL? Who's the sucker that will give you a great player for little?
The general manager of the Dallas Mavericks.
Correct. 248-539-9797. We will monitor all the rumors and all deals that go down today, as when we leave the air at 2 o'clock, we'll be just an hour away from the trade deadline. So we'll get into that and keep you updated on anything that's going on, any smoke. If there's smoke, white plumes of smoke coming out of LCA, we'll pass it along.
Maybe not the right time to say that.
Maybe not. 248-539-9797. We've got the Lions making a signing today, and it's an interesting one in bringing back Derek Barnes, the ramifications of that. You've got the Trey Hendrickson. We wrapped up the show yesterday, news breaking that Trey Hendrickson is one of the elite pass rushers in this league. Has been given a chance to work out a trade out of Cincinnati. Diana Rossini was right last weekend. She reported that the wide receivers are likely to get locked up and Hendrickson might be the odd man out. He is. How does that impact us here in Detroit? We will get to that coming up. We got the Spartans winning the Big Ten. Congratulations to Michigan State fans. We have to be thrilled with that if you want to get into that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, you can start to see the grass now. The snow looks like it is melted, and hopefully that we're done with this for good. But that means you got to get on your lawn. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. We talk about this every year, and every year people get very, very happy about it because they did the right thing and they called them. You get green and you stay green when you save some green because you're prepaying. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount. It's great. And despite that, the cold weather we've had, things are starting to warm up. You got to start thinking about it now. You hate to see crabgrass in the summer, and by the time you see it, it's too late to fix it. That first application is vitally important for crabgrass control. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. They use certified applicators and arborists over at Natural Way. They custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and home with fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. I've used them for about a dozen years. I am completely satisfied. In fact, they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
was kind of a fluky bounce on that one, but every once in a while you want your goalie to bail you out. And I mean, look, this was a frustrating loss. So basically, they just lost to the fake Arizona Coyotes. This is the same team that at the trade deadline exposed them last year. Exposed is strong. The same team, they had a bad loss at the trade deadline last year, right? They had two of them, in fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is this a coincidence? This is 3 straight years with trade deadline collapses. And parts have changed. Parts have changed. The roster's different. The coach is different. How does the same thing happen 3 years in a row?
Doug, you just mentioned they basically lost to Arizona last night with a mustache, a fake mustache on.
Right?
Me and Kenny were just saying, like, they just changed their name to Utah. Okay?
Yep.
That's it. How's this?
They're not even disguising it that well. They're calling themselves Hockey Club. I mean,
exactly.
If they really wanted to disguise it, come up with a kick-ass name. And the Mammoth. There you
Dude,
go.
I'm watching that game last night. I'm like, they're losing to a made-up Sega Genesis hockey team. Utah. And you know what it says on the front of the jerseys? It says Utah. It's like the most generic video game. We don't own the rights to an NHL team organization that has undermined the trade deadline plans of the Red Wings. Utah. And I'm thinking to myself, I played this game. Utah played Texas in some fake NHL game. Pro hockey. Utah versus Texas. I mean, and they did it to the Red Wings again.
It's very frustrating.
I mean, I seriously can't get away from the fact it has to be a coincidence unless there's something specific about Dylan Larkin. And I'm not in the blame Dylan Larkin camp, okay? I think we see the Dylan Larkin's, I think he's capable of incredible things. And last night he scored an acrobatic goal. And I'm not blaming Dylan Larkin. I think it's just honestly a coincidence, a very painful coincidence. Trade deadline. What do? Give it gas. Let's go. Let's make a run.
Well, there is something fundamentally sound that's or I should say fundamentally wrong with this team. They don't play overall good team defense. They don't.
No.
And when you look at this team and like just looking at one stat, the plus-minus stat, which is a little convoluted, right? But it's being on the ice when a goal is scored at even strength. You get a plus when you're on the ice and your team scores. You get a minus when the other team scores.
Yep.
Right? The Red Wings have two, count them two players on the entire roster that are plus. That's it. Wow. Simon Edvinsson is +9 and Andrew Kopp is +4. Every other player on this team is either 0 or negative. And that is concerning. That's something that you have to be better overall with your team defense, and they're not. So when I'm looking at this, trade deadline time, do you need a guy on the blue line to add somebody that's better than one of your final two pair of defensemen? I think you probably do. Can you add a forward to this mix? And I think they can add a forward to the mix that can help that out that you actually don't have to trade for. You go ahead and you recall Nate Danielson from Grand Rapids. Now, remember when he was drafted? What did they say about Nate Danielson?
He's good at plays a full sheet.
Tenacious as a defender.
Yep.
That he was the guy that Connor Bedard had said, wow, that's the one guy that really made life difficult for me. Okay, give him a shot. You were going to give Carter Mazer a shot. It didn't work out because he got hurt on the second shift of his NHL career, and that sucks. Well, don't give up. Go get the next guy because it doesn't cost you anything to bring him up. If he's this responsible defensively, then that's going to make the team better because that's a big problem with his team is the overall team defense. Now, after you do that, let's see something else.
Yeah, do you think they're going to make a trade today?
I do.
I've been saying for a week they're going to make a trade. And now that we're here, I don't think they're making a trade.
Because of the loss last night?
No, because of the 4 straight losses. I think the loss last night just added to the recent resume of undermining faith in this team being capable of making any kind of noise and justifying an addition.
I guess it had the loss last night in addition to the previous 3. But had the one last night put them further back, I might be leaning in that direction, but it didn't.
Yeah, well,
it's a loss and it sucks and it's ill-timed for sure. And you know what's a good time right now? It's a good time to get on a winning streak. And we've seen them do it twice with lengthy win streaks under this coach in the last couple months.
It's a good thing you didn't make the shoot the boot bet on the trade then, Doug, if you're not feeling.
No, I didn't. I didn't for a reason.
Yeah. But so clearly you both want Steve to go for it today, though. Make a trade to help them make the playoffs?
No, I don't want him to make a trade to help him in the playoffs. I want him to make a trade that helps him long term. And that's no different.
Then that might not be the trade.
That might not be the trade that they can make right now. If they have this cap space, then take it into the offseason and go get Dylan Cousins or Quentin Byfield. If they can get them now, great. But at this point, it's all right. Use this day as a day to make yourself better long term as much as make yourself better now.
So why not make a run? Why not take a rental player if it's going to put you over the top and get you in the playoffs? I don't think
it's particularly justifiable with this group.
If you're giving up draft capital,
I feel like the sobering bitter pill that we are forced to ingest now is that they're just unfortunately still not good enough.
Here's why I would go the other side of that. Because if they give up draft capital, high draft capital, let's say a second round pick, you're not going to see that player for 4 years. 4 years, this roster is going to be completely different. I don't care about 4 years from now with that regard, because I know they've got plenty of players in the pipeline waiting to come up that are going to compete for jobs next year. They have money and cap space. They can go out and get their long-term free agent in the offseason. I'm not worried as much about that. And I do think making the playoffs is vitally important for this team moving forward so they can experience it.
Did you hear what the morning show brought up today?
No.
They have completely flipped on this, and they were like, you can make a strong case that they should try and sell, and that they should sell Patrick Kane. That Patrick Kane could be sent to a contender, and you could get a first-round pick back. And you don't even want this year's first-round pick because that contender might take Kane and do something with it. I couldn't really disagree with them as a very strong case could be made. But hey, Wings fans, today's the day. Do you add, or are you kind of a place where I am with the bitter, sobering pill that they're just not close enough? I mean, they lost to Utah again. Sega Genesis hockey team, randomly generated. We go to Jim in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up?
You know what? I called because you guys asked the question, and Doug, you just answered it. Bottom line, they are not good enough. They're not good enough this year. They weren't good enough last year. They weren't good enough the year before that. Obviously what Steve has done is draft really, really well. That's obviously his strength. His free agent signings stink. The only notable trade that he's made in his tenure here in Detroit that has relatively done anything positively, really, was to break it. I'm with you guys. I don't want them to spend assets on ridiculous trades to try and get into the playoffs. I want him to make moves that will help this team moving forward. And I think it's time that Steve starts answering hard questions. And I think it's time that Steve starts to make some uncomfortable trades. You know what? We've got assets now. We do. Let's use them, because I want to win, and I want to win now. I'm tired of this crap. We're 6 years, or we're actually 8 years into this, 10 years into this.
Jim, are you talking on both sides there? You're saying you want them to trade assets, and yet you're saying you don't want them to trade assets.
Well, I want them to trade. Let me rephrase that. I want them to trade assets on players that's going to help this team long term, right? And I mean, to go out and just make a move today to, a ridiculous move just to make the playoffs. We both know if they got into the playoffs, they're not going to make any noise.
What would be? I guess what would constitute a ridiculous move? Giving up a first-round pick, is that ridiculous?
I guess that's why they pay him the big bucks. I guess I'd be willing to move a first-round pick if it's going to be a player that's going to be around here for a while.
Well, okay, that's different. A player that's going to be around here for a while is how you get Quentin Byfield. I don't know if a first-round or Dylan Cousins. Those are just two young names I'm focusing on, but they players that have been rumored to be out there in trade rumors and players who, if they're available, could be here for a while. Talented, high draft picks that might need a change of scenery. But I think Cousins is. I think it's pretty clear Cousins is available. 2-4-8-5. But all the reporting is that Buffalo doesn't want picks; they want players.
Right, because Buffalo hasn't made the playoffs in 14 years.
Yeah.
And this is what happens, I guess, if you keep stockpiling all the draft picks and you're not going anywhere. You got to make a move at some point.
It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get into Lions signing of Derek Barnes today at 10:50, what it means on the cap. And then free agency preview in the 11 o'clock hour, taste test in the noon. It is 97.1 The Ticket.
Dylan Larkin, yeah. Do you think that Red Wings played well enough to win the game last night?
Dude, the first period they did. They were buzzing.
Mm-hmm.
But in the end, no, too many own zone turnovers. I watched the game last night. It was there. I went and watched it through the prism of what does this team need? And you know what they need? They need Shane Gostisbehere. They need a puck-moving defenseman. They need somebody who can skate the puck out of their zone or pass the puck out of their zone. There's too many turnovers in their own zone. Look, they need and obviously what I'm describing is a really good player, but I just kept watching them fail to get the puck out of the zone or through the neutral zone. And I'm like, that's what I really would think they need more than anything else.
Well, they might. I mean, that's exactly what Axel Sending Pellikka is, and his team, I think, is in a position for the playoffs right now in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not until towards the end of the month. And I'm looking to see how many games they have in April. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. They have like 10 games in April. Is that enough of a run to add a player like that if you're not going to add him today?
I mean, if they're not going to add him today, add him when you can. If they think he can be that. It'd be that now. 248-539-9797. Chuck in Commerce Township. Hi, Chuck.
Good morning, Doug and Gator. How are you?
Hello, Chuck.
Hey, why not provide a spark? Let's play Dominic Shine. He's got the passion. He's grateful. Put him in there and see if he can jumpstart the team. He's played with a lot of those guys.
Well, he came up a little bit and got a taste, but he's a fourth-line guy. I don't know if that move is going to be the one that that makes the difference.
What do you? I mean, just out of curiosity and sincerely asking, what do you think Dominic Shine would do if he got ice time the rest of the year?
Well, I just think he would provide the spark because we just seem a little flat all the way around. I'm looking for answers just like everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think Shine is an intriguing role player. I think he's one of those players that if you have a ton of talent around him, he could be a guy that can be a contributor on a good team. But what the problem, I would suspect that they need those players that make them a good team more than they need that role player that Shine might be. But, looking for a spark there's nothing wrong with looking for a spark. We'd all like to see a spark, but I think it's a bit of a long shot.
Do you know him, Chuck?
Plus he's a Wildcat.
Right. Chuck, do you know him?
No, it's just that's where I went to school many years ago, boys.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, he's a local guy.
Advocate for your guy.
31-year-old rookie. And he's a fourth-line guy. I guess I'm looking for a bigger splash than that. Yeah. If I'm going to – but he's offering I mean, it's not a solution, but he's offering an alternative from within. I did it too. I said Nate Danielson. Bring up the first-round pick they had a couple years ago. Let's, look at Pellikka in a couple weeks when his season's over with. That he can help out. And he may come up anyway, regardless of just because,
dude,
hey, it's the end of the season. Let's give him a chance to play.
You know what, though? I'll say this. If after 6 years under Yzerman's watch, you have not made the playoffs, you look like a bit like you flatlined. You're in the same place you've been pretty much the past 2 years. There are differences, right? I mean, McClellan's brought in. They played much better hockey for a good period of time before this recent skid. But the bottom line is being at the exact same place you've been. If you do not make a move because you don't think it's in the best interest of your hockey's future, you are operating as if you have great job security. And whether he does or he doesn't, that's probably the best way to operate. Because if you're making a trade out of desperation to save your job, there is a better probability that you're going to make a bad trade.
Well, and the trade's out of desperation. What does that look like? Is that giving up a first-round pick for a rental player that is?
No, it's giving up a Pellikka, and he goes on to be a great player. It's giving up a Nate Danielson, and he goes on to be a great player.
So it's trading one of those prospects.
It's trading one of the prospects that he has guarded so much that he doesn't want to give up. And look, When guys have conviction about their players, that's awesome. But at the end of the day, you have to be right about him. You have to be right about him. If he is not going to move off of a player, a young player that he has drafted and is in love with, and he's right, then not making a move today, if people want those players, is great. I've said it a bunch. I'm willing to buy into the fact that Stevie has drafted very well, although guys are here now. It doesn't feel like they're making enough of a difference yet, and they may eventually. But the guys in the pipeline that aren't here yet, that he has guarded, okay. I mean, every GM has to be right. You have to be right or you're going to lose your job. But he seems to be pretty well committed to the fact that he doesn't want to move off those players. Moving off future draft picks is a little bit easier for me.
I would agree with you on both of those statements. Yeah. I've always liked the prospects, right? I'm always love them in baseball, love them in hockey. Hang on to these guys. I want to see them play. And I'm the same way. The draft picks at this point, because the Red Wing formula is obvious. I mean, they want guys really ripe before they bring them up to the NHL, unless you're an exceptional player. And even then, it's still going to be a couple years in the minors. So anybody if they trade a first or a second round pick today to acquire somebody, that player, you're not going to see that player for years.
The player that you get with
exactly.
the pick. Yes.
The player you would get for years.
The player you'd get back, you'd see right away.
But meanwhile, the pipeline of players you already have, they're going to come in next year and the year after. These guys are going to be here, and we're going to have this pretty good young core of players. Everyone seems to agree to that. But in the meantime, they got to make the playoffs. They got to experience what it's like to be in the playoffs.
Let's go to Roy. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Roy.
Yo, hello.
Hey, Roy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just talking. They got it, like somebody mentioned a couple minutes ago, about getting the puck out of their own zone. They got to have somebody skate it out. We haven't had anybody like that in years. All they do is just try to make a long pass to one end of the ice, the other end of the ice. And this goalie situation, I just don't understand why they haven't brought that kid up from Grand Rapids. He's got to be better than both the goalies we got in there now.
Sebastian Cossa.
Yeah, look, I mean, at some point they may have to roll those dice. Gator, you are a Cossa. You're the president of the Cossa fan club. You're the vice president. You're the treasurer.
I'm not even. I just want to see him play.
I know.
That's all. I mean, I don't know if he's great or not, but they had a golden opportunity early in the season when they called him up to play him in a game, like to actually give him a start, and they didn't. And you look back at that in hindsight, I mean, I kind of think that's malpractice by what happened with Newsy Lalone there. And look, that's not what cost him his job. They weren't winning. That's what cost him his job. But, you got to find out about some of these guys.
Feedback coming in. Yzerman needs to step up and give them some help. That's from Football Fan in Belleville. Ryan in Highland says, bring back fighting so we at least have something to go to the games for. Doug in Livonia says, why are we surprised? The Red Wings never beat Utah. From an unnamed texter.
By the way, how do you feel about them whitewashing everything that happened in Arizona in the franchise history? Nope, there's nothing. Only Utah. This is it. Only Utah stats.
I just kept thinking this is a fake pro hockey video game team they're playing today.
They just totally erased everything. Now it's, so-and-so, he's got 7 power play goals. That's the all-time leader in Utah hockey club history. Oh,
here we go.
Here we go.
The Red Wing.
Blades of Steel.
Utah versus other Utah. I mean, that's what it felt like. That's what they look like. And they came in here and won a must-win game against Detroit.
All right, you got 3 guys. You're going to go with a fat guy, a skinny guy, and a medium-sized guy? Or you're going to go 3 skinny guys, 2 fat and a skinny, two skinny, 1 fat?
Back then, I did all fat guys.
Got to have a skinny guy.
It's a different game.
It is a different game. Well,
back then, it was you could play with fat guys.
And also literally different game.
From an unnamed texter, happy Matt Niskanen Day, Gator.
Not my finest moment. That wasn't a
That
trade
was
deadline.
early.
That was a free agency. That's a summertime.
That was early in the Twitter trollverse, like fake account and fake Pierre LeBrun got Gator with his 19 followers. Stevie is a grifter.
Still hurts, Doug. Still hurts.
Stevie's a grifter coasting on his name and status in the city as a player. I'm done with this franchise till he's gone.
Oh, he's a grifter.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing that. That's a little hot takey, isn't it? You can say he's not done. You don't think he's done well here.
Grifter
Fair
means
enough.
he's intentionally ripping them off, and he's not. Yzerman has been a decent drafter, but abysmal in the trade and free agent market. Sounds like a couple of former GMs of this town. Steve is a bigger name than Weaver or Avila. Well, the funny thing is, that's a constant. We have had guys that have actually drafted pretty well, and their veteran moves are what sunk Avila. It's what sunk Weaver. And if Yzerman doesn't get it done, it feels like that's what is likely to sink Yzerman, but weird. This team isn't a cup contender. Why would you give up assets when this team isn't even close to a run this year? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We've got open lines. Derek Barnes signs a contract with Detroit. Free agent linebacker is back. Birch Kid wrote a story about it and why this could be a very good deal for Detroit. You can check it out. We've retweeted it at Doug and Gator 971. It is Carson Anderson here on the ticket. Hey, when a game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of a game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets, same game parlays, shot at a bigger payout. New customers, listen up. You can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find yourself a heavy favorite. And just bet them on the money line to win a game outright. And if they do, you get your $150. You don't get much back on your $5 bet, but hey, we're just trying to get the $150, right? Go to FanDuel.com/Doug for your shot at $150 in bonus bet. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, look, this is it's a weird day, man. It's trade deadline day in the NHL. We are approaching free agency with the NFL, and we'll get to that coming up in a minute. We've got Spartans win the Big Ten. So there's a lot going on, and we do want your phone calls at 248-539-9797. We got does the Tigers season start 3 weeks from today? Is that right? Does the actual season start 3 weeks from today?
I think the home opener might. I think the season starts. We're at the 7th, right? Maybe it is 3 weeks.
I don't know. What did you have you don't have the date in front? I think it's 3 weeks from today.
I can have it in a second here.
The actual date?
Yes.
Sorry, I sprung this on you.
Well, I feel like I should know this, but don't they start on the road this year?
Yes, in LA against the Dodgers.
So they start the season. Regular. Come on. Sorry.
It's okay. I brought it up. I brought it up for no reason whatsoever.
March 27th. So, yeah.
3 weeks from yesterday.
3
weeks from yesterday.
Thursday. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That sneaks up on you, right?
Yeah. 3 in L.A. and then 3 in Seattle. Here, interesting. I mean, the beginning of the season is always, the beginning of the schedule is always odd. They play Thursday, Friday, Saturday, have Sunday off. And then they go to Seattle for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday game. Have Thursday off, and then Friday, April 4th is opening day here in Detroit against Chicago.
Little side note here.
Yeah.
You mentioned Seattle. They play the Dodgers today.
Mm.
My nephew's scheduled to pitch for the Mariners. He might face Ohtani.
Oh, today?
Yeah.
Dude, what a thrill.
Dude,
that is so awesome.
It's crazy.
That's
luck,
amazing.
Logan.
Yeah, seriously, good luck,
Logan.
buddy.
248-539-9797. Tony is in the UP and next here on 97 the ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hi, good morning, guys. Hey, listen, Gator, I totally agree with your outlook with Danielson, maybe bringing him up. But one thing that I'm really questioning Stevie Y is this. Less than a year ago, he gave up Jake Wallman, for nothing, basically nothing. And then yesterday, Wallman gets flipped to the Oilers for a first-round draft choice.
Not a good one.
Oh, my goodness, that is just – it looks so bad.
Yeah,
and that's just another –
because they had signed him to a deal and then they traded him. So, I mean, they got what they got out of it was they got out of the contract. That's what they got. That's the return they got in the Jake Wallman trade was just to get out of the contract. And not, it doesn't look good. Particularly, when you see that Wallman gets traded for a first-round pick, it really doesn't look good. Still a mystery as to why Wallman was actually traded because Wallman was playing just fine as a Red Wing. He had some injury issues, but he was a really steady defenseman.
And one thing I wanted to see what you guys think of this is I'm really wondering the reputation of Stevie Y within the league. I mean, what do the other general managers think of Yzerman? Because they seem not to be, looking his way to when it comes to trades. And I just wondering if he's just tarnished because of his days, with Tampa, or they think that maybe they got taken advantage of it those days because nobody seems to be willing to talk to Yzerman on any sort of trade.
What's crazy about that is if they didn't respect him, they'd be blowing up his phone. Right? I mean, if you think you got a live one, everybody's got that guy in their fantasy league.
Yeah,
everybody's got Nico. Is there a Nico Harrison in your world? You blow up that phone.
Is there a Rieger? Sorry, didn't mean shots fired, Jeff.
Jeez, man.
I just feel like that's the kind of guy. Like you can get. You can take advantage of Rieger in a trade or a bet of any kind, right?
I feel like Rieger has probably made some of the worst golf bets in the history of this sport.
Right?
But yeah. Fair enough.
Just fine. I like Jeff.
Okay, so here we go. Lions are bringing back Derek Barnes. 3-year contract, $16 million guaranteed, $25.5 million deal per ESPN. And that is what we don't know. And what matters here, those numbers are all fine and dandy, and we're familiar with how that works, but we don't know the cap hit, right? And is it a 2-year certain cap hit, and you get out of it by the 3rd year, and if you want, or you probably is it possible you're not going to want to? Perch Kid did a story about him, and I was kind of wondering about this myself, about how well he was playing last year when he got hurt. And Bertie writes, at $8.5 million per year, Barnes could turn into a bargain for Detroit if he makes a full recovery and continues his pre-injury trajectory. Substantial ifs, to be fair. He can rush the passer, drop into coverage, snuff out the run off the edge, a hard package to find at his position. Those responsibilities seem to come more naturally to him last season. We've watched Derek Barnes go from being promising to non-factor to very promising again. He came up with a huge interception at the end of the Tampa game to seal that. And last year was off to a good start when he got hurt. I like this deal. I want to see the actual cap numbers, which I don't think have been reported yet. But we're talking about
with $16 million guaranteed, right?
Yeah, and if he goes to gets the full price of the contract, it's $8.5 million a year, which puts him in the mid-30s as far as what linebackers get paid. Which I can make a case is roughly where he belongs. He might even, if he lives up to his potential, he will and gets back to some of that good play. This might be a bargain, and if he doesn't, this is deep. This is a deep cut right here. If he doesn't play well, it's not worth it.
Well done, John.
You are welcome.
Yes,
Detroit. You are welcome.
So,
but the point. I mean, this cuts into their cap space, right? They had 50-something million, and this takes them down to the low 40s. If it's the highest possible cap number, $8.5 million a year over 3 years, and they still have, what's the next move? How much is earmarked for Kirby, which feels like it has to get done this offseason and might take up $20 million of their cap. Because
for next season, but not for this year.
Well, it will cut into it depending on the signing bonus. You're right. The signing bonus would get applied to this year's cap. But if he, they got to earmark money for Kirby. They got to earmark money for Hutch. It seems, and they're certainly going to sign a corner, whether it's Carlton Davis, who probably gets 14, 15 million, or somebody else that costs less. They probably are going to sign a third wide receiver. You know what? After the deep dive, we'll get into the free agency stuff. What do you make of the Derek Barnes deal?
I like Derek Barnes. I always liked him as a player, liked him in college. There is absolutely potential there. The year he had prior to this season, he had 81 tackles in 2023, a bump up from 47 the previous year. He had 67 his rookie year, but now he's bumping it up, and he played 16 games instead of the 17 games he did his rookie year. Good production there. And I look at it this way. You're paying a linebacker now, but he's not getting paid a ton. You have Alex Anzalone on the roster, but he's only signed for just got this year on his contract. And he's making, I think, $6 million a year. And then there's like a voidable year for 2026. So effectively, he's going to be replacing Anzalone
eventually
on this roster eventually. And, they saved money because Malcolm Rodriguez unfortunately got hurt, and it cost him money because he missed out on an incentive that would have, kicked in a higher salary for him. So I think they're in good shape with the linebacking core. And of course, Jack Campbell, they don't have to pay yet. He was a first-round pick, so they get that extra fifth year there, right? So I think they're fine with this. And Derek Barnes is a guy that I would have brought back, and I don't think this is exorbitant. You're talking less than $10 million a year for a starting linebacker and a guy who can rush the passer. Now, is he the answer? Is your edge rusher? No, that's not it. But he does everything else. And he was an improving player. I get nervous when you're talking about coming back from a knee injury, but it's not an ACL injury. It's the PCL and the MCL. Apparently the ACL is fine. Let's knock on wood with that. And imagine he's recovered at this point. He was the really vague injury they talked about last year.
Yeah, that was weird.
They didn't talk about it.
No.
And you were wondering, is it possible he can come back? And they were always like, oh, we'll see. But knowing that it wasn't an ACL injury, that is, I think, a sigh of relief from the Lions organization. So getting this guy back, it makes a lot of sense. And again, this is a guy I would have brought back, and I'm glad that they have him at this price for the next 3 seasons. That seems very affordable because I don't think it prohibits them from doing whatever it is that they want to do.
No, look, I mean, I don't know what the future holds for Anzalone. He is a critical part of the defense now, but he is starting to get up there in years. And you said he's got 1 more year left. I wondered how much, if he's got 1 more year left.
According to Over the Cap, he is, this upcoming season, he's going to make $6 million in base salary. Plus, there's a 1.2 signing bonus in there. So his cap number is $7.2 million, and then there's no cap number for 2026.
It's kind of an interesting, question about what the future holds for Alex Anzalone, because his contract will be coming up at a time where the Lions will be taking on some huge extension cap numbers, right? So it's possible that Anzalone will be a guy that they already know they won't be able to afford potentially. And so they're locking up his heir apparent.
Well, he's 31. Anzalone is. And it feels like every game that goes by, they're leaning more heavily on Jack Campbell. And, of course, Anzalone broke his arm and missed a few games last year towards the end of the season. But he did come back, and he came back in a big way. There's a lot to like with Alex Anzalone. He has blossomed as a linebacker, given the opportunity to start here on Dan Campbell's team. And that's played with or for in New Orleans. I like Anzalone. But once you hit north of 30, and here he is at 31, I don't know how many more years he's going to have left in him. But I also get the feeling that if they wanted to bring him back, that they would find a way to bring him back, and it would not be cost prohibitive. And if they have to move on, then they have to move on. I mean, they've had to make tough decisions before. They made a tough decision on Jalen Reeves-Maybin and other players, but I'm not worried about that right now because he's on the team this upcoming season, and now Barnes is too. The linebacking core is solid. It feels like you got three guys that can play all those positions. Jack Campbell can play those positions. Alex Anzalone can play those positions. We know Derek Barnes can play all those positions. We've seen a defense that has both Campbell and Barnes lined up off the ball, looking at the line of scrimmage as opposed to being on the line of scrimmage. So I love the versatility of all these players. I think it's a really good signing.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Nine, 6, 7, 7, and 3, 2, 1. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. So who's it going to be? Lipscomb, Utah Valley, High Point, Bucknell? You choose. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. A Lions extension? No, not that one, but the team has reportedly agreed to a 3-year extension with linebacker Derek Barnes worth more than $25 million, 16 of it guaranteed. Only played 3 games last year due to a knee injury, as the team is showing their faith in him right now. A tricky trade deadline to navigate for Steve Yzerman. The team has lost 4 in a row. They're now outside looking in for wildcard spots, and players would need to be moved by 3 o'clock today. Now, 2 years ago, he sold. Last year stood pat. Captain Dylan Larkin is hoping he'll buy today. Well, if they do buy, defense and a center appear to be big needs, but the Wings right now tight-lipped as usual. Detroit also needs to be on the ice tonight in Washington. They'll take on the conference-leading Capitals at 7 o'clock, trying to avoid a 5th straight game without any points. Ken Cal's call will be right here on 97.1 with a 6:45 pregame. And a very interesting weekend of Tigers exhibitions coming up. First, Kader Montero will get the start against the Orioles this afternoon, but tomorrow it'll be top prospect Jackson Jobe dueling with former Tiger Max Scherzer of the Blue Jays. That game will actually be right here on the ticket at 1 o'clock. And then Sunday, Tarek Skubal will be looking to keep his ERA at 0 when he takes on the Pirates in Lakeland. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We'll continue to monitor what's going on in the NHL. ESPN's Kevin Weeks reporting the Buffalo Sabres and Ottawa Senators are working on a massive intra-division trade per week. Sabres are nearing the acquisition of Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker from the Senators. No details on the return package headed to Ottawa. That will be interesting. Anytime Buffalo's making a move, you wonder if Dylan Cousins is involved. Alex Tuck could be another player that could be on the move. I think it could make some sense in Detroit, but hell, the way this is going, we're going to be all fired up at the end of the day for our brand new future considerations that we get. That's what it feels like we're headed towards. But all right, we're getting to the Trey Hendrickson availability, and does it make sense in Detroit? Coming up in 5 minutes here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Larry. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Larry. Larry.
Lair?
Oh, Larry. No good. Tons of feedback coming in on the Detroit Red Wings from Kevin at work. Feels like a wasted season. Yzerman not doing anything with a team that was on the cusp of making the playoffs. I feel he should be fired if they don't make it this year. From an unnamed texter, the Wings basically have 5 legit NHLers and the rest, well, he doesn't like them. Let's say that. All we do is keep waiting for Yzerman draft picks to play, which seem to just linger in Grand Rapids. Well, I disagree with that. They got guys coming up.
Yeah, and the guys that are playing Grand Rapids right now, there's nobody that's lighting it up. The closest you had was Carter Mazer, who had 11 points in his last 11 games and 15 and 20 on the season, and he had been hurt and gets his opportunity last night and
lasted 70 seconds.
Promptly got hurt.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's time Yzerman, Draper, and all the other management bums get the hell out of Detroit. That's from Jim. I'm not in that place yet. But you know the seat warmer thing that you came up with the analogy that I think almost all modern cars have 3 levels of seat warmer. You know, the you want it really warm, you
get on 3
level
buttons. 3. Yeah.
I mean, Yzerman's kind of on 2, right?
Kind of, yeah.
And
he is.
And could be moving his way towards 3.
I took exception to it when I heard it this morning when Rieger was talking in the crosstalk with me about the playoff push here and lumped the Red Wings in a group of those teams. They're a bunch of bum teams. They're trying for the last. They're not bum teams because any one of these teams that makes the playoffs is a wild card. Have we seen a wild card do some damage in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs?
We have.
So I'm just saying, I don't want to. I hate the term bum. So then when this guy says bum people in the office, no. Let's not go there.
Well, it might be a bit harsh.
You disagree with what's happened, and please feel free to. I'm not going to stop you from disagreeing because the acquisitions that they've made have been a little strange at times, whether it's free agency or when it comes to
the
trade
Wellman
deadline
flipping,
stuff.
Which is
Wallman, yeah.
My tickets have gone up every year since LCA opened, 0 playoff games. I'm very disappointed with Yzerman so far, 38-year season ticket holder Kevin in Livonia. The roster that Stevie built with his guys is not tough physically or mentally, and frankly, they aren't good enough. He built a very mediocre team, and at this point, I don't trust him to dig himself out of the hole that he dug. Remember when the city ostracized Joe Dumars, a legend, after his string of bad moves took us out of a championship window? When does Yzerman get that treatment? At least Joe built the title team. I think we're getting pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. This Utah playoff run, I do feel good for their fans. It's been a long drought. That's from Scott. Ha ha. Ha.
Utah.
Ha. Fake NHL team.
They're not even going to be the same name next year.
They might be.
Who knows? With the bum thing, Gator, I totally understand what you're saying, but like that one ticket text you just read, Doug, they called Joe Dumars a bum, and he actually brought a championship to this team as a front office guy, not just as a player, but
and he had deserved every chance to try and rebuild it,
and they just destroyed him on the way out,
and it failed. Okay, got it, and.
And after he won a championship.
And we haven't even seen a playoff series. So
now this may fail with Yzerman. And in the end, we could be like, wow, that really sucked. But when he became available as a GM, it was a no-brainer move. And any team in the NHL that had an opening at GM would have looked at Steve Yzerman.
Let's be clear here. It had nothing to do with his name being Yzerman and his legacy being in Detroit, and had everything to do with building a championship team in Tampa. That's what you're looking for, is somebody. You either looking for the next guy that can build a championship team or a guy that's already proven he can build a championship team. 248-539-9797. All right. So news broke yesterday that Trey Hendrickson was told that he could try and seek a trade. We could see this coming. We talked about it Monday, okay, as, hey, just a heads up, this player might be available. The writing seemed to be on the wall out of Cincinnati that the Bengals weren't going to be able to fit their 3 contract extension guys under the cap. Those 3 players being T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Trey Hendrickson. What's crazy is they had a good offense last year and a brutal defense, and their best defensive player is going to be the odd man out. Okay, look, that's their problem, not ours. What are your thoughts on Trey Hendrickson and how this impacts us?
I want Trey Hendrickson badly. And trying to figure out numbers-wise, how does this work? How can you fit this in? And I wonder, is it because he's got 1 year left on the deal that pays him, what, close to
$15.8 million? It would be his cap hit if he to a new team that trades for him on his old contract.
Gotcha, because the signing bonus goes to Cincinnati. The new team doesn't have to take it. So is this a deal where you're able to negotiate with Trey Hendrickson at this point? That's what Cincinnati says. Go ahead and, try to work out a deal. I have to believe that the Lions have a leg up over some other teams because Dan Campbell coached in New Orleans when Trey Hendrickson was there. They know what Trey Hendrickson is all about. They already know if he's a football guy. And maybe they've got a great reputation and a great relationship, and maybe that's the, hey, foot in the door already. But money is going to talk because he wants to get paid, and he deserves to get paid. He is he's 30 years old. He just turned 30. He'll be 31 in December. He wants a deal, and this is the time for him to get paid. Is he going to accept a 2-year deal? And if you could give him a 2-year deal for $60 million, let's just say that. Throw it out there. $30 million a year for 2 years. Can we tear up this final year of the contract where he's owed $15.8? So in 2025, he gets 30. And in 2026, he gets 30. So it becomes a 2-year deal right now where they can absorb it. And then in 2 years, you can let him go or sign to another extension because you're going to have to pay all these other people. Can they make it work money-wise is going to be the tough part, because you saw Max Crosby sign for 35.5. I don't know. I tend to think that Trey Hendrickson is every bit as good as Max Crosby, and all he's done the last 2 years is pile up 35 sacks in the last 2 years, 17.5 in each season. Before that, he had 8, then 14, and 13.5. This guy has been a terror on the defensive line. If you watch Cincinnati play at all, you see him. You notice him on defense because he's the only guy they got, and he's constantly in the backfield harassing quarterbacks. He would be spectacular for this team. Can they afford it? That's the big question. That's why I wonder, can you do a smaller deal? But with big money, even though it would be below market value for him. He wants to win. Here's a winning organization. Unfortunately, there's lots of teams out there, Doug, that have more cap space and that are also winning teams.
We'll get to some of those challenges that would be presented to the Lions with Trey Hendrickson, even with the deal that you suggested. Coming up next, what lengths do you go to get Trey Hendrickson? What would it take to get him in a trade? What would it take to sign him? Could it happen in Detroit? 11:20, we'll get to that here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Trey Hendrickson, the guy had 17 and a half sacks. It was the last 2 years, didn't he have 17 and a half sacks?
Yes, 17 and a half last year, 17 and a half in 2023.
It's consistency, people.
Yeah, and he's also forced, the last 4 years, he has forced 3, 3, 3, and 2 fumbles. This guy's a playmaker.
He's really good, and it would make a ton of sense. And he's got a history with the Dan Campbell, having been in New Orleans, which doesn't. I mean, it can mean something. It can mean nothing.
I don't think the cost of them in a trade, like what they would have to send back to Cincinnati, I don't think that's prohibitive because this isn't Myles Garrett, right? I mean, he's been productive as hell, but nobody's going to say that Trey Hendrickson is Myles Garrett. So would I give up a first-round pick? Would I give up the pick at 28 for him? I would.
So here's what it sounds like, because I basically said, all right, let me get the Cincy perspective on this, and went in as far as I could and listening to podcasts and live streams and trying to figure out what the beat writers are writing. The belief is that they would be happy to get a second-round pick back. The problem is Detroit, their second round, what they hold in the second round isn't that attractive. So for us, it might cost the first-round pick. Player for pick, a first-round pick for a player that had 17.5 sacks last year, to me, totally worth it. The problem is, as you talked about the contract, he wants a new contract. That's the agent is now the one that's trying to strike the deal. Yeah. He's calling teams and saying, what would you be willing to pay my client? And those are the teams that they're going to tell the Bengals that they want to get traded to. As you mentioned with Detroit, he's on the last year of a contract that pays him $15.8. If he is seeking that new contract, it's hard for me to imagine that teams wouldn't offer significantly more than what Detroit is capable of. Because 2 years from now, Amon-Ra St. Brown's cap hit goes from 13 to 39. Jared Goff's contract cap hit goes from 32 to 69.9. Penei Sewell's cap hit goes from 15 to 28. Hutch will be definitely due more money. There is a lot more big ticket items that would have to get restructured to free up cap space for this to happen.
Which can happen.
Yeah, it can, but these are massive totals, and you would almost have to get everyone to do it. I got to tell you, it feels financially impossible for this to happen. I would love it, but if his agent's out there seeking deals, they're going to get a better offer than a 2-year Detroit deal. And here's the other thing. If he's going to sign a short-term deal, quite frankly, I think he's going to go back to Cincinnati. He had that quote a couple weeks ago where he said and I'm paraphrasing here, I want to be the reason Cincinnati wins a Super Bowl. I want to be the player that wins it here and helps bring Cincinnati a Super Bowl. If I can't be, I hope I'm traded for the assets that win us a Super Bowl. If he wants to stay in Cincinnati that bad, I think he'd sign a short-term deal, financially team-friendly deal there.
Well, that's certainly saying all the right things in public. I don't know, what it actually means. And the other thing is, if he's able to negotiate this deal, does he have a no-trade clause? Is he the one that dictates where he gets to go? I mean, being able to negotiate that trade is a huge thing. If let's just say for the sake of argument, he doesn't have the relationship with Dan Campbell that we hope that he does, then Detroit's not going to, they don't have a chance. But if he does, again, he gets to negotiate the deal. So if his agent comes back to Cincinnati and says, okay, we got a deal worked out with Detroit, Detroit's willing to give up the first-round pick for him. Is Cincinnati going to say no? They're not going to say no because, again, it's his agent that's working out the trade. It's not the Cincinnati Bengals.
That's the hang-up isn't, to me, it wouldn't be the pick. The hang-up is somebody else is going to give him a better contract than a short-term deal. And if nobody does, I think he re-signs in Cincinnati.
Well, the team that has to give him the better contract has to be a team that's in contention. Has to be a contending team. And unfortunately,
has he said that? Because Myles Garrett has said that. I don't know that
he wants to. Well, I think he said it before last year began. He wants to win.
Yeah, because
all these guys have said that. Max Crosby said it, and yet Max Crosby went back to the Raiders, and they're not going anywhere.
I'm not sure that it sounds as much a requirement as him getting his new contract, but it could be.
Say it is. I mean, it. Unfortunately, a team like Washington has a ton of cap space. And they can make it happen, and Washington made it to the NFC Championship game.
Washington, the teams that I heard the most would be able to make a deal or that could make a deal were Washington, Chicago was mentioned. I think New Orleans, back to New Orleans was a possibility.
Well, if winning is important and Chicago and New Orleans aren't on the board, Washington is, Detroit is. This is why I think the advantage for the Lions is that it's the agent that's trying to negotiate the deal, the trade. It's not the Bengals. So the agent talks with his player. His player says, yeah, I want to play in Detroit. Let's say they can work it out. Maybe it's a 2-year, $70 million deal. He gets $35 a year. Gets the Max Crosby deal, but it's only for 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not. Even then, they'd have to get a lot.
I have a hard time thinking. Look,
maneuvering.
I'm just trying to construct something that could work.
Yeah,
because I think if you go past 2, I'm not sure if it does work. I want this to happen so badly, and yet I realize it's not likely to happen because of course a team would want to give him. Yeah, Max Crosby just got that 4-year deal. We'll give you the same 4-year deal.
I think the only way this happens if the only thing he cares about is winning. But then again, I think he'd stay in Cincinnati.
Well, we know that's not the case, though. The literal problem with Cincinnati and him is he wants to get paid, right? And so winning may be part of his formula for where he wants to go, but it's not the number one reason. The number one reason is money. Number 2 may be winning and whatever else you want to put behind it. But the number one reason him and Cincinnati can get a deal done is because my man wants a new contract. And so wherever he goes, whether it's New Orleans, the Lions, Washington, the number one thing is he's got to get a new deal.
But Cincinnati's out because they can't afford it.
Exactly.
Even if it's, okay, hey, we can give it $25 a year. No, that's not going to. But if it's below market value at $30 million, Cincinnati can't afford $30. That's the problem with him going back to the Bengals.
I don't think he's going back to the Bengals.
I don't think he is either.
No, but my thing is, I think you guys are weighing too much on winning. He wants a new deal.
I don't think it's possible that he ends up in Detroit.
I think they go hand in hand. I think the deal is he's going to go to a winning team that can afford to pay him. If that clears it up for you. I think the Lions can offer him some money, but I don't think they can offer him a long term like the other teams can. And if a team like Washington comes calling, I mean, you're going to buy into that because of they got the young quarterback, they got a ton of cap space. He can go ahead and reap the benefits of that cap space.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line call. Stuart's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stuart.
Hey, guys. First-time caller.
What's up?
Hey, what is Stevie Yzerman doing? You know, we gave up a really good defenseman for nothing, for a dump, Mr. Wallman. And now Edmonton picks up Wallman for a first-round pick and a prospect.
It's bad luck.
What's going on? And then we pick up a fourth-round pick and give up some salary cap.
Well, the salary cap
So
doesn't.
What's going on? We're going back and forth here.
The salary cap stuff doesn't matter. I mean, they picked up. Yeah. Actually, that might be a shrewd move, but the Wallman stuff looks terrible.
It does.
It is terrible.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. It looks terrible because of what they gave. They effectively wanted to get out of the contract that they had just signed him to, and they did. So I guess from that, hey, we accomplished what they wanted to accomplish, and yet the player's good, and then the player gets traded for first-round pick. You know, it's an asset that the Red Wings didn't get in return for him when they traded him. So it's doubly bad.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is why not give up someone like Petrie?
Who's going to take him?
Player.
Who's going to take him? He's hurt. First of all, he's hurt.
I don't know.
Okay, that's the thing.
I don't know.
He doesn't have value.
You know what? Why give
Stuart,
up?
He doesn't have
offensive-minded.
He doesn't have value. You can't trade Jeff Petrie. He's first of all, he's hurt. He's out for weeks.
No, I was.
And he has no value.
When they got rid of Waldman.
Well, you can't.
I don't know. You
legislate the past. Go ahead, but it's over with.
Do you think there was market for him?
Yeah, I was going to say. You think Petrie had a bigger market?
Well, obviously, we spent a second or third round pick to get him.
Well, if you, but you're saying why not get rid of him? You can't trade players that aren't coveted. If nobody wants him, how do you make somebody take him? I mean, you don't want him. Why do you think somebody else does? Look, the Wallman thing, it's a terrible, terrible look. And it, goes on your permanent record. And none of that. I don't expect you to be perfect. There are mistakes made all the time by good GMs. It does happen. what really is bad, I mean, the bottom line is you got to be winning, and they're in the same spot they were a year ago. So very, very, very frustrating. 2-4, and look, I don't think we're at the end with Yzerman. I know some people are. The question becomes, are they going to be, how much longer does he get?
There is a massive trade brewing in the NHL.
Is the name Detroit involved? Well,
no.
We'll get to that at 11:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts at the same number, 248-539-9797. Doug, before the break, I said that there is a potential NHL trade brewing here. It's a pretty big one. According to Emily Kaplan from ESPN, it says the Hurricanes have a deal in place to trade Mikko Rantanen to the Stars that's contingent on the winger signing an extension in Dallas.
Huh.
So how does that affect the Red Wings? You get a pretty good player out of the Eastern Conference going to the Western Conference, but we don't know what would be going from the Western Conference to the Eastern Conference. And Carolina's got 78 points, so they're a pretty good distance ahead. I'm not sure if this affects the Red Wings at all, but it's interesting to look and see what compensation is for. This is a rental. He's already been traded for once. Carolina traded with Colorado to acquire him, and he's a free agent at the end of the year. They're talking about, of course, it has to be an extension signed in order for this trade to go through, which would make all the sense in the world. But this is a guy who's going to get north of $10 million in salary.
The other news is that the rumor going around is that what that Ottawa deal for Josh Norris, it would be Dylan Cousins going the other way. And that would be a young player that maybe a change of scenery, a guy who's been a former 30-goal scorer who's still only, I believe, 23 years old, has some value in this league. I mean, Detroit may not like him, but he's out there, he's available, and that seems like the kind of trade that would be more than short-term.
Norris from Oxford, by the way.
Yep.
Only 25.
Played at Michigan.
And he's been a pretty good player. 33 points this year in 53 games, 30 last year in 50 games. He had 55 and 66 in the 2021-22 seasons. So interesting. We'll see how that works out. And if it does come through, again, it's about the compensation. You're starting to see the parameters of what it takes to acquire certain players. And, obviously Steve Yzerman looking closely at this. Okay, this is what it's going to take to acquire who. All right.
Kenny, you think you could top that return for Dylan Cousins?
I don't know about top, but you could at least match it. You could at least be in that conversation. You have enough pieces that you could do that. You know who's always available, always involved in rumors of the trade deadline from Detroit? Jonathan Berggren. Every single year. You know who could use a change of scenery? Vlad Tarasenko. You could match the value of what they have. They're offering, I think, a depth defenseman and Norris. Norris is a second-line player. You have the at least equal compensation. And if you want to throw in a draft pick there, you can do that too.
Sweeten the deal, top it. I mean, we've been talking about Cousins for a while here. And it'd be disappointing to see him go elsewhere. I mean, I've discovered this when it comes to trade talk, is we can like a player, and an organization could say, his skill set doesn't fit like what we're trying to do, even if he has been a 30-goal scorer. He might not do the things that they want as a player, but at the end of the day, this would be something to build a little bit of momentum towards, of another talented young player who, at one point, we were talking about the Red Wings drafting him. And I feel like that was only a couple drafts ago. Was that the same draft that they got Sider? Did he go the next pick?
Cousins
Am I wrong?
did,
Yeah. Saad in Rochester, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Saad.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing today?
Okay.
So, I mean, we can't win games when we're letting in 4 goals on 15, 16 shots. Goaltending is an issue. Our defense is an issue. It's about time that we start swinging for the fences. He's got to go out there and go get a Bennington for a goalie, or even a Gibson, just to try to stabilize that end for a little bit.
Bennington looks like he'd be a great acquisition for a team that's trying to win it all this year. I don't think that's the Red Wings. He's a big game goalie. He was in the Four Nations. I mean, he won a Game 7 in Boston. I mean, we're talking about a big game goalie. I just don't know that he makes sense in Detroit.
Who has the exact same goals against average that Alex Lyon has this year.
But I'd love him in a big game.
Okay, I guess.
Exactly. Rather take them than Lyon in the big game.
Gibson, Gibson may be the guy if you can get him, but.
Well, are the big games, the regular season, trying to get into the playoffs, or are the big games only the ones in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, I at his age, I don't know that they're close enough that he would make that much of a difference.
Yeah, I don't. He's had a very pedestrian regular season.
I know.
He's been pedestrian for a couple of years.
And
I'm
yet,
not interested.
He was chosen to be Team Canada's goalie, and I know they got a dwindling pool of goalies, but he was chosen to be Team Canada's goalie in this Four Nations because of his experience, and they thought he would come through, and he did.
Well, they also have the best defenseman in the world playing in front of him too. But I guess you guys are for it. I wouldn't be. I'm not a Bennington fan.
Oh, I'm for it, not for this team. It would be if the Red Wings were close, I'd do it.
Well, they are close. I mean, close to winning a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, they're not.
If they're close to winning a Stanley Cup, the goaltending is not the problem.
But Bennington is a team closer. Bennington makes sense. But anyway, Saad, what was your other point?
If Steve Yzerman wasn't named Steve Yzerman, he was someone else, he would have been fired last season in my eyes.
I mean,
the guy
maybe
the guy drafts great. as far as putting a roster together, there's a lot of question marks. A lot of question marks.
I think, obviously the Wallman thing is stinging today because he was traded for first-round pick last night, and the Red Wings basically gave him away. In fact, they encouraged him to go away by sending a draft pick as well, just to get his salary off the books. So bad. And that looks bad. The other thing that looks really bad for Yzerman is waiting before you fire Newsy Lalonde. Like, did you wait too long? Had it been done a few weeks earlier, had it been done beginning of the season, then you've got, McClellan for the whole year. Are the Red Wings totally different out of the gate? Are they at least in a better position? I mean, if McClellan's the coach to start the season, are the Red Wings 5 points better? Are they 10 points better? Because that's firmly in a playoff position.
I would think that they would be, and ultimately that might be what undermines this season as much as anything. They waited too long, but once they made the move, if it keeps them from being, they make the playoffs, then okay, glad he made the move. The reality is when I watch this thing and you look at the patterns in this kind of playoff, you want to be a 3 seed or better. If you really want to consider yourself a contender, you want to be a 3 seed or better. You don't want to be one of the wild card teams. Wild card teams can do it. Usually they have unique circumstances, but typically the contenders are the teams that get the automatic bids 1, 2, or 3 in their division. And for a minute there, the Red Wings are eyeing being one of those teams. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. This is so depressing, guys. Writes an unnamed texter. Before the Four Nations, they were the hottest team in hockey, and now we're talking about hypothetically selling Patty Kane. Something clearly needs to change. Can't give up on Yzerman, just can't. After watching him play growing up and seeing what he did for Tampa, it's difficult for me to call for his firing. So the thing is, the Dumars comparison was brought up, right? And there's a Harbaugh comparison. Eventually, he got it right, won a natty. The Dumars thing, he won a title, was given a right to rebuild it, was unsuccessful, was run out of town. Yzerman won a title somewhere else. Comes back to save our team. It's not working, and, well, it hasn't made enough progress. It doesn't feel like it's made enough progress. It went from really, really bad. They were a terrible hockey team to being a team that's competing for the playoffs, and they're like stuck there. We're stuck as that team competing on the fringes, on the margins of a playoff team.
We're mired in the filth and muck of not being a playoff team.
Looks to me like there hasn't been any real upgrade in talent nor development of young players over the last 3 seasons. They replaced red deck chairs with new red deck chairs and not with high back deck chairs with cup holders and an umbrella. That's from Gary.
Got to have your cup holders.
If there's one thing that this show has brought attention to, it's cup holders.
Yep. Thanks, Dad.
It's a great legacy that you left.
Not enough cup holders. No?
That was at the boat show.
The boat show, like
high pressure salesman, and your dad shut it down because
not enough cup holders.
Yep.
So awesome.
I would love to have known what the salesman said back to that. You don't remember?
I remember the look on his face was like, "What? This was a big boat. This was not a boat. And we weren't looking to buy a boat. This was like a $300,000 boat, a big one. A nice cruiser out there on a bigger lake. And no, that wouldn't have happened. But my dad was just trolling the guy. It was awesome.
Not enough cup holders.
Not enough cup holders, man.
Fantastic. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit sports is uncharted territory. Hockey, basketball, both marching towards the playoffs. And your favorite Twin Peaks Lodge can't wait for you to host all the excitement. The action starts tonight. Hockey in the nation's capital. Follow back up on Saturday and Sunday as basketball out on the West Coast road trip. Why watch your favorite teams play at Twin Peaks? That's easy. They are built for it. It starts with their DNA as they attack every day, creating an adventure you can't live without. As soon as you open the door, the beautiful and personable Twin Peaks girls greet you, and you become witness to wall-to-wall TVs like the ones you see in beer commercials. Take your seat and enjoy the coldest draft beer you've ever had. Pour it at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. Pair it up with American favorites from their scratch kitchen like hand-smashed and seared burgers, hand-cut and breaded order wings and tenders, or treat yourself to the house-cut New York strips. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience. If you're in town for a golf show, well, they're right around the corner, the Livonia location. Come see why. They are the number one sports bar in the country. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Carson Anderson, 97 a ticket. The Wings playing in Washington tonight. Pistons playing Golden State tomorrow. Michigan and Michigan State play on Sunday. Congratulations, Spartan fans out there. Big Ten champions with their win last night at Iowa. Last night in the NBA, another game and another win for the Lakers. LeBron James had 31. Luka had a big night. It is working. Luka had 32. LeBron had 31. Luka had 12 assists. LeBron had 12 rebounds. So, when that trade went down, I think probably the person that was most worked up about it was our guy Kang behind the glass. And, as time passed, Kang started to get borderline emotional. And as time passes and we cross days off the calendar, and the sand passes through the hourglass and perspective sets in. Kang, you are visibly distraught over the Luka Doncic trade. Are you starting to understand it?
No, Doug. It gets worse every day, and I'm not a Mavericks fan. I'm not a Luka fan necessarily. I'm just an NBA fan. And when I saw the trade, you're right. I was maybe overly emotional. Objectively, I just thought it was an insanely stupid trade. And I didn't even care, honestly, from the Lakers' point of view, whether it was going to work this year or not. LeBron's 100. They just handed over the franchise to a 25-year-old superstar, global superstar. And they didn't have to, and they got rid of an often injured 32-year-old power forward and a young shooting guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they had nowhere to go. And the Mavs handed this to him, and I thought this is it was reckless, irresponsible, everything. And ever since then, it's gotten worse. And I'm getting more emotional for no reason because I'm just like, this trade, it just gets infinitely worse every day. And then Anthony Davis gets hurt in the very first game he plays as a Mav. And then Kyrie has to lead the league in minutes played because he's carrying the team by himself. And guess what? He gets hurt and is out for the year. I don't know how much I'm not a Mavs fan, but I feel for that fan base. And you're right, Doug. Every day, I know we're not talking about it, but I turn in and say something to you about. Do you see what Luka did last night?
I know, right? And
why did they trade him?
The thing is, when they made that trade at the time, I said there has to be a moment coming up. Luka's got a torn.
Halkitis.
Yeah, he's got a torn Halkitis. And he's not going to be able to finish the year. Luka's going back to the homeland. Like, he's already told the Mavs this is his last year in the NBA, and it's a big secret. Like, I keep waiting for that moment.
Or the NBA said, please trade him to L.A. We'll take care of it.
I mean, to rationalize, you asked if I gotten any better. I just gotten worse. It's just like now I've thought it's a conspiracy.
Every conspiracy theory known to man, yeah.
Yeah, the Mavs want to move to Vegas. They want to hand Lakers the next superstar. This is all happening. That's why they did it. You know,
congratulations, you got Cooper Flag, and
it is still perplexing
because it doesn't make any sense. It made no sense then. It makes no sense now.
The return, even if you convinced me that you're right, Doug, oh my God, Luka is going to quit basketball after this year. No one knows but us. We got to trade him. Then get the farm. Get the 5 unprotected first-round picks.
That's exactly it. You don't.
What?
If you're going to trade Luka Doncic, you know what you do? You let everybody know, so you get the best offer possible. You don't do this in the middle of the night thing like the Browns heading out to Baltimore or whatever it was. You do it in front of everybody,
dude,
so everybody can bid, and then you know what you'd get? A really impressive haul in return. Anthony Davis is a solid player. He's a great player, right? But on the downside of his career. What else they get? Max Christie out of it? Oh, okay.
Sure.
But that's not getting
it's not market value. You're not
future
getting
all-stars or current all-stars in return, in addition to, like you said, 5 first-round picks or whatever it would be. The compensation should be through the roof for someone like Luka Doncic. And it wasn't. It was just, okay, we traded a player for a player.
To try to win now, which, by the way, the window is closed completely.
Now it's shut.
Nico Harrison said the window was, 2-3 years? Well, this year's done.
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie, it's going to take him 12 months to come back. Anthony Davis might not have played another game as a Maverick. It's over. It's over before it began. And by the way, Luka carried you to the finals last year. It's not like you didn't make the playoffs or anything. Anyway, so I'm doing okay, Doug.
But wait a minute.
I'm fine.
But the GM really likes Anthony Davis.
I'm fine. Yeah, they're buddies.
Yeah, because he knew him from before.
Yeah,
so
they're Nike buddies.
He really likes him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. Ken is in Howell, and he's on 97 with a ticket. Hi, Ken.
Bring up the Nike stuff.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I guess it's more of a question, and you guys have a lot more insight about it than I do. But we keep talking about getting a good goalie in Detroit. I'm not saying that we don't want to upgrade. But, I mean, I think that's more of a Band-Aid than anything. And why aren't we bringing in our treasure chest of Stanley Cup winning goalies and have them come in and coach these players and create more of a legacy of goalies than
than just getting the best goalie on the market. And then, after 2 years, it's done.
So you want to coach these guys up that we have?
That's fine, but I mean, why aren't we bringing in, our home base, right? To help.
Like, what do you mean? Like, have Chris Osgood talk to these guys? Is that what you're saying? Dominic Hasek?
Yeah, like a Chris Osgood, Vernon, Hasek, have them being a goaltending coach because they understand the game and the speed and they have all the advice in the world for these kids, to be great goalies. Why aren't we bringing in that level of a coach?
Are any of them coaches?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. That's probably why.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is we make them a coach, or at least bring them in as an assistant coach or something.
Well, I'm guessing that they, Alex Westland is the goaltending coach for the Red Wings. I'm guessing they like him as a goaltending coach, or they would change it up, and maybe they will. But if you want to, goaltending is definitely the one aspect that you can improve your team the quickest, right?
Yep.
You got a better goaltender. You're giving up fewer goals. You're staying in more games. You have a chance to hang on to leads and win games. There's no question about that. So if you're not going to trade for one, then why not look within your own organization if you think they're ready? If you don't think Sebastian Cossa is ready, if Steve Yzerman says, yeah, I know the reports out of Grand Rapids are that he's still got a lot of work to do, then fine, fair enough. And that may be the case. But what if the reports are, Seabass is actually playing really well, and I think he could give you guys a bump.
So Chris Osgood's awesome on TV. And he's fun to listen to and watch, and I always feel like A, I learned something, and B, I'm entertained, which is really threading the needle. Does he have any interest in coaching? I mean, they could ask. I would suspect that they probably want somebody with a longer track record in coaching at a high level. He is a goaltending and general consultant to the team.
So he's available.
He does play some role. Dominic Hasek might run for president of the Czech Republic. So he seems to have focused on a career in politics. So I'm not quite sure if there's an answer there. Interesting creative idea. Liam is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Call from Illinois. Hi, Liam.
Hi, Doug. Hey, I just wanted to say, I don't know if anyone's brought this up, but we saw the Florida Panthers go on a run a couple years ago to make the Stanley Cup Finals. And where were they sitting in the standings? Do you guys remember?
I think they were the last team in when they did it. Were they the defending? They were the defending champs, and was that right?
No, that was the year before they won the cup. They made it from the help from the Blackhawks because the Penguins lost. Do you guys remember that?
No, but I'll trust you.
Well, they made this. Well, remember when they got in basically the way they were in the same position the Red Wings were. And I bring this up because I just don't understand. I don't think Yzerman is allowed to use that excuse anymore that we're not good enough to make a deal when we just saw the Panthers get in basically in the same position we were, and they made a run to the Stanley Cup Finals. I don't know if they made a move that year to progress to make it to the Cup Finals, but I don't know. I'm tired of Yzerman using that as an excuse that we're not good enough. Why does he always have to wait till the deadline to make a move? Why couldn't he make a move during the 2 7-game winning streaks?
I mean, there was a little move, I guess, to acquire Matthew Tkachuk, if I'm not mistaken.
Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
So here's the thing about Yzerman is I've been told that they have war chested in the past. There were moves they thought they were going to make, and then in the end, at the 11th hour, they lost out. Now, that's not an excuse. That's what happened. Yzerman was prepared to make bigger moves, and in the 11th hour, lost out on some pretty big names. Of course, why? Why did they lose out? Does that fall on Steve? Did somebody else just absolutely blow the socks off a team in a trade or a free agent deal? It's not that he hasn't tried, for what it's worth. He's not sitting on his hands, but he's just lost out. But of course, over the course of time, you have to do something. You have to win, and win at a requisite level that's expected of this proud franchise. and it's flatlined. It's flatlined. Why it's flatlined? I wish I have no idea why 3 straight years. I can't think of a logical reason why 3 straight years at the trade deadline, different coaches, much roster turnover, how it's happened again at the trade deadline. Like their most poorly timed losing streaks and most costly losses come at the trade deadline.
Because is it just as simple as the additions they made to this team through trade or free agency have just been changing out deck chairs as opposed to
maybe,
improving?
yeah, if they're the exact same team. But what's weird is if they're in terms of overall talent, why does it always show up at this time of year? Why is it at the worst at this time of year?
I have to believe that's just coincidence, but it is odd that it's the third year now that this has happened where you've had a collapse at the deadline.
All right, coming up next hour, we're going to have a little bit of a taste test, something we're very excited about. And Gator, I guarantee you, I will have the most fascinating NFL mock draft that you've seen yet.
Wow.
I guarantee it.
Okay.
We will get to that today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. There was an era where today was like the most exciting day of the NHL regular season. Trade deadline?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Get to the late 90s, into the early 2000s.
Pre-cap. And the truth is, I like cap leagues. I really do. The disparity in baseball is discouraging, and there are players that many teams aren't a player for. The bidding goes between the same 4 or 5 organizations all the time for the high-end talent. It is a system that's set up that is, it's just frustrating. You can every once in a while be one of those players in terms of, expending that kind of money. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Chicago teams, Texas.
The best thing and the worst thing to happen to the NHL was that work stoppage. It was the worst thing. You hate to see the league stop. The best thing for the NHL was to have the work stoppage, so they gave them the pause and they could figure it out and come out with a plan that made absolute sense.
Yep.
Restart everything. You got a salary cap in place. The salary cap is directly tied to the revenues of the league, so it's going to be a business model that will always work.
And it feels like what we're likely to see today is that the Red Wings make a subtle move. I'd love to see him get a younger player long term. It has nothing to do with a typical trade deadline move. It looks like Dylan Cousins. That hasn't been finalized, right? The story about him maybe going to Ottawa and Ottawa sending Josh Norris to Buffalo. But there's other things, percolating out there, but very little of it seems to have to do with the Detroit Red Wings. What is it, ratting into Dallas?
That's the rumor.
Yeah, so we'll continue to monitor it, pass along trade deadline at 3 o'clock today. Let's just hope at the end of the day we aren't all sitting around talking about what are we going to do with these future considerations. Let's do something, please. If it's harder to justify with the 4-game losing streak, very disheartening that it's happened again. All right, Gator, I promised, and I just saw this from a beat writer. NFL draft, mock draft. It's from M Live and from Corey Woods. I'm just going to work my way down to the Lions. We're not going to do who would you take.
Okay.
All right. But here's what Corey Woods writes. He's got Tennessee Titans at 1, taking Cam Ward. Abdul Carter going to the Cleveland Browns at 2. Travis Hunter to the Giants at 3. Other interesting picks, Mason Graham to Jacksonville at 5. That's very popular. Shador to the Vegas Raiders at 6. Will Johnson of Michigan to the Jets at 7. Kenneth Grant to Carolina at 8.
Wow, that's a little high.
Ashton Genty to the Bears at 10. Mike Green to the 49ers at 11. Yeah.
And Genty going to the Bears. I don't like that either.
No. Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State, going to the Colts at 14. Derek Harmon, former Spartan and Oregon Duck, going to Cincinnati at 18.
Seems high.
Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, going to Seattle out of Texas A&M at 18. Cincinnati was 17. I might have said 18. Colston Loveland from Michigan going to the Chargers at 22. Donovan Ezeuruko, the edge rusher from Boston College, going to Green Bay at 23. Gray Zabel, interior offensive lineman, Nodak State, going to the Rams at 26. James Pierce Jr., edge rusher, Tennessee, going to Baltimore at 27. The Lions are on the clock. And the pick is in, and with the 28th pick, the Detroit Lions select JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State. I said this was going to be the most fascinating NFL mock you've ever heard. Have I lived up to that billing yet?
I don't know if it's fascinating. I think I don't like it.
Okay, let me read what he wrote.
Yeah.
Lions 28, edge JT Tuimoloau. Expect the Lions to enter and win the Myles Garrett sweepstakes. Regardless, adding
I'm sorry, did you say enter and win?
Expect the Lions to enter and win the Myles Garrett sweepstakes.
Myles Garrett. And still pick at 28? What?
So this mock draft, and I hope our guy over there, I hope Corey Woods at M Live knows something, because that has the Lions walking away with Myles Garrett and keeping their first-round pick.
But what else did he write about the pick, Doug?
The 6'5", 269-pounder, recorded 61 tackles, 35 solo, 12.5 sacks, 3 passes defended. He's a versatile pass rusher with elite blend of size and strength, quickness, and football IQ. Tuimoloau sets hard edges against the run, preventing backs from bouncing outside. He has room to grow as a pass rusher, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, the first sentence was, expect the Lions to enter and win the Myles Garrett sweepstakes. More, beyond Tuimoloau's skill set, speaking with him at the Combine reinforced that he fits the Lions' locker room culture. He simply wants to play football, contribute however he can, and be a part of the team. Again, the first sentence was, expect the Lions to enter and win the Myles Garrett sweepstakes. Mr. Anderson, I see your hand in the air. Let me finish, please. Tuimoloau checks a lot of boxes for the Lions defense and needs another playmaker alongside Aiden Hutchinson. Mr. Anderson, with your hand up in the back of the room, yes.
Thank you.
Good to see you awake in class today.
It's good to be awake for now. I was just curious how the Lions go about trading for Myles Garrett and they don't give up a first-round pick in this year's draft to do so. How does that work? Does he offer up what the trade is? No?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mr. Anderson still has a question in the back of the room.
So if the Lions end up with Myles Garrett in this trade and the 28th pick, what's the logic behind adding another edge rusher with the 28th pick?
Well, let me answer this the following. I don't care what the logic is.
The fact it's the first sentence that matters. Oh, expects the Lions to compete and win. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Enter and win.
Enter and win the sweepstakes for Myles Garrett. I think that is ludicrous.
Does he actually think it's the actual sweepstakes that you just enter?
Right. You get a big check at the front door.
Dude, so me and Doug are reading this morning, Gator.
I'll take the lump sum payout.
Right? And I'm like, okay, well, did he write a story on this to further elaborate his thoughts on why they would win it? Because didn't have to be this year's first-round pick. Maybe it's a bunch of future first-round picks, whatever. There is nothing else.
So here's what I will just say. I hope our guy knows. I hope he's got deep intel on this, and is writing from a place that is, he's got the real scoop on this one.
Just to finish up out of curiosity, this is merely curiosity at this point.
Okay,
who are the players taken after Tuimoloau?
Ohio State tackle Josh Simmons goes to the Commanders at 29. Ole Miss defensive lineman Walter Nolan goes to Buffalo at 30. Minnesota tackle Ariante Ursere goes to Kansas City at 31. And one moment, please. Philadelphia takes Georgia edge rusher Mike Cal Williams at 32.
Okay. I was just curious to see what was taken after. I mean, if I'm going to dare to dream, if I'm going to dream big, that this is actually a possibility.
Dude.
Because Corey Woods is saying they enter and win the sweepstakes for Myles Garrett, which I think is ludicrous. But hey, okay, dare to dream. And hang on to the 28th pick. Somehow hang on to it. It wasn't drafting for Cleveland. That was, you get to hang on to it.
Yeah.
Well, then I want to dream bigger than just going for the edge rusher. I want to add something else that makes more sense. So
that was something, huh?
Was Gray Zabel gone by that point?
What's that?
Was Zabel gone by that point?
He went a couple of picks beforehand, yeah. Gray Zabel went to the Rams at 26. So
no, you know what? I think, Doug, this is one of the times when you make a statement like this is the most fascinating mock draft that you've seen.
Did I oversell it?
I don't think you oversold it.
Okay.
I don't think you oversold it. In fact, I think you sold it perfectly.
Yep.
Yeah. You start off with the JT Tuimoloau or whatever it is. Did I throw an extra low in there?
Yeah, you did.
JT Tuimoloau. Okay, I don't like the player. I don't like the pick. No. But then you read and say that enter and win the Myles Garrett sweepstakes, and okay, fair enough. Now, and to Kang's point, I don't want to tell Corey Woods how to do his job, but I think we all kind of demand a follow-up
to,
article of something here. What is it? What exactly is your your trade proposal? How does this work where Cleveland gives him up to the Lions without getting that first-round pick in return? I'm just curious. And does this mean that they don't sign Aiden Hutchinson to an extension, or what are we talking about here?
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, look, we don't spend a whole lot of time going. I want to be
Or
clear
looking
on
at
this.
mock drafts, so we don't do that.
Well, we don't spend a whole lot of time going after members of the media.
I'm not going after
I
them.
want to make
I
it
like
clear
this
we're
is-
not doing that.
No,
I
not
want
at
more.
all.
I want more.
I
Please
want
tell
more.
me. But I want to hear the logic behind that. That's all.
I think the reason I want to give that disclaimer is everybody. I don't want it to be misinterpreted that way. I hope this guy really knows something. It'd be freaking awesome if he did, because this seems to me like it'd be an extraordinarily difficult trick to pull off. But hey, man, I'm here for it.
Jeremy Fowler reporting the Texans are releasing guard Shaq Mason.
Okay.
So
A lot of
it's
teams, a lot of movement to get under the
lots going on. So
to
that's a
get under
guard,
the
and the
salary cap for the league.
Washington's
new league year.
Washington is releasing Jonathan Allen, defensive tackle. So there's more and more players going to be available before the tampering period begins.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We got a taste test because in studio we have the banana bread Pop-Tarts. And we are going to actually taste test them today at 12:35. We've heard of these things. You weren't able to find them. I wasn't looking for them, but I'm willingly going to go in. Kang, you as well. 12:35 for that. If you want to watch, you can stream on twitch.tv. We will describe them as best we can. We hear nothing but great things. Came up on Are You Going to Eat That? We'll follow up today at 12:35. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
I'm sorry, was that audible?
Yeah.
Just a missed opportunity, perhaps. And that is that the trade that we thought, well, it was rumored to go down maybe about half an hour or 45 minutes ago or so. Apparently, Dylan Cousins has been traded from Buffalo to Ottawa.
Good young quality center.
Along with Dennis Gilbert, and looks like a second-round pick in the 2026 draft, for Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Decker. So we talked about Josh Norris.
Yep.
Solid younger player, kid from Oxford. And Dylan Cousins is a solid young forward, and maybe a little bit disappointed that he hasn't been what people thought he was, but he's still a good player. He's just not this, all-star looking forward just yet.
These are two young players that have both had 30-goal seasons, Josh Norris and Dylan Cousins. And change of scenery might do them both good. Apparently that scenery is not going to be Detroit.
No, it's not. And yes, Dylan Cousins was taking the pick directly after Mo Sider. I'm very happy with the Mo Sider pick. That's just fine. But did the Red Wings miss out? Could they have gotten something done? Obviously, Buffalo wanted player or players in return because they've been mired in futility for 14 years and not making the playoffs. They're tired of having these top picks and not going anywhere. Let's move around. Let's get players. Could the Red Wings have offered up a package of players that would have made sense? Kenny had offered up. He said, what about Tarasenko and Jonathan Berggren? I don't know if that would have been enough. Kenny also said throw in a pick, too, if you have to. And that probably would have helped to sweeten the deal if they could have done something like that. Still not sure that would get that done because it's like Tarasenko hasn't done much with the Red Wings. Berggren is potential, whereas, the player that they got is already kind of established.
Let's get back to your open line calls. D is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, D.
What they do, fellas? DK, Gator Kane. Man, I'm so glad it's Friday. Plus, we moving them clocks forward Sunday, Saturday night, Sunday morning, whatever you want to call it. We moving them clocks forward.
You like that?
I love it when they get dark at 8:00, 8:30, bro.
All right.
Get out there on the grill. But hey, bro, check this out, man. Me and my homies at work, we are having a heated discussion. And I mean heated. On a Friday, bro, on a payday. Check this out. The Thompson twins, my first point, no identical twins ever are exactly alike. They don't do things alike. Some of them act differently. They are never identical. I don't care if they are identical twins. The Thompson twins, fellas, I need your help on this.
Yep.
I feel we got the wrong Thompson twin. And I don't say that in no disrespectful manner because I love what Azul is doing. But his brother, bro, it seemed like every time I turn on Sports Center, he making highlight plays. You know what? I just feel like the Houston twin is the better offensively. They both are similar on the defensive end. They hop out the gym. They got long limbs, and they move their feet when they play defense. That's what I love about both of them. But that guy in Houston, bro, it just seemed like his offensive game is a step above Azul. Do you agree with me?
Well, I would say this. He's further along because he's had a chance to play. I mean, Asar Thompson did have a blood clot issue, correct?
Yep.
So he missed a lot of time, and his brother went the pick ahead of the Pistons.
Yeah,
so it's not like they had their choice of the two. They got the second one. And if you've watched him lately, God, I love watching Asar Thompson play. I think he's got a ton of potential. And as far as the twins thing is concerned, the Sedin twins in hockey, those guys were pretty much the same player.
Hey, Gator, don't get me wrong. I love Azul Thompson now. I'm just saying, bro, to me, I could be wrong, bro. It might sound like I'm complaining.
It kind of does. It kind of does. But at the end of the day, look, Asar has such a high ceiling. There's really, the sky's the limit for this kid. Yeah, the other Thompson twin is more far along, and that's okay. I mean, it is what it
I'm
is.
not complaining. I love the Stamford Twin. I love Holland, bro. And I just want to say one more thing, bro.
Yeah.
Detroit, the whole state of Michigan, can we get behind this team a little bit more like we did the Lions, bro? Please, because we be having a lot of empty seats down at LCA, bro.
Oh, wait. They're top 10. They're top 10 in attendance in the NBA. Well, I will say this, D.
Paid attendance.
What's that?
Paid attendance.
Yeah.
I mean, you go to a game, you'll see it's a little different than that. But
Well, I'll tell you this. I don't want to do. Straight up, when we talk Pistons, we get almost no calls, and we've tried. We've tried very hard, and so I'd love to see it, but we've also learned our lesson a long time ago, not to force feed a topic that gets little traction. So I am hoping as this season goes on, they keep winning. It'd be great to get a win at Golden State on Saturday night. Every time you do something to draw more people in, we keep going back to that well, hoping that the response is there. So I hear you, D. I hear you. 248-539-9797. Simon is next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Simon.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Hey.
I got a Lions point and a Wings point. With the Lions, well, Doug, you definitely delivered. That was a fascinating mock draft.
that was fascinating, right? Ain't lying.
Trying to maybe see. I mean, the MLive beat reporter, he didn't unpack the trade. Maybe possibly trying to see things from the Browns' perspective. Here's the thing: we wouldn't really expect the Browns to be crazy like a fox. I think we typically just expect them to be crazy.
That's true.
With that said, I'm wondering if they ended up maybe accepting a delayed gratification in terms of, okay, your 2 first-round picks, we'll take 27 and 28 or 28 and 29 because that's when the Lions will crap out record-wise.
I mean, I guess if you're looking to get the best value, you don't want, and you're giving Myles Garrett to the Lions, you feel like you're handing the Lion, you're basically painting yourself into a corner to having a very late first-round pick. That's what you're taking. So you're right. There might be some delayed gratification to that.
So that was my main thing with that. Getting to the Wings, I mean, obviously a lot of people have been expressing dissatisfaction with Stevie, and I mean, I'm aggravated as well. I even remember back in 20, that stretch where they hit bottom of the barrel. I was like, man, by 24 they have to make the playoffs. That's an appropriate pivot point in terms of their trajectory to becoming a title contender. Obviously, last year they fell short, not because of the tiebreaker, but because they forgot March existed. But so yeah, I mean the aggravation just keeps growing. Realistically, I mean he's not going to be let go this year, and I think we could be okay with that. Still give him a chance, but no, we definitely have to see tangible progress. But I will say to all my fellow fans, if we get to the point where that seat, the hot seat level is at a 3 or a 4 or whatever, is like he's got to go. There's no point of us saying that punitively. I mean, we have to come up with options. Actually, I even tried yesterday, although it didn't work. I guess I didn't spoon feed Google properly enough. I was curious who are the best available GMs, and apparently Google doesn't recognize available.
Yeah, I got to tell you.
I mean, we can't just.
I haven't even gotten that far yet of a potential replacement. This could be the bring back the legend, and it sucks. It didn't work out. His name, does that buy him time? I mean, probably. The Stanley Cup on his resume as an executive buys him time too.
Yes.
But technically that's not even on his resume.
True, he built that team.
Right.
But yeah, he built a team that won a cup. No, I hear you.
He built that team up pretty well.
Yep.
Did he leave it in better shape than when he got there?
Yes.
And left to come to Detroit. So
I just looked down at Twitch. Mike writes in, this guy's in a bad place. Yeah, that previous caller sounded down, man. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, we're going to do our Banana Bread Pop-Tarts taste test at 12:35. If you want to watch, log on to Twitch or YouTube and search up 971 a ticket. And I think there's hope for this one, even for me. When you guys said that, when we talked about this on the air we'll set it up in a minute. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, Detroit, do you want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you'll know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. It's all part of their promise to you. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today and get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. It's open lines. It's Carson Anderson. It's 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. We'll revisit the Trey Hendrickson news coming up today at 12:50 because there's something else to add to the conversation. In the meantime, let's go to Ryan in Clarkston. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
What's going on, guys? I just want to talk some more Stevie Y.
Yeah.
I think one thing people aren't keeping in mind with the NHL is that when you're an NHL team and you're good and you have good players, you're good for a decade. And NHL teams don't trade their good players. You don't hear about blockbuster trades in the NHL. When you have a good team, you keep them. That's why Edmonton's been good forever. That's why Tampa Bay's been good forever. You know, all the good teams that have been good forever because they have the good guys.
Well, but
The
Edmonton,
Wings are
but
lacking a whole first line.
Edmonton hasn't won a Stanley Cup and have had all those guys, and that's what ultimately you're playing for.
Absolutely, and obviously, we're not even talking about winning a Stanley Cup right now. We're talking about getting in the playoffs.
Good.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you're listing off the teams, and Edmonton has been a team that had great regular seasons and has not translated into postseason success.
Absolutely. You got a 1 in 32 shot, at that point to get in there to win the whole thing. But I'm not sure if we're looking at firing anybody in Edmonton because they're not winning the cup, right? But I feel like people are starting to put Yzerman on this hot seat, and it's like this guy's getting dealt a bunch of 8s and 9s. Like, he's not getting a good pick. There's no one out there to pick up. I can't name one person he's missed out on. Is there some big trade that happened that he wasn't able to get a guy that was an actual difference maker?
Well, I will say they did war chest for some difference makers and came up short. Now, the question is why? Did they not offer enough money? Did they not offer enough compensation in trade? There were moves in the past that I kind of felt like, the Stamkos is the one that comes to a lot of people's minds, but there's also other guys that I've been told that they thought they were going to get this guy, that guy. And at the end of the day, it's not their job to come close. It's their job to win some of those battles. And it just feels like losing those battles is now sort of being presented as they're being patient and believing in their guys. And I just don't know that that's what it is. I hope so. I hope he's right. I hope in the end we're going to go, all this waiting was worth it because, look, Pelika and Nate Danielson and Kosa are the backbone of this team that's going to the next level.
I kind of feel like the Stamkos is kind of like Kane. Like, if we would have gotten Stamkos, he's kind of the same as Kane. He's an older player. He's good, but he's not going to be the guy that's winning you the Stanley Cup. He'd be a good compliment.
Might be a guy getting you in the playoffs, yeah.
For sure, but at the same point, are we really celebrating a playoff berth in a first
Actually,
round
this year
loss?
I might. I hear you.
It's been a minute.
Because here's what happens. If you make the playoffs, then people might be a little bit more inclined to come here. They might be.
As free agents. Well, so that's why trading for somebody is a way to go because you're not dependent on the free agency part of it. So that's a way to go, not the way to go. But, I think there have been some missteps along the way, but maybe the biggest misstep was the coaching thing.
Yep.
Hanging on too long to Dirk Lalonde. Great guy, awesome guy, but not the right coach for this team. And you can say that because McClellan's gotten the results. Now, they're in the midst of a 4-game losing streak right now. And it comes at a horrible, horrible time. Fortunately, losing 4 straight games where you don't get points in 4 straight games has not killed them in the standings. It hasn't taken them out of the running. They're still in the thick of it. They play tonight against Washington. If they win that game, there's 2 points, and boom, they're right back in it. They'd be tied for the first wild card spot. So it's not. Everything isn't doom and gloom right now because if you watched the game last night, you saw the team played. There were times in this, wow, they looked like they were back. Give it the early first period goal, and then they really came on.
Yep. All right. Are you going to eat? That's a segment we do every once in a while. And we brought up the banana bread Pop-Tarts a couple weeks ago. I made the comment at the time that I like actually banana stuff. And Kang, you said, what about like that banana flavor?
Because it's not a real banana flavor. It's their banana flavor.
Exactly. I like that too.
And you like it.
I actually do.
He likes it.
Not, yeah. So I actually have some hopes for this one. For me personally, I will occasionally grab the Pop-Tart. And we need to thank, it was Officer Matt in Madison Heights.
Yes.
Who dropped off a box of the banana bread Pop-Tarts to us yesterday. We decided to save him for the air. Gator's got a package right now. He is opening. Kang and Kenny have him behind the glass. And I will try and not touch one of these. So we each have one now. one of the banana bread Pop-Tarts.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'll ask after.
It smells delicious.
That smells good.
It smells like banana bread.
Like banana bread.
That is an accurate description. So far, it's living up to the name. Gator, why don't you go first?
Okay.
I think you're probably anticipating this moment more than any of the rest of us.
You wanted this, my
Yep.
friend.
Gator takes a bite.
He's actually went and looked for it and couldn't find it.
Yep.
And just
Here it comes through the banana flavor.
The banana flavor comes through.
Is it real banana flavor or is it fake banana?
Oh, it's an amazing artificial banana flavor.
Oh, this doesn't sound like you. Are you not liking it?
No, I'm
No,
liking
he's
it.
just describing the flavor.
I don't want to taint what you guys have to say about it.
Okay. I think Kenny should go next. I'm giving to Kenny. I think is the second most gluttonous and unhealthy of us.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can I break it open through the middle?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Start in the middle?
absolutely.
'Cause that's usually how I would eat a
No,
Pop
it's just
Tart.
normally I break pieces apart. This time I just went right at
Yeah.
it.
All right, Kenny, go ahead. Kenny is breaking it in half and biting into a middle portion of the banana bread Pop-Tart. And now he is sampling.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He likes it. Kang, why don't you go ahead?
Here we go.
Yep. First bite from Kang. And?
It's good, man.
Okay.
I like it.
I'm getting some sort of vibes off this.
Before you do it, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Not tell you. I would ask you. It's a suggestion.
Yep.
Break it in half and have a piece from the middle.
Okay. The way Kenny did it?
Yeah.
All right.
There's a major difference between having it from the middle versus having it
All
from
right.
the edge.
I broke it in half, and I will take a bite right now.
Oh. That's Giddy Doug.
This is not like when he had bologna.
No, this is not like they have bologna. Looks like direct opposite.
This is fantastic.
Oh.
I pick and choose very carefully about.
Very carefully.
And I am in on these. These are.
You like them?
I get a bit of a graham cracker feel.
Yeah,
with
there
the,
is.
Yep.
Mhm.
But with that banana flavoring.
You know why he likes it, Gator? He thinks there's real potassium in here.
I will say this. I like this a lot. I think it appeals to Doug because it's not overly sweet.
It really pushes the envelope of what I would say is too sweet.
To me, it's not even close to being overly sweet. That's why I said try a piece in the middle. My first bite was on the outside, and it was a little chalky, as Pop-Tarts are when you get on the outside.
Yeah, we did not toast these, by the way.
Yeah, I prefer mine toasted usually, but this is fine.
So when you go to the middle and you get a lot of that filling, that's where you start to taste it. It's not. I mean, the icing on the top of it's fine.
Well, I had a question about that.
Yeah.
Did you guys go frosting on the bottom or frosting on the top? Like when you put it, like when you ate it, took your first bite.
My thumb is on the bottom. I go frosting on top.
Okay, see, I went frosting to the tongue.
My answer to your question is I don't know. I
Oh,
don't know
you
what
just-
I
you
did.
had no idea?
I have no idea what I did.
You
I
blacked
just
out
took
or
a-
what?
I took a bite, yeah.
But it is artificial banana flavoring.
Yeah, it's gone.
There's no doubt.
But it tastes fine.
I like
Tastes
these
good.
enough that I might buy a box of these next year. That's how much I like them.
Next year.
I've had my one for this year.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn good, though.
Right? Doug's done for the, I mean, you know.
But you had one. They're two come in a pouch. You would normally finish a full pouch, right?
No,
I sometimes do, yeah.
No, the other one he's going to put in the middle of his kitchen island and let it brown and go bad.
Actually, what I could do is put.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug.
Well done.
Gatorhead, we're right over Gator's head.
And then make some bread out of it.
Yeah, I might want to. If I might put one in the freezer, but that's good.
I would say, for me, in the terms of past Pop-Tart flavors, there was one flavor I had years ago. And I was covering a press conference for John L. Smith at Michigan State. And
can't wait to hear where this is going.
This was a time where they actually had the press conferences were done in one of the halls, the residence halls. And so there was like a store at the bottom. So when I had some time to kill, I bought some Pop-Tarts that they had and like, Diet Pepsi or something like that. The Pop-Tart then was the French toast Pop-Tart. To me, that's the standard. Can you be better than a French toast Pop-Tart? I like this a lot. This is not as good as the French toast Pop-Tart to me, but this is probably top 3 flavors of Pop-Tart.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
I think this is 4 thumbs up. Thank you, Matt, Officer Matt.
Yeah,
from
thank you
Madison
very
Heights.
much. Thank you very much. And look, I can't find French toast Pop-Tarts anymore, so this is probably
Gator openly trolling for someone to drop off French toast.
I don't know if they. I honestly don't know if they make them. I don't think they make them.
Yeah, but also
Officer
Gator.
Matt, the ball's in your
But
court.
I'm just saying, yeah. If you know where I can score something,
We're all
great.
ignoring something here.
Yeah.
Doug likes it.
Dude, I do.
Yeah, Doug likes it enough to maybe get a box next year.
Yeah, that's me. That's on me, though. I think.
No, I'm just saying, does this mean it's going away?
Oh,
I don't want it to go away.
No.
That's a good point.
Oh, crap.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, he hasn't bought it yet.
You know what? You're right. If he's not actively looking for it,
Yeah,
maybe
he's
all
not
right,
buying.
okay.
We're okay
All right,
right now.
all right, we're
But
good.
I have to ask, do you enjoy the Mexican restaurant on the border?
Yes.
Oh, of course you do, because that's going out of business.
Hey, do you own any Show Some gear yet? Trust me, Show Some athletic apparel is awesome workout gear. I've got some. I love it. I promise. What's the old saying? March comes in like a lion. Be a lion and attack your exercise goals and do it in Show Some athletic apparel's Grit line. Show Some just made it available again for a limited time. The Grit line comes in limited edition blue, silver, and black high-performance workout shirts and hoodies with a big grit right across the chest. Show Some is built on respect for hard work and good, fair competition. Use the discount code GRIT at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Free agency starts Monday, and we haven't really gotten into what could be on the table. I think if you can go to the top of the free agency list and go, are these guys in play? Given the Lions' track record, probably not, but who could be the bargains that turn out to be really good signings? We've got a few here. One of them I'm starting to like more and more and more. And another position I almost white flag it on when it comes to free agency. We'll get to that at 102-248-539-9797. Speaking of the Lions, we have Vegas odds now on Trey Hendrickson's next team. Trey Hendrickson's next team.
Okay. I don't know if they're going to have enough cap space to include Trey Hendrickson and Myles Garrett.
The Lions sign Hutch to an extension, trade for Trey Hendrickson, and trade for Myles Garrett. Who's stopping that team?
While hanging on to your 28th pick.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Doug.
Do you think the Lions are in play here?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What do you think the odds are?
I would imagine they're in the top 3 teams to acquire him.
Kang, what about you? Do you think the Lions are in play here?
They will have odds, and I'm going to go top 5 Gator.
Okay.
I don't feel as confident as top 3.
The favorite to land Trey Hendrickson at 3-2, the Washington Commanders.
They got money.
Second at 3-1, the Chicago Bears.
No. I'm sorry. Is that allowed?
Third at 5-1.
Here go Gator.
Come on.
The Green Bay Packers.
No.
Fourth at 6-1, the Atlanta Falcons.
Wow.
And fifth at 7-1, the Indianapolis Colts.
Yep, not even.
All right.
Not even.
Until I see a video with Lucy Burge talking about it, I'm just not going to buy it.
You're not going to see one of those, I don't think.
Jeez. New England is 9-1. They're 6th. Dallas is 18-1. They're 7th. The Chargers are 22-1. They're 8th. The Vikings and Giants are both 28-1. They are 9th and 10th.
I got a value add here. What do you got? Okay.
Buffalo and Denver and Vegas are all 33-1.
Someone wants my dollar.
And at 40-1, the Titans, the Buccaneers, Seahawks, San Francisco, Miami, Kansas City, Arizona, and Detroit.
Do you by chance, I know, because I know how these, I haven't looked, I didn't see this email, but have you seen one similar regarding Myles Garrett? Teams to land Myles Garrett?
I have not, but let me look.
And I'm curious to see if the Lions show up on that list of teams, which I imagine they do, but how does that compare with the list for Trey Hendrickson? Because I would think Trey Hendrickson is easier to acquire with less draft capital. And the fact that, we got the Dan Campbell connection, I would imagine it would be easier to land Hendrickson than it would be to land Myles Garrett. But those are long odds, my friend.
Yep. I'm going to have to do some searching here to find out what they might be. But we're not at the top of the list. Doesn't mean it's impossible. But you're gonna put $1 down?
Yeah, I think it's
I think it's worth it.
Sure.
Go for it. Rodney and Westland, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Rodney.
How you doing, guys?
We're good, thank you.
I just want to ask both of you, how would you feel with Jake Wallman and atmosphere back on this team right now?
Better?
Yeah. Did you see what Everton gave up to get Jake Wallman?
This is a story that's never going to go away.
We talked about it all 3 hours of the show. It's come up, yeah.
Well, I did know.
It's okay.
Yeah,
That's all right.
a first-round draft choice.
Yep.
It's time for Yzerman to go. Look at Jim Valino. We've had him 3 or 4 years. He's not produced like he has.
Joe Valeno?
So Yzerman's good at drafting. But as far as putting a team together, how long? This time next year, we're going to be talking about the same thing in the Yzerman.
So, Rodney, what do you want to happen?
If he doesn't do it, he just missed out on Cousins. So if he doesn't come up with now and he don't make the playoffs, it's time for him to go. I love Yzerman, but it's time for him to go.
Well,
and,
you just said if he doesn't make the playoffs, and certainly the season's not over, and other teams around him continue to lose. It does not look promising. They've picked a really crappy time to lose 4 games in a row. First sort of crisis under McClellan, but I'm not particularly encouraged at this point.
Nope. And it's, sorry, everybody loves Yzerman. He was a great player. He did okay with Tampa, but it's been long enough. It's like Ken Holland made so many bad, signings. And he did, Yzerman did with Kopp, and what's the other one? Kopp starts with, I can't think of the other one. He got injured. Yeah, Copper. He's made some, and Petrie. Past his prime. It's time for Yzerman, for another GM to try to do it. He should have changed coaches last year. So all those things add up.
Yeah, all Ken Holland did was win 4 Stanley Cups, but I understand what you're saying.
Tarasenko is the one that really bothers me, just because for the reasoning is I don't know that there was a market for him, and when I talked to people in the league, that doesn't seem like it's a very good move.
He feels like a player that they really thought could benefit from a change of scenery and getting a chance to play here.
Yeah.
And if I'd have to go back and look at his game log, but does it seem like they've been showcasing him a little bit? Like he's gotten a lot of ice time
giving him more
lately.
ice time before the trade deadline?
Like a ton of ice time lately. I could be wrong. It's just in games I watched, Doc. But he's a guy who's got 17 points in 60 games. It's a disappointment. But looking at his game log, his time on the ice in the 3 games in March, he's averaged 16 and a half minutes. That's up a minute and a half basically from February. And same, he had the same numbers basically in January.
Yep.
It just feels that way. He started the season in October. He averaged 13 minutes and 42 seconds of ice time. You would have thought it would have been higher than that, and it wasn't. And now he's up to 16 and a half minutes a game in his last 3 games.
This is a very, very frustrating stretch here.
Yeah.
Honestly, the most bizarre thing is 3 years in a row, trade deadline, they've fallen apart right at the trade deadline. And it's a different group of players, different coaching, same thing.
Yeah, I understand the frustration of the caller. I think all Red Wing fans are frustrated with this. Yeah. And Yzerman is, when we talk about the heated seat level, I think it's on 2. I think it's strongly on 2. And if this team doesn't make the playoffs this year, it probably goes to 3.
It's
and you got
3,
an off season that let's see what happens, and then we'll see what happens, I guess. But I'm still very hopeful that this team can make the playoffs. I don't think anybody has separated themselves from this pack that's vying for the final 2 spots. So the Red Wings are right there with everybody. They're still right there. They literally can win tonight and find themselves on the top spot of the wild card.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Doug.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's really not fair to get too excited about spring training, right? I mean, there's no reason to it's spring training. There's no reason to get excited. I know the back-to-back home runs was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've seen Lorenzo hit a home run. That's kind of fun. We've seen Jackson Jobe reach close to triple digits on the gun, and he's pitching well. There's no reason to get too carried away, right?
Yep.
Well, tonight's game, the Tigers take on Baltimore, and they play, I think, at 6:05.
Okay.
So, pitching-wise, you just heard in the update that Cater Montero is going to pitch. Casey Mize is also going to pitch.
Okay.
Casey Mize has pitched well.
Yes, he has.
Spring, so interesting there. But Chris McCoskey tweets this out. Heads up, prospect Knicks. Looky who's coming over from minor league camp tonight. So these players getting a chance to get in the game at some point tonight.
Okay.
Eduardo Valencia. Don't really know. Patrick Lee. Don't really know. Kevin McGonigal.
Oh.
Josue Briseño.
Nice.
And Max Clark.
It's happening.
Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah!
So the next obvious question is, will you be able to get your Max Clark jersey in opening day at Comerica Park when he's the starting center fielder?
I mean, obvious, right? That's
the
obvious.
next obvious logical question. Wait a sec. So something that we predicted was going to happen this spring is happening?
From the backfields of Lakeland to the diamonds of the minor league stadiums.
Let's go.
To a spring training game near you. Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, Josue Briseño, among others that will be heading with the Tigers when they take on the Orioles tonight. Things just got saucy.
All right. So he's going to make the club.
So this is, part of their spring breakout schedule that the Major League Baseball has put out.
I thought that didn't start till the 13th.
That's not. No, this is not part of the spring breakout.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure. I think it's.
I just want to make sure. I don't want
No, this is the game that has, like I said, Cater Montero, Casey Mize. They're playing. They're pitching tonight.
So hold on, let me go. I'm ordering my jersey. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Which one are you going to go with?
Ooh, the classic white, dude.
No, but I mean the Clark, McGonigal,
Clark.
or Briseño.
I'm going Clark.
Okay.
And I want no buttons on it. Because that's how he wears it, isn't he? He show a lot of
wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how he rolls. He's out there, man.
Kenny, got a preference in jerseys for Tiger prospects between McGonigal, Clark, and Briseño?
I'm McGonigal for me.
Okay, McGonigal for Kenny. Doug, you're about Max, right?
Yeah, I am. Actually, it's not part of the spring breakout game, too. I just found it. The Tigers play the Braves on Sunday, March 16th, so they may as well leave them up all week.
All week long.
Yep.
I would probably go with the Briseño just to change things up a little bit.
Okay.
I feel like I got on board that train early, so I'm gonna stay on board.
This is what guys do. Claim. He's staking his claim, people. He's staking his claim.
We got it covered. We got all three jerseys.
To Jose.
Josue Briseño.
Yeah. How do you spell that name?
Josue, I believe.
Okay. So speaking of spelling, today I had the challenge of a name that I cannot spell. I tried it 3 different ways. I was typing it up because it was a topic on the show. I was putting together the matrix. And I had to type this in the Trey Hendrickson story. And whether or not he could feasibly come to Detroit, which I still think is a no, but I think somebody will give him the contract he wants. But anyway, Gator, dude, how do you handle Cincinnati?
What do you mean?
How do you handle spelling Cincinnati? Do you have any prayer at spelling Cincinnati?
Yes.
Because I tried 3 different ways today, and I got 3 squiggly red lines underneath it. I cannot. I've talked about the word necessary. I cannot spell the word necessary, and I cannot spell the city Cincinnati. There's 2 N's or 2 T's or 2 N's and 2 T's. I don't know.
Yes. I believe it's C-I-N, Sin, C-I-N-N-A-T-T-I. I believe it's 1 N, then 2 N's, then 2 T's, and 1 I.
Incorrect.
You were so confident, too, man.
Well, I'm trying to do it with my eyes closed. If I just type it in.
Well, if you type it in.
I'm sorry. It's a 1 T, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's actually literally how I typed it in. I don't know why I said 2. Okay.
Cincinnati, I got no shot at.
I got it.
Yeah, you got
When
it.
I type it. When I type it. Yeah.
If you were in the spelling bee, you would not advance.
But understand this. Do you guys, how is it much more difficult for you to say it out loud than it is to just go to it? Like, for me, I have the hard time of visualizing it compared to if I'm, working my fingers on a typewriter. I do type it correctly, but saying it out loud is tough for me if I'm not typing it. Does that make sense to you?
No.
I would be horrible in a spelling bee, even though I'm a pretty good speller.
Well,
because I have to do it without being able to write it.
I can't spell Cincinnati, and I know it. And I've tried.
But you're admittedly a bad speller.
I'm not a great speller, no.
I'm not a great speller. I'm a good speller.
Evidence might suggest otherwise.
I'm not a good reciter. This is not a...
Anyway, I was trying to spell Cincinnati today, and I did it 3 different ways and came up wrong 3 different times. And just because of that, I hate that city.
And they're chili.
Yeah, I've never had it, as you might
of course
imagine.
You wouldn't. Sorry I brought it up.
No, it's okay. Why do you hate the chili?
I think they throw cinnamon in it and too much cinnamon in it.
I've never even tried it. It's not good, Gator?
I mean, it's not. I mean, we're used to our chili up here, or if you're making your own chili at home.
And they put on spaghetti, right? Or is it just...
They do that. Okay. I'm not opposed to that.
Uh-huh.
It kind of adds some flair to it. But it's definitely, the Skyline chili is definitely different than Detroit Coney style chili. Ours is better.
Hey, it's a challenge for me. All right, Gator.
Yeah.
We've got free agency coming up on Monday. Do you expect the Lions to be involved with big names?
I think they end up with a big name, but I don't think they're going to be involved with it right away. I think that
radio silence.
Exactly. I think Brad Holmes is going to be just, sitting back, biding his time, letting the frenzy play out. Watch all these teams expel all their coffers of money they have in the cap space, and then when all is said and done, then he swoops in and gets a guy, and you're like, wow, that was a really, really shrewd move to do.
So the high-end players at positions of need, DJ Reed, top-rated corner out there, number 2 on the board according to ESPN. Josh Sweat, edge rusher out of Philadelphia, number 5 on the board according to ESPN. Khalil Mack, number 7 on the board. Charvarius Ward, number 8 on the board, the corner from San Francisco. Joey Bosa, edge rusher from the Chargers, number 10 on the board. You expect these guys to all be off the board quickly, and then the Lions swoop in with the really
kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, here's a name that's really curious to me. I don't think the Lions are interested in him, but just a curious name to see where he falls this year.
Yeah.
Hassan Reddick, edge rusher. I'm just curious to see what happens with this guy. This guy was a hot name a couple years ago. Got involved in a holdout the whole bit. Ends up getting moved. Did he get hurt last year? I don't recall him playing a ton. Certainly wasn't the player we thought he was going to be last year. Yeah, he played 10 games, and he had 1 quarterback sack in the 10 games. Prior to that, he had 4 straight seasons of double-digit sack totals. So how much does that hurt his value as a north of 30 edge rusher who will be 31 when they start the season?
So what's It could drop his price. It could. I'm surprised he's ranked as high as he is in the top 15 in available free agents. I've come to realize that I really don't love the free agent market for edge rushers. If I have to predict right now, next year the Detroit Lions will send out Aiden Hutchinson, Zadarius Smith, and a high draft pick as their top 3 edge rushers.
I love the trade market for him.
Sure, the trade market includes 2 of the best in the game. But yeah, I'm thinking the edge rusher, like there's a couple of guys that you can have for less money that might make some sense. But you're talking about Deo Obango from the Indianapolis Colts. You're talking about Azeez Al-Jalari. I think their biggest offseason signing is going to be a wide receiver in free agency. And I love Nick Westbrook-Akine. I think he's got size. He's a perfect third receiver for this group.
I think it's going to be a corner.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think they're going to they have to, if they address it with Carlton Davis, I'll be pretty damn pleased. But
you got players like Byron Murphy, who is 16th on the list for ESPN. Carlton Davis is 19. Rasul Douglas is 21. And then it drops down to Asante Samuel at 28. And Mike Hilton, 31. And then the guy I really think is the one that they probably end up with because it's their MO is Paulson Adebo, who's in at 34, who's coming off an injury because he broke his leg last year.
Mm-hmm.
That screams that's Brad Holmes kind of guy. Oh, coming off an injury, get you on the cheap, do a 1-year prove-it deal when we have cap space now, but probably don't have it in the future. But we have it now. Let's do something here for a guy that's got great size, good coverage skills. If he's healthy, if we get the clearance and he's going to be fine by the time we start training camp, that seems to me like a guy that can get on the cheap, and he's a pretty good player.
248-539-9797. We ask for your realistic I know what we're going to get with that. What's your realistic free agent wish list?
Guys, I'm just being real.
Just want your realistic.
Just want to be real.
Realistic free agency wish list. Who's on it for you, Lions fans? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, as much as we think the Lions might need some luck when it comes to things like adding players to this team or the Red Wings perhaps, you don't need luck this March to find the right HVAC team. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere for a reason. They help people out. They're awesome. So you want to call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm the rest of the year. And as you get into the spring and into the summer, you're going to want to consider them if you've got any issues with your air conditioning unit, you betcha. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews on Google. I've used them a couple of times, not Google, but Birmingham Plumbing, and they've been amazing. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
looking for your realistic free agent acquisitions by the Detroit Lions. We say realistic. I know it's always dicey. I just showed you something.
Yeah.
Last night, the high school basketball regional finals. Okay, this takes us down to, there's 8 regional finals going on. So there were 16 teams left. Lansing Sexton was playing Chelsea. Now, I have coached, I think it's 3 kids on the Chelsea team in baseball. No, 2 on the Chelsea team. The one was in the stands, I think is what it, no, it might be 3. It doesn't matter. I know some of the Chelsea kids. They hit a 3-pointer with 2.2 seconds left to go up 71-70. Sexton calls timeout, inbounds it, 2 dribbles, 3-quarter court heave. Nothing but net. 3-quarter court heave, and Lansing Sexton advances. Kang, you saw it earlier, the highlight?
Yeah, I saw it last night, actually. Yeah.
So I immediately think about, the poor kids from Chelsea that I know, and, we're rooting for them, and I'm happy for the leg. I have no, I have nothing against Sexton at all, of course. One of the kids from Sexton was unbelievable. He went over and immediately started hugging the Chelsea kids, because that's a heartbreaking way to see your season, maybe even your career, come to an end. This ball went in from 3/4 of the court, and Sexton advances. Chelsea season's done. And for those seniors, that's the last time they'll ever be on the court. It's heartbreaking. Did you ever lose on a miracle in anything? An absolute miracle. And I go back, the first time I saw one of these shots, Flint Beecher won a state championship at Chrysler Arena years ago in the class, I think it was Class B championship game. I think they beat Saginaw BV maybe. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it was Beecher beat BV.
It's Buena Vista?
Yes. On a near full court heave that went in. And, one and done basketball. To lose on that kind of shot. Do you remember a few years ago when Michigan was beating Ohio State in the Big Ten tournament, and Michigan had to win to stay alive or their season was over, and Ohio State inbounded, took 2 dribbles, and hit a 3/4, it was probably closer to a half-court shot? You guys said to watch it. I was rolling. It was in the bubble. You remember that?
Yeah, the 14-mile building, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you ever lose on a miracle? That's such a it's incredible excitement. Because I feel like I immediately when that happens, sympathize with the team that lost more than get excited about the team that won.
No, I don't sympathize. I mean, yeah, you can have some sympathy. That's not my first thought, though. My first thought is, oh my God, what an amazing finish. Great win.
Yeah.
And then perhaps later on it'll settle in that, oh, that sucks for them.
Remember, they're kids.
Yeah.
Gator feels no sympathy.
Yeah, that's true. It's amazing. Like this happened up in Charlotte. Jim in Charlotte.
Never happened to me in my high school career that I can think of. No.
Yeah. You guys just
when we lost, we lost.
It was definitive, right?
It was pretty definitive.
Yeah.
I mean, we had one game where we should have won, but that wasn't a last-second thing. It was we got screwed by the officials on an interception call that they said wasn't an interception when it clearly was, but which would have sealed the deal, and then we just ended up giving up. It wasn't a Hail Mary type play. It was just a drive that ended up in the end zone. So I can't say that that's happened to me, and I'm trying to think of a basketball games. No.
Doug, do you think it makes the kids feel better or worse that it was like a miracle full court, 3/4 court shot? Because I can kind of see both sides. Like one side is we should have never lost. That was a miracle. But then the other side is there is nothing you can do about that, right? I mean, you just throw it up and then you're at the mercy of just luck.
Well, I'm going to ask one of them texted me. I'm going to ask him right now.
I was going to say, it's not you can say, well, I could have played better defense necessarily. You know what I mean? Like, you don't foul. You kind of get in the way, but you definitely don't make it like.
And they didn't. They played it perfect.
Yeah.
They made the kid.
You make him launch it.
He
That's
kind of
it.
had to take a Euro step before he launched it. So I texted one of the Chelsea kids. He texted me back. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. The guy who hit the shot was unbelievable. My buddy Drew dropped like 40, then banged in a 3 with 2 seconds left. Then Sexton guy hits the half-court shot. Unbelievable. I said, do you feel better or worse that it took a miracle to beat you guys that way? I'll see what he says. 248-539-9797. I mean, this is – I don't know if you – I think you feel worse. I don't think there's anything you can do but feel worse.
I think we're going to see a lot more of this. I mean, we got obviously March Madness coming up with the college game.
Yep.
We're seeing it in high school. We saw Michigan State the other day, you know, where he launched one from beyond half court. I think we're going to see a lot more of these because players nowadays, we all know it's a 3-point game. And everyone's distance and range is getting further and further back. And it's not as crazy as it used to be because
they're practicing.
Yeah, these aren't like one-handed, like throw it like a football.
No,
these are like straight regular shots.
The throw it like a football has almost no shot.
Yes.
But the running off of one leg launch with a little bit of form.
Square up, right?
Jimmy James 17 on Twitch just sent this over. My junior year at Goodrich, we were 21-0, and in the second game of the playoffs, Hamady hit a 3 that bounced around 1,000 times until it fell and ended our season. We beat Hamady twice during the regular season.
Good old Hamady.
Yeah. Dior Styles never lost on a miracle, but won a football game my senior year, 7-6. We stopped the other team on the 2-yard line 4 times in a row. It was legendary. Yeah, that's kind of the opposite of what we're looking for, but losing on a miracle. I got a response here. Does it feel better or worse? I think better. I just asked my buddy, and he said for sure better. Rather lose like that than lose by 20. So there you go.
Feel like you had a chance.
Yep. I didn't seek his permission to read these on the air.
Oh.
Allegedly. Just say allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Reportedly.
Allegedly. God, that's crazy, isn't it?
Look, that kind of shot is but I agree with King. We should expect it more often because
I think it's going to be more common.
That's what people are taking. They're taking those shots more often.
And then they practice them. I mean, so it's just a more, whatever the percentage was before, raise it is all I'm saying. I think it's a higher percentage than what it used to be.
And I'm still impressed when somebody knocks down a shot from
absolutely.
a logo 3. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. But then I always say to myself, here we go. This is where it's heading. But I'm still impressed by it.
Well, we're about to see it on a bigger scale. Conference tournaments this week.
Yeah.
With some of the smaller conference tournaments going on, or as Gator calls them,
crap conferences.
And then next week, the bigger conferences will have their conference tournaments. And it is great theater. We're entering a time of great theater in the world of college basketball and certainly in high school basketball. So anyway, I just wondered if you ever lost on a miracle. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, we did see a local kid get to live his dream last night in Carter Mazer.
Oh, God.
And the poor kid gets hurt 70 seconds into his... I'm at the game, and I see him...
Second shift of the game.
I see his first shift, and I'm like, okay, cool. He's out there. And then I was like, a little bit later in the first period, I'm like, is he not playing? Because when you're at the game, you're not getting the updates. You didn't see the hit.
Because you're in the stands, you're not up in the press box.
Yep.
Yeah, and watching it at home, I saw him go into the boards, and then the puck is like right by him, and he just kind of skates away from it. And I was like, where you? Oh, no. And I see him, he's holding his arm in a way that there's an upper body injury for sure.
Yep.
And then they show the replay, and they're talking about his knees hitting into the boards, and was it a knee issue? I'm like, well, that might be compounded by it, but he's holding his arm in a funny way. And did not expect him to return, and he didn't return, and that's brutal, man. You talk about running the gambit of emotions there. You get called up, you slept through the 3 phone calls that Steve Yzerman left for you.
And give a great quote. Usually when the GM's calling this time of year, it's not good news, meaning I've been traded.
But then finds out that he's been called up. He's all excited about it. They had the story last night. Trevor Thompson's talking about it before the game. Hey, here's awesome. His family They said, don't worry about it. We'll pick up your clothes, some clothes for you. We packed a bag for you. We'll bring it to the game. And that I guess Chris Draper had taken care of the tickets because Draper coached him when he was at Little Caesars years ago. So they got they took care of family and friends with tickets. So he didn't have to worry about anything.
Yep.
Trevor's report was he didn't have to deal with any of the distractions. He just had to get himself mentally ready for the game. And all this is going to be a great story. They're showing highlights of him playing in the minors and in Denver, and he looks like this gritty kind of performer and, tipping goals and stuff like that and does all the right things. And then a second shift of the game for him, he goes out. And it's just, your heart breaks for him. That's where my heart breaks for somebody, not because he loses on the last second shot. You get your big opportunity to play in the NHL.
Because he's not a kid, right?
Yeah.
I mean, kids you don't feel any sympathy or empathy for.
You got the rest of their life to live.
Exactly, right? Toughen up.
Yeah. It's life's tough. It's good to learn a lesson at this point.
There's a cold MFer, man.
Yeah, he is. They're on the list.
Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. We were talking about a couple things. One, did you ever lose on a miracle like that? We were talking about the Lansing Sexton 3/4 court shot to beat Chelsea last night in the regional finals, which is an incredible highlight. It's kind of going viral. Additionally, it's just a heartbreaking way to see your season come to an end. Also, the Carter Mazer story, who debuts and gets injured on his second shift of the game. By the way, the kid that hit the shot was Keyshawn Somerville from Sexton. So I thought we'd give him a bit of a shout out. But
from the Lansing Somerville?
Keyshawn Somerville? Yes, Gator, from the Lansing
Somerville.
Lansing
Somervilles?
And Gator did not feel sorry for the losing team at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
I didn't say that. I said my first thought is how awesome it is for the winning team.
And then I think you said a couple of days later. Isn't that what he said? I might circle back.
I don't think I said a couple. Did I say a couple days? Awesome. Right on brand then.
So just piggybacking that, we got a text from Scott in Carlton. He says, Gator, I want you to close your eyes.
All right, here we go.
Think about how this impacts the Arizona Cardinals.
Picture an elementary school.
Yeah, I got
You have 3 dozen eggs valued at $700. How many kids do you think you could hit with those eggs?
It's just ridiculous. I'm not throwing eggs at kids. Why would I throw eggs at kids? No, I don't do
You
that.
had the over-under at 15.5.
No.
You got the Mac caliber arm.
Several things I'm not doing. I'm not spending money on the eggs. And I'm not throwing eggs at kids, period.
Okay.
It's just not happening. If you said, like a Nerf ball.
Hey, man, tell you what. You can tell us off the air.
Yeah.
The Mazer story, correct me if I'm wrong, Kenny, did you retweet his family buying shots for an entire bar?
Yeah, they were at a bar in Detroit. I'm not sure exactly which one, but they were buying all the patrons and everybody around. They were having a party. They were buying shots looked like everybody in the bar.
I mean, again, I don't want to get into feeling sympathy, but it did kind of suck for them that 70 seconds into his first game he got hurt.
They got a good 7 minutes out of it, okay? Yeah, it does suck. I feel bad for them.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Can you imagine people coming in from all over and just the bummer of people coming to see you play? And then
I had a teammate of mine in high school when we were seniors and playing football. And last game of the season, his father was coming into town from, I think it was Connecticut. Hadn't seen his son play because he lived out of state or working out of state, I think, and came back in to see his final game. 2 hours before the game, we're in the locker room and we're just kind of getting suited up. And then I hear coming from the coach's office, lots of profanity from a senior teammate of mine, screaming at the coach and then storming away. And I'm like, what happened? And turns out that he was suspended for the game, which effectively meant kicked off the team because it was the last game of the season, for actions that happened the week prior when he was caught walking out of a liquor store with a couple cases of beer as one of the coaches is walking into said liquor store and saw him, didn't say anything, just kind of looked away, and but remembered that, but didn't tell the kid that he wasn't gonna play the last game until 2 hours before. Meanwhile, his dad had come into town, and I felt terrible for him.
That sucks. Because
it's like if you're gonna do that to him, let him know right away. Like, how about Saturday at game films? Although we stopped watching game films because the team was so bad. But how about Monday at practice when you see him back at school? Say, hey, sorry, Chris, but you're not going to play because you know why. And he'd be, yeah, okay, I got it. But to wait to that point in time, and obviously it was important because his dad was coming in, I thought that was crap.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. You know what this reminds me of a little bit, though? Do you remember when my oldest was really young and he was a hockey player? I guess he still kind of is. And he, beer league. But he
played with Carter Mazer or against
played against Carter Mazer. Yep. Unsuccessfully. But he was a big Sidney Crosby fan. I know. It was one of my first life lessons of how marketing works on kids because Crosby was a
really good hockey player.
He was a really good hockey
Hall
player.
Of Famer, all
yes,
that?
yeah, but he was not well liked here in Detroit.
No.
And every time I bring this story up, basically it turns into Doug's a bad parent. And I got it. Yeah, okay. But anyway, he So he wanted to go see Crosby play. So I took him and my nephew to Chicago. Pittsburgh was playing in the United Center, and Crosby sat out. It was a healthy scratch that game.
Yeah, I mean, if you travel a great distance, you're expecting something there, and then it doesn't happen.
It's a bummer.
Yeah. I told before I bought tickets to a wrestling show years ago, and Jimmy Superfly Snuka was supposed to be the headline match. Love Superfly. Wanted to see. I couldn't wait to see him. We got second row.
Dude,
second row
to see Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
This is at Cobo Arena. And then there's an announcement during the intermission that Snuka was snowed in St. Louis and won't be able to make it. And the crowd booed vociferously. And this is when we got to see King wrestle.
Yep.
Which was Sweet Hansen wearing a mask. And the announcer said, weighing 300 pounds from parts unknown, King.
Tell me you just made up a name.
Totally right.
You
exactly.
just made up a name.
The funniest match you ever saw. Every time he got whipped into the ropes, he's bouncing off the ropes and adjusting his mask because it is so ill-fitting.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. But then when my buddy went up to the announcer during the intermission and said, "Hey, where's Snuka?" And he'd already made the announcement. He's like, "Oh yeah, he's snowed in." And my friend then lets out a one-word expletive beginning with "effer," is what he said. And
you didn't believe him?
No, I think we believed him. He just wanted to let him know he was not happy. And then the promoter turned on us and said, "Get out of here before I have you kicked out of here." Snot-nosed high school kids.
Yeah, well, there you go. We are now moving in on 1 hour to the trade deadline.
Still nothing?
1 hour and 20 minutes. It's not a stat of the day. And nothing.
Not yet.
To report.
Dude, Kenny's losing it back here.
Is he?
Dude.
I made the joke earlier, but I'm starting to hope for future considerations.
Doug, I follow every writer. Everybody who knows the word hockey, I follow.
Even that guy that hates you.
Even the guy that hates me. And I have notifications set for all of them. I haven't seen the word Red Wings. I haven't seen the word Yzerman. I haven't seen the word Wings. I've seen nothing. And it's becoming more and more frustrating to refresh and get no return.
Is it more frustrating to you because Wallman got traded for a first-round pick? That's the one that's showing people over the edge today.
That's part of the pie chart. It's not the biggest part, but it's part.
Like, if that had not happened, if Wallman stayed in San Jose, wasn't traded, I feel like we'd all still be waiting here, patiently be all right. But then we saw that last night, or you wake up to it this morning, and you start to, look for things to kick and throw.
I'd still be very frustrated, but now I'm substantially more frustrated because of that.
Well, look.
It's got more Kenta in it.
At this point, they may as well sell.
Oh, wow.
I mean.
That's how you go?
Yeah.
Stop it. What's the matter with you?
I should replay Doug from 2 weeks ago.
At this point, they might as well sell. They're 1 point out of the wild card, 2 points out of the number one wild card spot, but they've lost 4 games in a row. Might as well sell.
I can't believe that nothing's happening. Now, that's clearly an overreaction because Yzerman is famous for keeping his cards close to the vest. Like what Kenny said would be the case even if we were about to pull off the biggest trade in the history of hockey. Which I guess, I don't know what that would possibly be to top the Gretzky deal, but...
That Lindros deal was pretty big.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you say that nothing is happening. That you can't say for certain.
What you can say
for certain is that nothing has happened yet with the Red Wings.
There's no
You can
smoke,
say that.
There's no rumblings. There's nothing.
No gurgling?
Interesting choice of words, but no. There's no any of that going on. Oh, boy. Well, we got an hour and 18 minutes. Maybe all hell's about to break loose. So stop it. Not a stat of the day.
I wanted to use it today, man. That's all we got. Come on, Wings.
Do something. Do some damn thing. Hey, Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize And because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Largest auto accident settlement, largest truck accident settlement. So, why would you go anywhere else? Go to Michigan Auto Law, where their customer service has been called white glove service. Michigan Auto Law chooses to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They take on fewer on purpose. This means they have more time for your case. Formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. And when you call them, they'll call you back. That's another differentiator. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. John in Livonia writes, Stevie Y is keeping it close to the vest, Doug. And just like last year, nothing will happen except clearing cap money for no reason. That's from an unnamed texter. Boy, we are in a sour. Detroit right now, we're hurting. Unfortunately, we're not doing anything, Kenny. Look at all the good to / great free agents at the end of this season and next. He should have been on the phone picking those guys up to make us an Eastern Conference final contender. Johnny in Southfield says it's possible Stevie thought the trade deadline was May 7th and not March 7th.
Oh, come on.
I'm telling you, we are not in a good place. Pull yourself together, Doug. Have a Pop-Tart. Already had one. Thank you for the suggestion.
You want another one?
No, I'm good. Like I said, I'll get one. I liked them so much, I'll have one next year too. The banana bread Pop-Tarts. Excellent. Very good. Thank you to Officer Matt from Madison Heights.
Who clearly brought these in on his when he was off duty.
Yes. Much appreciated. So we do have news from the National Football League. Tom Pelissaro is reporting that the Titans are releasing pass rusher Harold Landry today, per source. This is a player that we've talked about a little bit in the past, possibly coming to Detroit. Why are they releasing him? Because he's a $24 million cap hit this year, and they'll save 13.1 of that and all the bonuses that they'll have to pay off immediately, but they'll save money.
So he's 28. He'll be 29 when the season starts.
Yeah.
Been in the league for 6 years. Had the last 3 seasons. 2021, well, he didn't play in 2022. So in 2021, he had 12 sacks. Came back, I'm assuming, from injury, and had 10.5 sacks. And last year had 9 sacks. Played 17 games in each of those 3 years, but missed all of 2022. So, productive guy. Linebacker, edge rusher type thing. Is he effectively Derek Barnes, but with a better pass rushing acumen?
Yeah, I think we're talking about a player that plays in a 3-4 defense that might not fit their scheme, although I would be interested to try and see it.
Not overly, I mean, he's hefty at 250, but he's only 6'2".
Yep. But in some ways, and very importantly, this is another name added to the pool of free agents out there. Supply and demand economics, the supply seems to get bigger by the day. You know, with yesterday's Trey Hendrickson news that he can seek a trade, now Harold Landry is seeking, or has been released, so he'll be trying to find a contract with a new team. You know, the thing about this is I don't love the free agent market for that second tier of edge rushers, but maybe at some point you get to the point where they're pushing a first tier guy down a little bit because there is so much supply. And look, I mean, as Brad Holmes has said, and I think he's right, everybody's looking for elite pass rushers. So he will draw some interest. I don't know if he's elite, but he's a really pretty damn good player.
He's absolutely a solid player and would be an excellent compliment to Aiden Hutchinson. Is he like Zadarius Smith? Well, they already have Zadarius Smith. So is it overkill?
Could be, unless they decide to move on from Zadarius Smith.
Well, I don't know. To sign it, it sounds like he would get a bigger contract than Zadarius Smith.
Oh, there's no question. Yeah.
So I probably wouldn't do that.
What about your number one scare and need, Gator, is cornerback. Do you see Burkett's article today suggesting that Carlton Davis might be too pricey for the Lions to bring back?
I didn't see the article, but I agree with it. He might be too pricey to bring him back. That's why I'm looking at other options in free agency.
But the other options would be cheaper because they're lesser players. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
yeah.
Is this destined for Terry and Arnold to be the number one DB next year, CB number one?
I'm okay if he is. I think Terry Arnold is a very high ceiling, and I thought he got better as the season went on. I think he's a really good cover corner, and he likes to play the run. The advantage of Carlton Davis, to me as a player, is that he does support the run defense, that he's very good on the run defensive side. And that's a plus that he has that Darius Slay doesn't have. You know, the Carlton Davis has already been in this system, the way that the Lions play defense, lots of man-to-man, and that may not be Darius Slay's forte. But there are other corners out there. I do think the Lions are going to find a corner that's not named Carlton Davis that comes in at a far lesser price, but can provide a lot. You know, and Amik Robertson did not play poorly.
I was about to bring that name up.
When he was thrown out there, and obviously he breaks his arm on the second defensive play for the Lions in the playoffs, and we kind of conveniently forget that lots of times. how much that played a role in what the Redskins or the Commanders were able to do to the Lions in the playoffs. So, all is not lost in the cornerback room if they don't bring Carlton Davis back. There are plenty of options.
Well, you get Amik Robertson rated pretty well in zone coverage, better in zone, but whatever works. I think his encouraging play is something that could be a factor here in how they handle corner. And we've got the wild card in Ennis Rakestraw. I mean, in most years, having a second-round corner that you believed in enough to draft him would be a factor. Injury obviously played a role in lack of development a year ago, but I wouldn't, there's a chance there that they can roll with the guys they have. I would think they want to sign a veteran. I would think. I don't know what Ennis's snap count was, but it wasn't a lot.
No, it was not a lot.
Hard to make any commitment based upon the amount he played last year. But, yeah, man, corner could be a huge position of need.
I'm just looking at this, and it is the actual Pierre LeBrun, just so people know on Twitter. This is a funny misspelling.
Yeah.
But he's reporting that the Columbus Blue Jackers. I mean, come on, man. You can't say that.
Not even going to fool Gator that way.
Come on. Are acquiring Luke Kunin from the San Jose Sharks. The Blue Jackers, huh? Show some restraint. Come on, man.
Oh, some of the responses underneath are fantastic. My favorite is, please don't edit this. The blue what?
I just been watching it change on the second. It's gone from like 50 comments to 78 comments, from 200 likes to 313 likes. It's been retweeted now 144 times. This was tweeted out like 60 seconds ago.
I got to tell you, most of these responses I can't read.
91 responses now. It won't stop. That's why they're the Blue Jackers.
You gonna get a sweater?
Sounds like it needs socks.
Let's go, Jackers. No?
Not wearing that. Pierre LeBrun. Obviously, I meant Blue Jackets. Typo. No. Don't say it ain't so, Pierre.
There you go.
Oh, there's that.
So what do we got? We got a big announcement coming in the next hour and 5 minutes, and Rico and Mike will get to bring it to you, I hope. Hello, Rico.
Hey, what's the announcement?
Oh, the big trade that they're going to make.
Oh, Kenny's out there walking around, pacing like an expectant father.
Dude, Kenny's a bit of a wreck. He's a bit of a wreck.
He is like a first child Kenny. Yes.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Waiting to see. We're in the holding pattern, waiting to see what the Wings are going to do.
Mm-hmm.
We'll also touch a little bit about the Derek Barnes re-signing.
Yeah, interesting, huh?
Yeah, and we'll also touch upon Michigan State. And with a team with nobody averaging over 14 points, this is Izzo's best coaching job.
Doing it their own way.
So, yeah.
Have a great show. Have a great weekend. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The NHL trade deadline just over an hour away. Still no Detroit deals. A couple of the larger trades includes Hurricane star Mikko Rantanen as he heads to Dallas. The Stars are giving him an 8-year extension as well. One of the reported Detroit targets forward Dylan Cousins has also been acquired by the Senators. Former Red Wings coach Derek Lalonde is on Sportsnet's deadline coverage as we speak. The Red Wings have the second leg of a back-to-back tonight at Washington. Alex Ovechkin just 10 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's NHL goal record. He scored 6 goals in his last 6 games. Hear that game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Carter Mazur did not travel with the team after his upper body injury. The Tigers have a night game against the Orioles in Lakeland. It's a 6:05 first pitch, and some of the top prospects are being called up from Tiger Town for the game. Detroit's number 2 overall prospect behind Jackson Joe, Max Clark, headlines the list alongside number 3 farmhand Kevin McGonigal. MLB Pipeline came out with their latest farm system rankings, and they have Detroit as number 1. This is a remarkable climb given they were 25th preseason just 2 years ago. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Whatever. Hi, everybody. What does this go to? Don't care. All right, let's get to business. It's 2:02. We got 57 minutes and, 45 seconds for me to change my tune. That was an embarrassing loss last night for the Red Wings. You can't find nary a trade rumor about this team, which I understand you could do the walk in silence routine, but it's very hard to do in 2025. Dylan Cousins is gone. Rantanen's gone. I got nothing for you. And I have to approach it that they're not going to do anything until or unless they do something, which, God, that's terrible English on my part. Look, I here is what I want to ask, and I don't even know. But, but between the Wallman thing last night, where a guy you duct taped a second-round pick to just to get rid of him, like he was the biggest bleep hole on the planet. Now San Jose gets to turn around and they get a 1 for him. If Troy Weaver did that, if Al Avila did that, if Bob Quinn did that, that is a sports fan, death penalty. Oh, but Stevie does it, and you get people at this place going, oh my God, this is still a story? Yes, it is. It's one of the worst transactions in recent NHL history. If you look at giving a second to get rid of someone, and then that person a year later nets the team you gave him to a 1, then you factor in for the 3rd straight year, it's the same locker room, the same team, and the same slide. And we are now 47 minutes away, Ricardo. It could be a 3rd straight deadline of Stugotz. So here is my question to the people. What is the point of any of this? For instance, paying customer Costa. What is the point of Jim Costa and his wife being season ticket holders? What's the point? If there's no urgency to anything the Red Wings are going to do, then what is the urgency for you to pull your money out of your pocket? Much less just even watch the games.
Right. It's not like they're even just a playoff team that just doesn't make it to the Cup, but they always make it to the play. The way they used to be when they had the streak going on, at least you knew you could play once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen card. You haven't made the playoffs.
Now
so
look,
I'm with you.
If they pull a blockbuster in the next 45 minutes, we'll change our tune. Be happy to. But as you sit right now, you've lost 4 in a row. You're in Washington tonight. I think Washington's like a minus 240 favorite. Oh, by the way, Washington was the last team to get in last year. They're the top team in the East this year. Just throwing that out there. I want to bring Kenny in because Kenny made the statement, if they don't win tonight and they don't make a big trade, I'm done. I'll just see them next year. I can't do this. Kenny?
You asked the point. You asked the question. What's the point of like people like Costa who pay money, who season ticket holders? I can't do that to myself anymore. If we're fully admitting, all right,
you out?
We're not in 45 minutes, maybe. If you're fully admitting to your fan base, hey, we're not trying to get better this deadline. Hey, we're fine with missing the playoffs again. You said Washington was the last seed in, now they're the first seed. Oh, rebuilds don't take forever? You don't say. I'm sorry, but I can't put money into that. And that's my choice as a consumer. Everybody in listener land can do whatever they want, but I'm with Mike in the sense that you say, what's the point? I don't know what the point is.
Thank you.
I can't spend money on that.
No, and it's, again, you're just existing. What are the Wings working towards? They're not getting better. They're not going anywhere. Like, here's another question I would have for the hockey elite. Who the hell's handling pro scouting for the Detroit Red Wings? When you really look, forget about draft picks, forget about the development curve, pro scouting, the signings you make at the NHL level, the trades you make. What world do I live in where we still have people that will apologize for signings like Andrew Kopp, a JT Compher, the disastrous collection of people he's put on the blue line at the NHL level? I don't know, Tarasenko, who's got 17 points in 60 games. Like, what are we doing? And if I have to hear about, well, he's drafted well, how well is he drafted if the team still looks like this? So I'm done. Like, last night, I really expected them to win. I understand Utah's close in the standings, but come on, you've lost 3 in a row. You're at home. You got to have it. You know you're heading out to Washington. You needed it. You end up 2 quick goals. You get in a pole position. You don't score the rest of the night. Utah ends up playing keep away on you. I mean, that last power play, forget it. The Wings may as well have packed it in and played in their socks. They couldn't get anywhere near the puck. Full 2 minutes blown right off the period. Guys, where are you at with Yzerman as we count it down? And again, if there is a big trade, it renders everything we're talking about null and void. But we have no evidence of any of it. And I just ask you, what is the point of any of this?
And not to correct you, Mike, but it's 4-game losing streak.
4.
Now,
I'm sorry.
Not 3.
Sorry,
I'm looking at the schedule ahead. There's 2 against Washington. There's 2 against Vegas. You have 1 against Colorado. You have Florida. It's not getting easier, guys.
No, this was the gimme game. This was the game that you thought they had, and then they jumped to the lead, and it was like, okay, all right, you'll snap the streak, and next thing you know, not so much.
They had a good first period, and then they fell apart. I got nothing. Their power play stunk. It was just overall a bad game. But the idea that you can't add here, what message are you sending your fans?
You know what? If you're not going to add, you may as well sell. You may as well take a dump in the stocking, hang it over the hearth, and say, let's go Red Wings.
No. I had that conversation with Kenny, and he pretty much walked out of it.
No, don't walk out.
No. He wasn't. Not because he was just like, no, we shouldn't have to be selling off right now.
I know what you shouldn't have to do, but my point is,
I'm like, you know what? I'm like, Kenny, could you just have somebody say, you know what? We'll take Kane off your hands. You know, he's a rental.
It looks like a seller's market. I mean, I can't believe what the Islanders got for Brock Nelson. And you probably don't get that for Kane, but you get something good. I'm making a point that if you are not going to move this forward with urgency and with a plan, then what are we doing? You can't just exist at every deadline. So I would love to hear from the hockey elite. And if you're waiting until 3 because you're holding out hope, I respect that. But I just would like to have the conversation in real time because...
No, I get it, because you got to be thinking it can't be ending like that. Like, something's going to happen. It's just quiet. He's moving in silence. You're waiting for all of a sudden 2:45, big breaking news. I get it. I understand. Like, Kenny's walking around pacing like he's an expecting father, and this is his first kid. Like, he's just like checking his phone, checking the computer, checking everything.
There's nothing. There's nothing. There's no chatter. There's nothing. And again, if Yzerman somehow has got everybody in silence and it's a tight circle of communication and they can pull off a big deal here in the next 40 minutes, we get to have a different show. But Rico, first of all, regardless of the trade deadline, them losing last night again to the Arizona Coyotes, who are now a
Hockey Club of Utah.
A team with no name.
Yeah, but again, it's the same principle. It's March. They can't win a game. They're sliding out of the playoffs. And here's the problem I have. If we look at Yzerman in the last year, like forget about the first, 5 years where you just didn't want to say a word. Fine. You didn't fire Lalonde at the right time. How many points did it cost you? How many points did it cost you not firing Lalonde at the end of last season? 1, 2, 3?
Enough to get you in.
Couple points?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How many points does it cost you giving Wallman away and attaching a 2 to him? And yet you still got to look at the Petries and the Hulls of the world on this team. Is Wallman worth a point or 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we got 3-4 points, right? Now factor in if you don't add today. Does that cost you a point or 2?
Probably.
5, 6.
Yeah.
All the little things that take you from being a good GM to a great GM or an average GM to a good GM, is Yzerman doing them? Yes or no?
No.
Then what are we doing? Rhetorical to you, I'm annoyed.
I get it. I understand. No, it's frustrating. And it's frustrating because it's wash, rinse, repeat. Every year you see the same thing over and over and over again, and you're not saying anything. And you know what you're already hearing? Well, next year, I'll expect this. And next year, they got to do this. And next year, it's like, when is next year this year? When is next year now? When is next year, let's get this done? But instead, it's always kick the can. And I thought, it's because of his last name. If he was anybody else, he'd have been gone.
100%.
But
if it was a boilerplate GM, he's gone.
Yeah.
And you know what irks me more? I'm going to be candid with you. What irks me more is it's like the GM they should have hired is in Dallas. Look at what Jim Nils got the Stars doing. Stars had a 5-year gap. Stars never had the number 1 pick. The Stars are now a Stanley Cup contender, and that was before they just
made a move.
Rantanen. And we're sitting here, and if I have to hear whether it's a host, a caller, if I have to continue to hear about how great Yzerman is, or you don't understand, you don't watch enough hockey. Look, man, results speak. Data speaks. Who's doing the pro scouting on this team? Yzerman's pro signings have been abysmal. Abysmal in total. And if it's another empty deadline, then
Bro, you put it in perspective when you compared it to the Dead Wings playoff.
Yeah, it's a longer playoff drive.
I was just like, wow, you're right. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think what I get upset about in sports is when I think teams are being lackadaisical, that there's not an urgency. Like I've always been a believer, if you own a team or if you work for a team, you've made a contract with the city. You've made a contract with the people of the city. And while you do have a business to run, I think the ask is you run it with urgency, not desperation or stupidity, but urgency.
Right.
Even if I gave them the first couple of years, I think which we all did. By year 4, you go, okay, show me what you've done. Certainly by 5, and frankly, the fact we're here in year 6, I'm not feeling urgency. They're not operating in an urgent manner.
Year 4 should have been where they were last year. Where, okay, you just missed out on the playoffs, but we're going to build upon that. Year 5, you're in the playoffs. Year 6, you should be a competitor.
And I understand it's a different sport, so let's not get it twisted. But I am not going to act like it's easy to do. The Detroit Pistons were historically the worst NBA franchise of modern NBA history the last 5 years. Trajan Langdon walked through the door, made a couple of good pro signings, scouting. The Pistons going to make playoffs in 1 year. Now, I understand it is not a vis-a-vis comparison. I understand fully. The NHL is like baseball. It's going to take longer.
Yes.
I am simply making the point. It's a bad look when Trajan Langdon walks in. Kenny, yes. Come on.
The Detroit Red Wings have made a trade.
Come on.
They are shipping out Joe Veleno in exchange for Craig Smith, a 35-year-old center, and Peter Mrazek. Back to Detroit.
Am I allowed to do this?
If you weren't going to, I was.
Not exactly where I thought you were going with that. I thought you were going to hit a drop.
May as well trade for Craig Sager. Kenny, talk. I mean, yeah, Kenny, Gonna tell the caller's got to hold a little bit there.
This is a nothing burger. I don't know that Peter Mrazek represents any dramatic goaltending upgrade, and I don't know who Craig Smith is.
Wait, whoa.
Wait.
No. Wait. You. He's 34. No. You, of all people, you. The
He's
guy
being
who
facetious.
watches Kevin Weeks in ill-fitting puff vests on a daily basis on NHL Network. You don't know who Craig Smith is.
I know of him. I've heard the name. He's had 2 or 3 20 goals. He's a 35-year-old vet. He hasn't done anything in the last half a decade.
Why make that move?
I don't know. I'm confused.
What's the financial benefit?
I'd have to look at the contracts. It's just broke. I can do that in the break.
Let's take a timeout.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I have nothing.
All right, guys, days like this is where radio is fun. You want that career in radio? Let Specs at LTU get you going on your new career. Or you want to go into television, you're a graphic design artist, don't worry, Specs at LTU has you covered as well. It's very simple. You just got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast, media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. And you need to hurry because classes are filling up for the next semester. And with the hands-on approach, the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, Kenny, you did some digging on it. I mean, I don't know. Does it mean you're shipping a goalie out? I mean, Mrazek, Lyon, like all these guys are the same. Mrazek makes $4 million. Craig Smith makes $1 million, so you took on some money. Only thing you'll find about Craig Smith, he's a bottom 6 or 4th liner, depending on the team, and he's 35 years old. Kenny, are you trading a goalie? Is this a part of a bigger – look, I am trying to be, and this is me saying this, which should tell you something. Like, I'm trying to be an optimist that does one trade beget another? Make sense of it. Does it mean you're moving a goalie out?
Everybody that I've talked to so far about this, I've sent a few texts out to people. Everybody doesn't understand this trade. It makes no sense.
So maybe it's just Wallman theater.
Maybe
another deal where you and I sat here going, that makes no sense. But man, if they put a 2 with him to get him out of here, something great must be coming.
You essentially got a veteran fourth liner and a goalie that you already had once that isn't very good. That's a mediocre at best.
So is a goalie getting dealt?
If you want to operate in the copium world, I would assume so. Mike, I would assume so. But
Kenny, I'm on live radio. I don't know what to say to you or the audience.
Well,
I very rarely find myself in that spot. All I'm trying to do is take 60 seconds before I hurl this deal down a flight of stairs to just ask the question of, should I be patient? Is it plausible something else could happen?
I think it's plausible, but also Jake Wallman trade.
Great. Uplifting. Want to go to the people?
Let's go to the people.
Mike is going to bat lead off on the trade deadline. Nervous hotline. Mike, what's going on, pal?
Not great. I'll be honest with you. Just that Jake Wallman trade getting a first round, if we just held on to him for 6 months, blows my mind. We're so close to play. But this organization, it really doesn't, I don't know what they're doing, to be honest. And I'm going to push back on he's good at drafting because besides the first round, none of his second round or later picks are playing. I mean, again, he's going for big bodies. But in 2020, we drafted William Wallander. He's not playing in the NHL, and we passed up Brock Faber and other good defensemen because he wants to make this prototype. It just doesn't make sense to me. And, in the last draft or 2 drafts ago, he drafts a guy named Brady Cleveland who hasn't scored more than 10 points in the last 5 years, which is unheard of. I just don't know what's happening, and I don't know what he's doing. It makes no sense.
None of us do. And they've, look, I don't want to be over dramatic about it, but with 20 games to go in the season and 13 of them are road games, you kind of look at the next 2 nights at Washington and at Ottawa, and if they don't win either of those games, it kind of feels like that might just be it. And I understand you can get hot again, you can do a lot of things, but I mean, if you have a 6-game losing streak and you lose to a team that just got Dylan Cousins and is going to try to get in and is ahead of you, I don't know, Mike. It just feels kind of like, how would you not make a move here? Because you know what, Mike? I'll be honest, and you can laugh in my face. I'm not offended. If you're not going to buy, sell. What the hell's the point?
Exactly, and it's just so frustrating to me because we are so close, but we keep making these moves that I feel like take us a step back, and it's just this defense core is so bad. And
it's terrible.
Oh no, I was going to say because if you sell, you're maybe building up to something else. You talked about, you're in a contract with the city if you're an owner. I think that the frustration kicks in when you don't know what ownership is trying to do. If they come out and say, hey, guys, it's going to be a long time. This is going to be a total rebuild. You may not like it, but you can accept it because you see the path. You lower your expectations, and you just say, okay, I'll bite the bullet, and we'll go through this together. Or if they come out and say, hey, we're in a win it now type of thing, okay, I expect to see those types of moves. But it's almost like just silence. It's like, hey, what's going on? What? And you can kind of get that look like, why do you keep showing up? Well, what are we doing? Same as yesterday.
Yeah, Kenny, and understand why Rico and I just said it. I don't want them to sell. I'm making a point that if you're not going to try, then what is the point of standing pat?
If you're not going to try, this is the most celery of seller markets.
You saw what the Isles got for Brock Nelson.
Unbelievable.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Isn't it? So my point is, look, at least to Rico's point, you would be choosing a direction. I don't get 3 straight deadlines that have produced nothing. I don't get, it's deja vu 3 times over if they don't do something in the next 35 minutes. And I'll ask again, how do the people in the pro scouting department keep their jobs? How?
But based on all the acquisitions they've made or haven't made, I don't see how. And I'm starting to see a lot of dissension in the fan base about Steve Yzerman, a lot more than we've ever seen.
Well, I mean, look, maybe people's alarm clocks are going off and they're looking at this and going, what is it all for?
No, I think these are all the people who said last year at this time, okay, but I need to see some movement in the summertime and I need to see an improvement. And it's like, wait, what year is this again? You got to check the calendar. Like, is this 23, 24, 25? What year are we in? Because it feels the same.
Connor, 97.1. Connor, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, sir.
If you would have told me like 7 years ago that at the deadline of year 7, Steve would be packing it in again, like I would have told you to resume your medication. I don't know what's happening here. That trade was an absolute nothing burger. If I say Wallman one more time, I'll start screaming. I'm at a complete loss for words.
Oh, listen. There are callers and hosts on this station who don't want to talk about the Wallman thing. Oh my God, how is it still a story? Because it's malpractice. That's why. If not given a reason why you would extend Wallman 3 years at $10 million, and then you attach a second to get him out of here, either something really nasty was going on, or you had another big move planned. None of it happened. We don't know what happened. And now, San Jose, hey, if Wallman's such a bad guy, they just got a first-round pick for him. That is a horrendous sequence of events.
And here's the thing I'll say, because everyone's saying, looking at what people are fetching right now, I get that it's a seller's market, but that doesn't mean you can't make a move to alter the complexion of this team, because it's clearly not working and it's clearly not trending well, short or long term. So, I got people telling me I don't know puck because I'm mad that we're not doing anything, but that doesn't mean that we can't do something to kind of change the locker room attitude or something, because this is not working.
That's hockey fans go to, Connor. Please. That's hockey fans go to. Well, you don't know you're saying something I don't like, therefore you don't know what you're talking about. Look, sports are sports. Players, whether they wear skates, sneakers, or cleats, are assets. Assets that have assigned value. If your assets aren't getting the job done and you choose not to acquire new assets, I don't care if you chart your own Corsi or you couldn't identify a hockey puck with two hands and a flashlight. You have a right to the conversation. As a franchise, they don't do anything. Now, NHL Network, which Kenny loves, Bruce Boudreau was just asked, does this Red Wing move the needle? He goes, it lowers the needle.
Not what you want to hear.
Well, here's the other problem. Mrazek has a year left on his deal.
Right.
So is there a blockbuster in the midst? That's why I asked about moving a goalie, but think about this. So now, Peter Mrazek at $4.25 million is a part of your plans next year?
Yeah. We'll find out if something happens in the next 30 minutes. But yeah, it does kind of feel like the Wallman thing where, it's going to happen. Something, where's the next shoe will fall until it never fell.
David, early returns on Ticket Text on deadline days. We're about 30 minutes away before I think even the most patient people lose their minds.
Mike in Colorado says, I'm extremely frustrated. All these other teams that seemingly up against the cap are making moves, and here we are with Yzerman doing nothing. Someone else says, I am out on him. I'm done with this team until he's gone. He's clearly been a failure, and I don't think he can dig himself out of the hole he put himself in.
Well, if given enough time, anybody can. And there's still an appetite in this town who is more than willing to give him year 7. And mind you, no one's asking to be cup contenders. No one is making some egregious demand. Making the playoffs is not really an accomplishment. I'd hate to break that to you. It's not. Half the league does it. More than half. We're just trying to get in. And the fact is they don't do anything at the deadline to help that process.
And you're in a 4-game losing streak. And you're about to play a bunch of teams that could extend this losing streak.
Yeah. And again, the next 2 games, I wasn't trying to be hyperbolic or melodramatic, but if you lose the next 2 to Washington and Ottawa, it kind of feels like a bit of a tipping point. That's a 6-game losing streak. That's, again, a direct loss to a team that you are competing with. You just get to a point where you go, now what would they have to do in the last 18 games with 7 at home, 11 on the road? You know, what would you have to do in that split to get where you got it? Just the I'm over here mathing. It gets difficult. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He's over here mathing.
I'll just read this now. If you're going to order some pizza tonight, do it with Hungry Howie's, the You Choose special. It's perfect. And look, the deal goes well beyond the pizza. You can choose any one topping large pizza, any large oven-baked sub, and any one of 3 regular salads, each just $8.99. And whether you're going to eat your feelings watching the Wings play the Caps, maybe you want to get involved in a little college hoops on Sunday with top 10 Ricos, Big Ten champion Spartans, it's all there for you. Hungry Howie's, 8 different flavored crusts, in-house made dough. They do it all. It's the You Choose deal, $8.99 each for a limited time only, online carry out only at Hungry Howie's. All right, 26 minutes to the deadline. We're going to get some ticket texts. We're going to get some callers. I humbly ask you, and by no means do I come to you today as the pontiff of hockey affairs. I used to love the sport. Obviously, just being candid, it ain't my favorite no more. And when the Wings are not compelling, very hard to care. Now, again, I watched last night in totality. And it's like the same stuff you've watched each spring the last couple of years. How's it any different? When will Steve Yzerman be tasked with being accountable for this? I mean, frankly, Rico's always said it. You've always been right. But if his last name were Yzerman, he'd be fired. I mean, I get tired of this. It's as bad as in politics when a new administration blames the administration from 8 years ago. Like at a certain point, you just get to work and here's my progress. This is what we're doing. It's year 6. They're sliding out of the playoffs. And right now, it doesn't look like they're buyers. And what they just did I'm waiting. I'm not unleashing real anger. But
it's confusing.
Peter Mrazek's going to be a part of this team next year. He makes $4.25 million. So are we just collecting mid goalies? Is that what we're doing?
Seems that way. Unless something happens in the next 20 minutes.
But when you factor in the Wallman debacle, not firing Lalonde, and as of 2:35, not buying at the deadline, I think it's okay for someone like Kenny to say 3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah.
And no, I don't think callers should be critiqued or criticized for saying the Wallman thing matters. That's a boondoggle. Do you know what that move reminds me of? My childhood. 1995, 1996, Mike Milbury is GM of the New York Islanders. Okay? Mm-hmm. To the point of like Martin Straka, he basically called him a cat enthusiast to the media. Bleep Willow. The guy goes on to be a really good player. Gets Roberto Luongo. Awesome. Guy debuts on a Sunday afternoon against Boston. 51 saves. By the summer, we traded Luongo to draft another goalie. Those are the moves that get you fired.
You took the other boat. You had a boat, or you could take the other box, which could be a boat.
The point is, the Wallman-type moves are what get you fired. If people don't run around in their jams and their Yzerman jersey shirts. We're just looking for a plan.
And that's just it. The frustration kicks in because you don't know, are we getting better? Are we trying to get worse? Where are we going? You're in a boat with one oar. You're going around in circles.
Go ahead. Ticket text. I want to hear from the people. It's not just the callers.
So disappointing. Mrazek had another year on his deal. Why does Steve always want 3 mid goalies that add up to not one good goalie? That is from Tom. Neil is another example of letting a competent executive walk out of the door. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jim Nill, just went out and casually got Rantanen. They're one of the favorites to win the Cup. They're in the top grouping. Dallas had a 5-year no playoff streak. Dallas never picked number 1. And Dallas is exponentially better than you. True or false? Any of those, is it true or false?
Absolutely true. And the little jab in the back is when you find out that Wyatt Johnston, who's about to sign a big deal with them, you basically traded the pick that got him that for Sebastian Cossa. So there we go.
You know, that's the other thing that irks me in all of this, and I admit my idea might be stupid, totally willing to admit it. But you're sitting there with Sebastian Cossa, who debuted for this team, albeit ever briefly in December. Why am I in the business when I already have a crowded goalie room of mediocre that I just acquired another $4 million mediocre goalie? At what point do you go, you know what, rip the Band-Aid off, can the kid play or not?
And that's why the Wallman thing is an important part of this discussion, is because you'd like to think, oh, that means a trade's coming. That means another domino is going to fall. What do we say after the Wallman deal? Oh, there's got to be something around the corner. Another domino is going to fall, and what never happened? That's why this is a part of this discussion. That's another reason why you should look at that Wallman trade and go, I don't know what the hell's going on here.
No, and again, they still have time. And please, guys, I hope in the audience you're not mad at me for saying that, but I have to allow ourselves a little bit of a pivot.
Right, you can't just be angry over something and then find out, oh, wait.
Right, like if a bombshell drops here at 3 o'clock, we've just traded for Mark Messier and Esa Tikkanen. I have to be able to pivot, okay? Brian Leach, WTF. So, no, let's go to Sam. I quit. Sam, how are you?
I'm good. It sounds like I'm calling the mental health hotline or something.
Well, we're frustrated, Sammy. What are we doing here?
I totally agree. And this trade is, it's putting the car in reverse. And personally, I think we should get rid of Yzerman. And at risk to anger you more, one of my friends said we should amend the phrase that we use for the Lions, and he said we should just let Steve cook.
Yeah, look, Sam, I'm not mad. I guess I want to have a real conversation with those people to understand, do they hold anyone in their own life accountable? Do they hold themselves accountable? At what point is it okay to say, this isn't going well?
Yeah, if his name wasn't Yzerman, he would have been fired last year, probably the year before.
But when does that stop? Sam, let me ask you a question, brother. When does that stop mattering? Seriously.
Look, The name?
Yes.
I don't think it's ever going to. I don't think it's ever going to stop.
Sam, I'm with you because of who he is. He is Detroit royalty.
Right. That's like, let's say Goff wants to be the coach of the Lions, when he's available, but he turns the team into a train wreck. But it's like, oh, it's Goff. It's okay. We'll give him time.
But unfortunately, you know what? I'd hate to break it to you. I've already played this game in this town. All right? 2 words. Joe Dumars. And Joe, I'm guilty of this. I admit this. Joe got run out on a rail to the point the guy doesn't even want to come back. I think at one point while we were running him out on a rail, the poor guy's house caught fire. It was a disgrace. Joe Dumars is a legend. Joe Dumars brought championships. Joe Dumars is infinite class. Joe Dumars got run out on a rail. Alan Trammell, all-time Tiger. Alan Trammell unceremoniously launched out of a cannon.
Right.
Okay, so
but Alan Trammell was a little different because I think we all knew exactly what it was. It was a dog and pony show. Look at Alan Trammell. Don't look at this team about to set a record for losses.
Then you know what? That feels mighty familiar to exactly what the hell we're talking about right now. Because if you want to sell me that this thing's on its way to a Stanley Cup, is it closer to a dog and pony show showing no urgency and no direction, or closer to a well-oiled machine that is on the cusp of greatness? Which is it?
Ladies and
Why am
gentlemen,
I pointing my finger at you? I'm so sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's Fido. That's the dog and pony show.
It's the Puppy Bowl.
Right, here's Fido and Trigger. Go ahead.
248. I mean, seriously.
No, it is. And that's what I said. Because you have no idea. And this trade, even, it's the... okay, am I supposed to be happy or sad? Are we buying it? Like, did we just add or did we give away?
I am going to have a more concrete reaction to it after 3 p.m. I have to allow Yzerman the grace to make a move. I can't flip out only to then pivot 18 minutes later. That's silly. Do I understand it? No. Do I have concerns that Peter Mrazek will be here? Yeah, because it doesn't add up.
So many goalies.
Well, and
they're not great.
They're
goalies.
all the same,
right?
I'm actually a believer that if I coach the Red Wings, I would just put the goalie names in a hat and select them at random each night. They're all the same person, just slightly different helmets. So now you add Mrazek, I go, all right, I'm going right back to the Wallman move. There's got to be something more, Kenny. I know there wasn't more. Just work with me, please. There's got to be something more because I don't get it. And the Craig Smith piece of this, look, fine, you wanted to add a 4th-line guy. You want to add a guy that's got a little bit of grit. Fine, that's all well and good. Is that really putting you over the top from another swoon where your captain looks exhausted? He's been no good since the Four Nations. Your big signing to provide offensive punch has 17 points in 60 games. Your blue line has been a complete debacle outside of his godson, Mo. Look, I don't know what to say. Evanson's been fine. I mean, I know plus minus is antiquated. He's one of their only plus players. The point is,
the fact that you just called a player just fine should tell you everything you need to know.
He's figuring it out. No, I'm not upset with Edvinson. He's getting better.
So it was just that wasn't a shot by me. He's been just fine.
Right, but I'm saying like
he's a rookie. He'll get better. I'm not worried about that.
Yes.
But I would like to know where you're getting your copium from with this whole trade business because who's your supplier?
No.
Because I'm starting to get angry.
Don't make me Tony Montana at his desk at the end of that movie. I'm simply saying let me get to 3 o'clock before we start launching grenades.
So at 3 o'clock, we're going to start embargoing things. So
you got the wrong.
The Wallman trade is first on the list. We're no more conversation on it.
Yeah. Walleye. Wrong day part, Spank. All right, Paulson's having their annual inventory clearance sale. They're going to save you some money. 70% off, huge savings on 4K TVs, tower speakers, outdoor speakers, amps, receivers, theater seats, you name it, they got it. And also, don't forget about your outdoor living space, outdoor TVs, speakers, even landscape lighting. Paulson's has all of it. They are the preeminent audio-video store in Southeast Michigan. Visit their showroom. And, of course, go to paulsonsav.com. Register for their biggest annual event of the year, the Music Matters event taking place March 19th at Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, I know today's been a big hockey day with the trade deadline, but we got to get a little football in the mix briefly. Let's do that right now. David Alt.
Can we start in Cleveland? Myles Garrett, we all know he wants out, and he tried to set up a meeting with the owner, Jimmy Haslam, to kind of hash things out. He can have his side. Jimmy Haslam can have his side, but Jimmy Haslam decided to deny the request, went on to say that he's going to be a clear part of our future. And then he tells him, go talk to the GM, basically. What is going on in Cleveland? Jimmy Haslam has notoriously been considered a horrible owner.
Correct.
You can't meet with your star?
It's delusion and dysfunction. And frankly, the town will turn on him. Myles Garrett is a class individual. He was a Walter Payton Man of the Year. He's an all-time great Cleveland Brown. Again, Some of these guys, they're billionaires. They don't live in reality. Delusion, malignant narcissism. I got nothing for you. To not sit with the guy, talk with him, to not respect his wishes after what he's given the organization, I think it says more about Haslam than Myles Garrett, frankly.
See, I think this says if you're Haslam, I mean business. I'm not trading you. I'm not entertaining this. Because if I sit and talk with you, then that means that there's a chance you can get traded. And Cleveland has come out and says, we're not trading you. So for him, it's business as usual. We have nothing to talk about. Show up to training camp and let's play ball. Whereas Myles is like, yeah, I got enough money. I'll sit out. I'm good. I'll extend my career by another year by just sitting out, and I'll still have people want me. I think at this point, if you're other teams, maybe you pivot and you start looking at the other free agents and other trades and revisit this one back in the summer or maybe even in the fall after about 3-4 games when the Cleveland fans revolt. You may be able to get him for a lot less because he's got to save face.
Yeah, and according to reports, he is, Myles Garrett, that is, preparing to miss games for next season.
He's got enough money. And honestly, it's going to sound bad because Myles Garrett is a person who really cares. Less wear and tear on the body. I get to take a little bit of time off. And if you trade from me, I'll have fresh legs for a playoff run.
DK Metcalf is on the trade block. A Rappaport reports that the Chargers, Patriots, Texans, and now the Raiders have been in contact with Seattle. They're keeping an eye on the receiver. But the question I have for you is that the report also says Seattle wants a first and a third for DK Metcalf. Too much of an asking price?
Yes. Good player, but I'm with Rico in this regard. I'm not giving up a first-round pick for a wide receiver, especially one that's played several years, has taken a lot of punishment. He doesn't want to be in Seattle. Mm-hmm. I've been saying that for the last year. You could see it in his demeanor. They can ask for whatever they want. I'll be surprised if they get that. I think a second-round pick and a player from the pack, which is the rumored offer, that's the best you're going to get. You get a Romeo Doubs and a second-round pick, that's really good return. There's value there. First and a third, I'd be really surprised.
Exactly what Mike just said. Yeah. No. It's you can ask for anything. Doesn't mean you're gonna get it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a second-round pick is probably what he is worth right now. And if you can get an additional player, like you said, Romeo Doubs, I think at that point it's a win-win for both sides.
Bit of a news coming out for the draft. Update on Will Johnson. He will not participate now in his pro day on March 21st because of a minor hamstring injury, is expected to fully be cleared and hold a private workout on April 14th. No longer a first-round selection, right?
See, here's the thing, and I like Will Johnson, but I think he is putting himself into a dangerous category now, Mike, where you're already appearing to be injured before the draft, so you appear to be damaged goods. Him not doing anything, because I figure, okay, combine, nobody works out. Pro day, and now it's like, well, maybe not pro day. You would probably have to do what Colson Loveland's doctor did and say, hey, here's what's going on with him. At this point, you kind of need some full transparency, and that can get him back into the first round. But if not, David, he's still going to go in the first round, but it's one of those teams like, once again, the Eagles, who struck gold with their secondary, can draft him and turn him into a nickel corner.
Everything he said. No, honestly, spot on. He'll go in the first round because he plays a premium position.
Right.
But, I get nervous. I don't have any tape. No disrespect to Will, but, what you did against Fresno doesn't even count. I need tape.
Right.
So everything he said.
Right. You're going back to the game that you played with the Buckeyes the year before.
Yeah, that's dangerous business to me.
Max Crosby received his extension in Las Vegas. He had his press conference yesterday, and he has said, quote, "It's one thing to be the face of a franchise, but I want to be a winner." Small thing. You're still with the Raiders. You're not going to be a winner there.
Listen, I understand he feels a bit of a loyalty to him, and let's be candid. I went back and looked. This is the third time they've addressed his contract in 4 years. So they have done right by him.
Mm-hmm.
But if he wanted to win, you needed to leave. So you got your money. You are the face. You're happy. Fine. I don't think you're winning there. So enjoy.
See, I think a lot of this is the buy-in factor of Tom Brady and coming in there and hoping that Brady can fix this organization and it could be a quick, maybe 2-year turnaround where, okay, we got a quarterback, we already got some people in place, and now you're winning. Because he's probably thinking you're a quarterback away, and if you get the right one in free agency, you can challenge. Because the Chiefs, maybe the bloom is coming off the rose. The Chargers will always charge. They'll find a way to do something stupid. So, you got the Broncos who are young and up and coming. There's a small window there, and he feels like maybe you're a quarterback of Sam Darnold away.
So the Jags have been making a lot of moves, including now releasing Evan Ingram. But this is a little interesting here because Cooper Kupp is being basically pointed in their direction. They are leading in the odds for Cooper Kupp to land with the Jags at plus 200. Then you have the Broncos at plus 390, Chargers at plus 650, Patriots, Cowboys, and Lions at plus 750. Lions? Cooper Kupp.
I mean, hell, you just threw $8.5 million a year at an off-ball linebacker, so why not? Let Brad cook. I don't know. I want nothing to do with Cooper Kupp. I don't want to pay the money. Another guy with an injury history. And I'm with Rico. If Brad is so special, go find a nice receiver in the 3rd, 4th round. Go figure it out.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Use the Aaron Glenn pick on a wide receiver, as Rico put it yesterday.
That's not how Brad works. Pick 28.
Okay, but bottom line,
yeah.
I want nothing to do with that.
Right. But does it make sense for the Jags?
No, nothing does, including Shad Khan's mustache.
No,
you got to shave it. You just a goatee, a beard, anything. That mustache is just, come on. What are we doing?
No, Cooper Kupp is saying, I got my ring. I'm just trying to make as much money as possible. And it's like when Golden Tate came to the Lions. He had a ring. So now pay me, and I'm going to make as much money as I can.
And I'm going to close this out here with something just for Lions fans because Trey Hendrickson is available, and the Commanders are hot in pursuit to grab him.
Now, look, David, they got the money. They have the need. They just parted ways with Jonathan Allen, who's oft injured and missed damn near, 2/3 of the year this year. Washington's going to continue there. Dan Quinn's a defensive coach. They have the pieces they need offensively. Yeah, this is going to be a defensive offseason for them. And they're in it to win it. Bobby Wagner's 34 years old, still playing at a high level, but they don't have this endless loop.
No, and they realize they can do all of this and make so many different moves because you're not paying Jaden Daniels anything right now. And in a few years, you won't be able to say that. So right now, get as many players into Washington as you can, injured or not, and see what you can get.
Yeah, go for it right now.
Yeah.
That is in football today.
If your furnace isn't running right, you need reliable service, and you need it right now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft is your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, generators too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll take $50 off that next day service call. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
The NHL trade deadline has officially come and gone, and as of now, it looks like Detroit has made just one move. Forward Craig Smith and their former goalie Peter Mrazek from the Blackhawks in exchange for Joe Veleno. Smith has scored 9 goals and 7 assists this season for Chicago. Mrazek has a .346 goals against average in 33 games. Athletic beat writer Max Boltman shared the following on X a little bit ago. Quote, Craig Smith will bring needed hard elements as well as a little more offense to Detroit's bottom 6 with 9 goals in 40 games this season. Mrazek is confusing, though. Detroit's goaltending has struggled of late, but Mrazek's had a rocky season and doesn't look like an upgrade, end quote. The Lions are re-signing linebacker Derek Barnes to a 3-year, $25.5 million deal. $16 million is guaranteed at signing. Wayne State product Anthony Pittman also inking a 1-year deal. The Tigers are calling up some of their top prospects for their spring training game with the Orioles tonight at 6:05. According to Evan Petzold, Max Clark will back up Ryan Kreidler tonight in center field, while Kevin McGonigal will come in for Trey Sweeney at shortstop at some point. Winsel Perez is a new addition to the latest Tigers injury report, noting he went through a period of rest this week for back tightness. He's expected to resume full baseball activities this weekend. After advancing to the quarterfinal yesterday, Michigan women's basketball playing Maryland right now. It marks a 4-versus-5 matchup. The Washington Commanders are releasing Pro Bowl D lineman Jonathan Allen. Meanwhile, Browns owner Jimmy Haslam has reportedly declined a meeting with star Myles Garrett. He redirected him to the GM Andrew Berry instead. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon and 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, Kenny, unless you're going to break in with something, that's it, that's all? Kenny's nodding yes. Trade deadline is done. Another one where Yzerman sat on his hands. I leave it to the hockey elite. Not only did they lose I can't say must win. I know there's 20 games left, but I'll be damned if it wasn't a really important game. Third straight March, it's a swoon. Third straight deadline, Yzerman did nothing. A very confusing trade, adding a fourth liner and another mediocre goalie who's not having a good year in Peter Mrazek, $4.25 million there. My question is, where are you at with Yzerman? Like, it's time to have that conversation, damn it. Not you. I'm saying
you're right. It is time because you can only kick the can for so long before you finally have to hold people accountable and say, okay, what are we doing? Is this the guy? And it doesn't mean that, 13-year-old you and, going back in time and tearing down the posters you had of him on your wall. No, it's right here, right now. He's not getting it done.
Look, here's the issue I take. I don't want to do the narrative stuff of, well, who are you going to hire? Right now, I'd hire anybody. I don't care because I just don't feel like Steve Yzerman's special. I mean, frankly, I'd take Jim Nill over him right now. What he's done with Dallas without having a number 1 pick sure looks good to me, and they just got Rantanen today. But I digress. Here's my issue. If you want to hang on to Steve Draftswell, my counter to you is then he has no idea what he's doing at the pro level with pro scouting and pro acquisition. They can't sign a free agent to save their life. When you look at their use of their cap, a couple years after clearing out all the Kenny Holland garbage, here's what it's resulted in. Andrew Kopp, Tarasenko, Patrick Kane, Comfer, a collection of defensemen who are no good, a collection of goalies that are no good. They have done nothing via free agency or trade that is high level. So at minimum, if the bots want to call up and tell me how he is just a wizard with the draft, then the offset is he's been dreadful in the pro scouting department and in the pro acquisition department. The Wallman trade is a thing. The fact that San Jose just got a 1 for him when you had to attach a 2 to get rid of him, alarm bells. Then we go to the Lalone decision. He missed it. Everybody with a brain wanted Lalone gone at the end of last year. He missed it. Even if you say you had to bring him back at the start of this season, you didn't need to wait 30-some-odd games to fire him.
No, but even with the Lalone thing, because I understand, because I would have said, hey, around this time you could have got rid of him and maybe get that new coach bumped right before the playoffs start. Let's see if he could work himself out of this. He didn't. So at that point, that's where you say, okay, we're going to part ways. We're going to start fresh in the season. And you waited till Christmas.
And now, another deadline, he did nothing. And I'm sorry. At a certain point, it's okay to have conversation. If you told me he was stepping away or got fired, I would be Michael Jordan's security guard in The Last Dance. I wouldn't care. I don't idolize athletes. I don't care. They're just people. They poop too. It doesn't matter. So I don't care what he did. Oh my God, did you see the goal against John Casey? I don't care. Here and now, are the Red Wings making any progress to becoming a Stanley Cup champion? No. There is a seismic gap between who they are and have been now over the last 2 years and where they need to go. And I'm sorry, but I also, look, I know Yzerman doesn't give an F about fans or noise or react totally, nor should he. But there is an element of reading the room. When you don't go and make a move again, whether it's intentional or not, let me tell you the result of that. The result is the fan views it as my hero has just told me to go F myself. If you are a dyed-in-the-wool Red Wing fan and you did not make
I was going to say maybe my hero is looking like he doesn't care, but sure, I like your version better.
Yeah. 2 words, cheese grater. So my whole point is, it is, what is the point of anything Red Wings right now? As they're sliding, they're in Washington tonight. They're at Ottawa, who got Dylan Cousins earlier on Monday night. I mean, Kenny, you said if they lost last night and didn't make a move at the deadline, you were done. Do you want to make an addendum to that, or are you done?
No, I'm done. It's over. It's over for this season. And pending this offseason, whatever happens, it might be done next season too. Because I'm not going to do this. We're not going to have this discussion. But if this offseason is like last offseason, then I'm out of words for this, man. Like, I'm so frustrated and irritated by this. This is your trade for a guy. There was a stat that a stat on Twitter that I just saw. Peter Mrazek's been the worst goalie in the league since December 1st with an .866 save percentage. .866. Yeah, sign me up. Need another goalie. Oh, we're not going to make a move? We're not going to make a goalie trade? Like you would expect the next domino to fall? Wallman. I'm done. I'm out. Yes. No, I'm not making any edits to that.
I think the other thing for the bots, let this one sink in. Scott Harris got the Detroit Tigers to the playoffs in less time. Trajan Langdon got the Pistons to the playoffs in 1 year. And Brad Holmes took the worst franchise in the National Football League, and by year 3 was on the cusp of a Super Bowl. Now, even if things are not a vis-a-vis comparison, you cannot absolve, I don't care how much Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds hockey you watch, or maybe you stay up late at night with a tube sock watching the KHL. Look, you can't absolve year 6. Likely no playoffs, and again, not doing an MF thing at the deadline. So I want you to call up and tell me where you're at. You've heard our opinion.
Man, you just hit everybody with a garbage can with that stat. Like, I was waiting for that for pre-show. You could have went home.
Sorry.
You ended your streak.
I saved that a little bit today, right?
Wow,
You
but
know
you're
what I mean?
right. Like,
when you step back and look at it, doesn't that kind of crystallize it a little bit?
it does. The Lions, historically horrific organization.
Super Bowl.
30 minutes away from a Super Bowl.
Pistons, the worst franchise in the recent history of the NBA.
Set a record last year.
One off season. And Scott Harris, no matter how fluky it was,
he made it.
It happened.
And not only did he make it, he won a series.
Which kind of unfluked it.
Right. It was like, oh, well, you just get, no, they went in there and they went on the road to Houston and won.
David, if you have a reaction, but also some ticket text, I know Kenny's busy screening the calls.
I understand why he didn't do anything based on the circumstances. However, this is year 6, and it's his fault we are in this position. He has saddled us into purgatory. Buy or sell. The worst thing you can do is stay and sit on the fence.
I actually agree with that. As unpopular as selling would be, it was a seller's market. And if you're not going to buy, then you may as well collect assets, build your war chest, hope to have a bold summer. I don't know. I mean, the idea that you would give a 2 to get rid of Wallman but you couldn't put a 2 into a package to get a player? That is, I'm sorry, that does not compute. And until or unless a Wallman story comes out that says somehow he was Al Capone's bookkeeper, I'm never going to understand how you extend him but have this dire need to get rid of him. You want to label him a cancer or something like Elias Patterson? Fine, do whatever you want to do. The point is, if he's that bad of a guy or something was that bad, well, guess what? Edmonton didn't care. They just gave up a first-round pick for him. Walleye. David, some ticket text, please.
Total give-up move. Time to fire Yzerman. I am done with the Wings for this year. Steve is a grifter, hosting on his name and status in this city as a player. I'm done with this franchise until he's gone.
Jesus.
Season ticket holder, I'm out on Yzerman. The parent company renewed tickets in late February this year instead of after the trade deadline. What a joke.
I mean, I asked Costa this morning. I said, why renew? He didn't have a good answer for me. He's that upset. He's not enjoying it. I said, then why give them your money? Just don't renew.
Because it feels like you're going around in circles. Yeah.
Yeah, every year it's the same thing.
I mean, like I said, if you know, if they're honest with you, hey, we're going to bottom this thing out. We're going to start all over.
Right, and if your comp is, well, the Sabres haven't made the playoffs in a while, they are arguably the worst franchise in the league. So if your comp for Steve Yzerman is using the worst franchise in the league as your defense mechanism, what does that make you?
The second worst?
No, but you know what I'm saying.
If you bring up the name of the worst run franchise in hockey right now and say, well, they didn't do it, I'm sorry, that's not the franchise you want to compare yourself
Right,
to.
that's what I'm saying. You put yourself at that table where you're not talking about Stanley Cup winners. We're better than them.
Then the next thing Yzerbots do is, well, he never had the number 1 pick. Neither did the Stars. And if you need the number 1 pick in order to rebuild, then you're not special. Like, I don't know another way to say it. So, yeah, here we are. They lost last night. They didn't do anything today. They're in D.C. tonight. I will get your phone calls next. It's quite something. College basketball, it is reaching the only couple of weeks of the year that people care. $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. $150 to bet on everything. From conference clashes, tournament upsets, and more. They got it all. Top 10 Ricos involved. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on the hoops action before March Madness takes over. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get to Sean. He'll bat leadoff. A lot of people want to talk about it. Wings lost again last night. They do nothing at the deadline. Have the conversation. Where are you at with Yzerman? I don't think it needs to be some grand setup. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Hey, Sean.
I'm good. I just wanted to maybe throw a little perspective out your guys' way about, the rebuild and how long it might take,
Yeah, no, I don't know. Educate me. I'm a complete moron. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not saying most people are being impatient, I think. I've looked at how long it takes, especially in the cap era, which you could argue could make teams more competitive more quickly. Or you could argue the opposite. But I've looked at teams like the Rangers and the Bruins and the Pittsburgh Penguins, and I've seen how long it's taken them to kind of have to rebuild, although they've gotten, players like Crosby and, other players that are kind of in the elite echelon of the league. But, when you look at teams that have had to rebuild in the cap era, it takes, 25, 30 years. So if you're looking...
Just bear with me. I just had a grown adult. Has to be grown. He's driving. Have to be old enough to get financing. Own car. Okay. I just had a grown man call up this radio station and with a straight face say it takes 25 to 30 years to rebuild. Kindly leave.
It takes 25 to 30 years to pay off a mortgage.
Get out. Kenny, talk. No, I'm not going to. I will not insult my listenership. No. He wants to pass along perspective. Here's my perspective. Get out.
Yeah, I have no words for that guy. That guy clearly doesn't. I don't think he actually has the perspective he thinks he does. I mean, we mocked Ken Holland for saying, it takes 10 years. 25 years.
Kenny, he's talking about paying off a mortgage.
Right. What are we doing here? This can't be the majority of fans, right? This is just that guy, right?
We're impatient because it's year 6 and it doesn't look like they're going to make the playoffs, and they did nothing at the deadline again.
Dude, a good 15, 16 more years to go. We're right back in it, man. 25 years.
I generally refrain from that type of behavior, but I had to do that there.
See, I thought he was setting us up for a joke. Like, okay,
I'm
not really.
I'm not interested.
Because I mean, 30 years.
Let's go to Evan. I'm going to pretend that didn't happen. Evan, how you doing?
Hey, guys. So, listen, I'm a big Wings fan. I live in the D.C. area. I was given free tickets to the game tonight from a buddy of mine who's a Caps season ticket holder a couple of months ago, right when the Wings started to kind of make their turn. I was excited about going, but ever since the Four Nations and Malaysia Classic, I've been so down on this unholy dumpster fire of a product, I ended up selling my tickets for tonight's game just because I had no desire to go. It's OV bobblehead night. I got a pretty good payout for them, and I plan on sitting at home and not drinking a $30 beer at the arena and doing anything but watch the retirement home play.
So where are you at with Yzerman? Now the deadline's done. Where are you at?
Fed up. I'm tired of it. It doesn't take a whole lot to be great in terms of running a franchise. It takes a little bit of effort. It takes some money. And the Wings clearly refuse to spend any money and refuse to do anything. So I'm out on it. I'm out until really he's gone or he makes a splashy move because right now it's just a waste of time.
All right, now listen. I mean, Evan, I'm glad you profited, and I hope your buddy's not listening because I don't think he gave you the tickets for that purpose. But here's one thing you can't say. You can't say that they don't spend money. They're in a salary cap league, and they're butted up against the cap. My argument has been, where is the heat on Yzerman at the pro acquisition level, the pro scouting level? Look at his signings. Look at his trades. I mean, that's really, to me, at the fulcrum of the laser here of he's awful. Oh, he can draft. Okay, wonderful, multiple parts to job. Knowing the English language doesn't make you a good radio host. There are other things.
So what his best acquisition, what would you say?
From a pro scouting department level?
Kane?
I guess. Sure. Offset by everything else? I mean, bring Kenny in on it. Kenny, what's Yzerman's master stroke of a pro acquisition move via trade or free agency? Is it Kane?
Of a pro acquisition, I would say probably would have been Kane, but even Kane's starting to look like retirement home age.
Well, he is 1,000.
I was at the game yesterday, and pucks were going through him on the boards. I'm not saying he wasn't trying, but you could tell he's getting up there, man.
Okay, so what is the move? We're 6 years in now.
An aging Patrick Kane might be the answer to your question.
Then he failed.
I agree.
Then he failed.
And his whole scouting department, his whole pro scouting department also has failed, too.
That's my point, though. You have to be held accountable. 6 years in, and the Wings are a non-functioning organization as it pertains to trades and free agency. Fair or not?
I think it's fair, and I think it's easy for us. We can say he's failed. I think that narrative about, they don't spend.
That has to stop.
Hold on. I think it's coming from fans that don't want to say he's failed. I think they want to put it on Chris Ilitch. But you can't put this on Chris Ilitch. Yzerman is in a cap sport with this team. They're always up against the cap. He spends. It's the acquisitions that he has done or not done to get this team to the playoffs and to make them good. That's the problem.
Show me what you bought.
It's his fault.
Yeah, show me what you bought. Show me what you spent your money on. Did you spend it wisely, or did you go to the store and come back with a bunch of candy?
You got $1 million with a bunch of Sour Patch Kids. You didn't spend your money on wise things.
Right. Dad, I'm hungry. Eat your Sour Patch Kids because that's what you spent your money on.
A lot of Sour Patch Kids.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said $1 million, but you get the point.
Those things are pretty nasty. You like those things?
No, not anymore.
Sour Patch Kids.
Can't
nasty.
do it.
It's got a limitation.
Okay.
After a few years, it's like salt and vinegar chips.
Noted.
Correction. I think Alex DeBrincat probably is his best acquisition.
Okay.
That's it. But that is the only one. There's more Andrew Kops and there's more
JT
Compher and Ben Sherratts and Jeff Petries than there are DeBrincats.
Every goalie. All
Alex
of it.
Lyon.
Yeah, if you want DeBrincat, that's fine. I think the only knock would be, that's a huge contract. Has he lived up? He disappeared last year. I don't know. Kenny, it's fine. It proves the point I'm making. That all these people want to point towards this one thing of, he's drafted so well. Yeah, but what about everything else? And then candidly, if you've drafted this well, I understand it can take longer. I understand hockey is different. But my goodness, if I hired a GM in a town and I said, I don't expect you to make the playoffs till year 7, my fans would revolt. But in this town, you'll still get people who want to defend it. It's wild, Rico. Go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
So when you started describing this, Mike, I swear you were describing me. I'm a Marine. I don't cry about a lot of stuff. You turn on that double overtime goal by Yzerman, I'm weeping. I'm crying. I'm sitting here staring at this Yzerman game you stick on my wall. I love this guy. However, two things can be right. He could have been a great player and an icon for the city, and he could be a crappy GM.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's just a good scout, and he shouldn't have got elevated to the GM level. Granted, he did very well in the drafts, but we're trading for a player who last time was on our roster about 8 years ago or 7 years ago. And when he was on our roster, I looked it up. He only has 66 wins in the 7 seasons he played for the Red Wings. What are we doing here, man? I'm so fed up. I'm shaking right now. I can't believe that we let another season go by, and it's been a joke. I mean, what is this? We're supposed to just, you make that great point about the salary cap and how we're butted up against that, so it can't be Chris Ilitch. But part of me wants to believe that just to give Yzerman doubt. I almost just want to figure out a way to be what is he doing to screw Yzerman over? But the truth is, Yzerman's screwing Yzerman.
Right.
Yzerman is screwing Yzerman.
That's the whole thing with the pro scouting department, Joe. He's spending money. It's just bad. And candidly...
Well, how many former players do we have in the scouting department? We know we have Chris Draper. Yep. We have Kurt Volpe. I mean, what is this? Is this to bring the boys back together?
Nick Lidstrom, Nicholas Kronwall. I'm looking at it right now. There's a lot of them. Gary Fisher.
Get him out of there. Let's get some real pro scouts. Real people that can really look at the numbers and crunch. And Nick Lidstrom, I don't think he went to school for analytics. I love the guy as a demon, but I don't think he knows those numbers.
No.
They draft great, but they trade like crap.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, Joe, here's the problem, right? I don't want to be unfair. We have no idea with some of these guys who haven't played yet. but it's equally unfair to suggest that they're all going to be awesome. You know, Sebastian Cosa could be the next Eric Fisho. Like, you don't know. You know, like
there's graveyards full of people thinking they had more time, Mike. You know, and the thing about this is, I would rather trade Cosa away for a proven product, Danielson away for a proven product. Get us a goaltender, man. Like, what are we doing here? You just have Cujo. You just have Hasek, Osgood. Osgood has 401 wins. Like, why are we trading for a guy who, when he was with us for 6 seasons, he only had 66 wins? This is it's a slap in our face.
No, Joe, it is, but you know what it suggests? It's a guy who has no boss. It's a guy who has no timeline. It's a guy who has no urgency. So in his world, and I'm not going to make a habit of trying to speak for Steve Yzerman. I'm not qualified. But maybe it's just, look, Cosa's going to be Patrick Waugh 2.0. You just wait and see, and I'm going to go on vacation this summer. You don't like it? Kick rocks. You're not firing me. We're going to do this my way. That's the only conclusion I can come to, especially today, acquiring Peter Mrazek again, and he's signed next year $4 million.
No, he operates, Mike, as if he's sitting on a chair made of ice. That seat is not warm.
No.
At all.
No. All right, good talk. Be curious, please.
Hey, are you looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models? There's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV. Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand. They got inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the March Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for just $279 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Oh, by the way, one thing that just happened and we didn't get to mention, if there was ever a player built in a lab to play for the Florida Panthers, I give you Brad Marchand on the same line with Kachuk. Enjoy that in a 7-game series. Yikes. But hey, we got Peter Mrazek back, so YOLO. To the people, we go to Toby, 97.1. Toby, what's going on, buddy?
Oh my goodness. I'm just absolutely flabbergasted at what has been going on in the last hour and a half. Why didn't the Red Wings go and be a little more aggressive with St. Louis to go get Bennington? They got rid of Veleno, and they get Smith guy who scored, 9 goals? And Mrazek, who, he's got, what's his goal
He's
against
been the
average?
worst goalie in hockey since December with an .866 save percentage. The
It's
worst
just incredible.
goalie in
And
hockey.
It's incredible. And I just do not understand. And I'm starting to understand actually what's going on. And this is kind of nuts, but it's kind of interesting. Okay, we have Draper and we have Maltby as executives in the office who are scouts. Okay, first check mark that I have is we actually drafted, I think it was last year or the year before, Draper's kid. Okay, so Draper's kid is in the Red Wings organization. Big deal. Draper and Maltby were marginal players. Marginal on the fourth line. They're fourth line players. Yeah, they were great in 97, 98. But honestly, these guys do not know how to scout. They don't know.
Well, yeah, hold on. That you know what, Rico, do you want to go ahead?
Well, I was going to say, normally, Toby, for guys because they know what it takes to be really good, because they've seen it, because they were fourth line, it's like the bench player, in basketball, or that role player in football. They normally see what the best looks like, and they can identify it.
Yeah, and also, no disrespect, there's no correlation between being a good player and a good scout or a bad scout. That's not related. If that were the case, Michael Jordan would be the greatest owner in the history of sports.
Superstars don't.
Okay,
they think everybody plays like them.
But listen, okay, the reason why I said that is because of this. The Red Wings in the last couple of years have been just that, a marginal team.
Yes.
They've been marginal. Petrie's a bum. All these other players that we got that are these large contracts, they're a bunch of bums. And we have DeBrincat and we have Kane, and that's about it that we got in the last couple of years. It's just incredible. They don't know how to scout. They're doing good drafting. They're drafting some good talent. But honestly, I've called this station about the Red Wings a couple times in the last couple of years. And I was on the wagon of, let's draft this guy. We're doing good in our draft. We're doing our good. No, I just can't do this anymore. I'm so frustrated with the fact that they're not going for it. They're not doing the things that make a team a playoff contending team. Who is Smith? I mean, honestly, he's a 35-year-old bum who scored 9 goals. What is he going to do for us?
Yeah, look, Toby, you're throwing around the word bum a little liberally here. All right, just hold on.
He's a little angry.
That's
frustrated.
Fine. I don't think it's fair to call Craig Smith a bum. I don't think he's a difference maker. Now, if you want to say, look, we needed some grit, we need a little edge, does he provide that? Fine. Not going to move the needle. But you can't call the guy a bum. You can't act like he's the worst player in hockey. That's not fair. The Mrazek angle of it, no one understands. Why would we take on $4 million of Peter Mrazek in 2026? I have no idea. I can't speak to it. They didn't make another move. So in the here and now, you've just collected another goalie. And look, this is where I'll get myself in trouble with the hockey elite. I'm going to say something that I probably can't say, but it's how I feel. So maybe Kenny could send me to the penalty box. Sebastian Cosa's got to play 30, 40 games next year. He's got to be up here. Enough's enough.
No, I don't think that's
What are you doing? Want to keep the kid down there until he's 25? You know what I mean?
After a period of time, you just need to know, okay, what do we have?
Right. So you already got all these mediocre goalies. You just added another one. And it's like, are we going to play this kid or what?
Yeah.
Is that me being an idiot?
No, and he's never going to understand what it means to play meaningful NHL hockey without playing not just an emergency stint of meaning NHL hockey.
Kenny, I got news for you. The way they are now that they didn't buy at the deadline and their season's slipping away, I tell you what, son, have at it.
Me and David were talking during the break, and we were talking about how we always say Steve has to do this. He has to have a good offseason. He has to have a good trade deadline. I'm starting to think he doesn't have to do anything.
Correct.
I'm starting to think there is zero accountability.
He doesn't have a boss.
No.
I told you, Kenny, knowing there's no the seat that he sits on is made of ice. It's not even warm. It's ice. He's freezing.
But would you agree with me? I mean, next year, Sebastian Cosa's not splitting time minimum with another goalie. What are we doing?
I would say splitting time would be a reasonable expectation because it's very tough to just throw him at that.
No, and you know what I know. The days of goalies logging 68, 70 starts, that's over.
Exactly.
I'm saying the kid should play 30 to 40 games next
year. Yeah, absolutely.
So what does getting Mrazek do when you're already stuck with how many other mediocre goalies?
I mean, again, there has to be another move. This has to mean something. This has to lead to something.
Really? Wallman.
I know.
Maybe there's a last second deal that we just haven't got.
We just can't say has to anymore because it had to lead to something with Wallman. It has to lead to something with Mrazek. I don't think it does. I don't know what the plan is anymore.
All right. Therein lies the frustration. You don't know. And you're hockey elite.
Yeah, and look, at this point, no, I'm not saying you upend the season. But, I know they tried with Mazer last night, and he died in 30 seconds. It was unfortunate. Do you play the kids?
Right. I mean,
I don't know.
At least different sport. We don't like it. But when the Tigers pretty much said we don't want to block any of the young guys, all right, they played their hands.
You don't have to like the plan, but you knew the plan.
You know the plan.
That's a great point. Paulson's, their annual inventory clearance sale right now. 70% off store-wide 4K TVs, tower speakers, amps, receivers, theater seats, you name it, they got it. Outdoor living spaces, outdoor TVs, landscape lighting, speakers. Again, Paulson's, the best audio video store in Southeast Michigan. You visit paulsonsav.com. You register for their biggest annual event of the year, the Music Matters event. That takes place March 19th at Paulson's, or go to paulsonsav.com. Oh, I'm sorry. David just informed me on double secret probationary that Yzerman might speak, but nobody knows when. What is he, the Pope? Here's microphone. Speaketh. Honestly. Hey,
trade
Kenny.
deadline here. People want to know.
Hey, Kenny, how many goals above average saved has Peter Mrazek had this season? Let me help you. Negative 14.9.
I was going to say, I saw this one. Negative 14. That's absurd. The worst goalie since December. Great. Great move, Steve. Can't wait for that next domino.
Let's go to Nick. I've said it all. We go to Nick, 97.1. What's up?
Hey, guys. As per the Hockey Elite, I do want to tell you, Mike, I agree with two things you just said. Number one is Sebastian Cossa. Like, he is the goalie, per se, of the future. He looks like he's knocking on the door here, and I felt like Yzerman actually did it right in terms of having Talbot under contract next year, Lyon leaves, Cossa comes in, and then Cossa naturally becomes your starting goaltender number one after Talbot leaves. Like, getting Mrazek here, now you just, and it still might work out that way, but why even muddy the water getting Mrazek here?
And
it just makes...
And at 4.25. It's not like that's some kind of bargain.
And I know the cap's going up, but what are you doing taking on that type of money? And goalies you could trade usually, but still, it's just not a good contract.
No.
And then on top of that, you said too, it's like, okay, I wanted them to make a bold move today. That's what I wanted to see because it's time for us to take a next step, which is become a playoff team and then become a consistent playoff team where you can build a contender. It's time. Whether we make it or not, it is time. And if you're not going to make a bold move, like going after, a Bowen Byram, okay, you know what I want to see today is like Nate Danielson. Like, why is he not being called up? Instead, I know we have Shine, and like Shine's a great story and all this stuff, but dude, it's time for let the kids then play. They all are, to Yzerman's credit, good. His first round draft picks when they finally make it to the NHL. But you're a playoff race, man. Like, let's go. Like, let's do something here to make a move and say something to the fan base.
But see, Nick, the other thing I keep saying, and I don't know if you agree with it or not, there's no urgency to anything they do.
Zero urgency. And it's bothering me, and I know it's the Detroit sports. I feel like thorn in our sides with all our teams at some point in time. It's like, why do we have ownership or GMs who can just lollygag through this stuff with no accountability? Like, zero.
I'm with you. And I mean, Nick, I said it.
You know what, Nick, I think a lot of it is because, and this is going to sound so bad, but I think they know Detroit fans will be loyal to a fault, so they can get away with a little bit more than other cities.
It's bad. It's sad. We need to raise the bar of expectations to hold people accountable. Come on, people.
No, and Nick, the other problem I have, and I don't know how Rico you feel, but like, let's say he gets it right in year 8 or 9. What am I supposed to do? Genuflect? You know what I mean? Like,
no, you forget about the first 7 years, and you only focus on that.
I don't work that way.
Mike, we actually kind of saw this before. Spare me the jokes, but it just happened up the road in Ann Arbor. Jim Harbaugh looked like a failure, and then all of a sudden it worked, and nobody remembered the failure.
Right. Well, I mean, and Nick, appreciate him, man. Have a great weekend. Honestly, it's what I said to you pre-show about Michigan State. I'm thrilled. I think Tom's done a wonderful job this season. It doesn't absolve the last 4 years where they were a 500 Big Ten program.
You don't, Mike, but I'm saying for most fans,
right?
Think about this. No Lions fan remembers how bad it was when Goff first got here.
I know that.
It's just Jared Goff.
Right, but it's like at a certain point, why do I have to celebrate you doing your job? That's what you're paid for. Now, if you want to introduce dynamic pricing on your salary, and let's say Tom was working for free the last 4 years, that's fine.
Right.
Now I'm thrilled. He did a great job, but
brother, you're built differently. Okay, can we admit that? You're built differently.
Noted.
Most fans, when your team starts winning, you forget the bad, you remember the good.
Let's go to Adam in Troy, 97.1. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, sir?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I'm 22 years old, and I just have a message for Steve Yzerman. Just so you were so fantastic for my grandpa, and maybe my dad, doesn't mean that you can't ruin the experience for us. It's ridiculous. It's been 6 years. I'm 22 years old, original 6 team, and I've gotten nothing from this team. I was 5 when they won the Stanley Cup. It's ridiculous. That's all I wanted to say. I hope you guys have a great weekend.
You too. All right, succinct and to the point. David, a couple ticket texts before we get back to the callers. I know you're inundated. Wings do nothing at the deadline. I'm sorry. I'm not counting Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith. Sorry. I think I have a right to say that. And look, they lost again last night. You're in Washington tonight as a heavy underdog. You're in Ottawa Monday night. You know, you got to do something in these next two games. I mean, or it's really slipping away here. David, go ahead.
The Wings should have sold today like the Tigers did last year at the deadline and then played the youngsters the rest of the season. Someone says, Yzerman cleared Veleno's contract to get money out after 2 years. I'm fine with what he did at the deadline.
All right, but hold on. You didn't clear it out. You got another $4 million goalie for next year. So pardon me if we're all not breaking out our Austin Powers penis pumps because he cleared some money in 2027 or whatever you're angling at.
No, that's not mine.
You know what I'm saying? Like what? Kenny, am I wrong to have that approach?
No, not at all. Especially when you consider that 4.2 or whatever it is Mrazek, one of the worst goalies in the league. Awful. You absolutely are allowed to have that.
Oh, but he cleared money 2 years from now. And I'm like, great. So he can sign another dead body like Tarasenko?
Yeah, does it? That's a great point, too, is hooray for clearing money, but how much do you actually trust him to spend that money in the free agent market? Because I'm not sure I do. We brought up DeBrincat as a trade, but the other pro scouting things, I mean, you look at your Petries, your Sherratts, your Kops, your Comfers. I mean, tell me the move that he actually succeeded at.
That's my point. Let's go to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, pal?
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to remind everybody when Yzerman was in Tampa, he built a soft team. The first year that he left, the new GM came in and switched up that team, made them gritty, made them hard. And what did happen? They won the cup. Sure, there was a couple players that was on that team that was Yzerman's players, but he got rid of the soft players. Who do we got now? Kane, soft. DeBrincat, soft. Who sticks up for anybody like a McCarty?
Well, last night was really interesting to me because Mo Seider, look, you could argue it should have been a double minor,
but
100%
what you're going to say.
Yeah, Mo Seider got hit in the face, nothing. Evanson got hammered in his legs, cheap shot, nothing. And again, I'm an ignoramus, but even I saw that and I go, is anyone going to do something about this?
And that's the point I'm bringing up. Nobody came to our best defenseman's aid to stick up and, to drop the glove and say, this is not going to happen. We get picked on and pushed around like unbelievable. We are soft. That's what Yzerman drafts, is soft players and signs soft players.
There is something to be said about how soft it is. I don't think a McCarty exists anymore, but we did see Trent Frederick traded earlier. I think that's the type of player, just mean, nasty, hard to play against.
What about your boy Gudis?
Radko Gudis, my long-lost cousin. I wish.
Now, James, listen, in the Tampa thing, I've always stayed away from it. I never want to be disrespectful. He did build and maintain a really nice team, but, I mean, you did kind of start out on second base. Didn't he inherit Victor Hedman? Didn't he inherit Stamkos?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just saying. The further we get away, it starts to get very difficult. And he did make some really shrewd moves down there. Remember when he had Druin and nobody wanted him and he found a market for him and got him out of there? There was no market for Martin St. Louis and he made a big trade and he was able to kind of hoodwink. I think it was the Rangers back then. It's just...
Yeah, he identified Vasilevsky. There's a bunch of things that he did well down there.
Well, where's that for us?
And that's the point, though, is some people will say, oh, well, Ken Holland left him in a bad spot.
Oh, my God. Now I'm going to sound like Christian Bale. Hey, all right, we're gonna do the Kenny Holland. Hold on a second, Rico. Let me reach in my pocket, show you my Kenny Holland card. How long are we gonna play that?
It's going to play until we stop criticizing him. There will always be a Steve bot that has that excuse. Always.
What Kenny just said.
The Ken Holland card. It's the race card, but different. Mm-hmm. Let's just play that one.
Right. It works anytime you need to. It's not his fault. It was the previous administration. And it works. If you're a Steve defender, that That card will always work for you.
More of your phone calls next.
The NHL trade deadline expired at 3. Detroit made one move with the Blackhawks, sending Joe Veleno for forward Craig Smith and goalie Peter Mrazek. Mrazek played 6 seasons for the Red Wings, with the last coming in 17-18 before he was traded to the Flyers. Dylan Cousins, a name the Wings were reportedly looking at, is headed to the Senators instead. And one of the most surprising deals, Brad Marchand is reportedly heading to the Panthers. Marchand currently not with his current team, Boston, as he rehabs an injury. The Wings also placing Carter Mazur on IR, a bummer for one of the Detroit's top prospects who left his NHL debut early last night with an upper body injury. The team is back in action tonight at Washington at 7, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Dominic Shine has been recalled. He played in 4 games between late January and early February this season, recording just an assist. MLB Pipeline released their latest farm system rankings, and the Tigers are number 1. Michigan big man Vlad Golden has been named one of 5 finalists for the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Award, honoring college basketball's best center. The Wolverines and Spartans will wrap up the regular season against each other in East Lansing on Sunday. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, Mike will be there. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so look, response has been fantastic. A lot of people want to rap about it. The Wings, not only the loss last night, but the hope, the backstop for all of this was, all right, this has to be the year Yzerman does something. And acquiring the worst goalie in the league since December is not really what I had on my bingo board. So we're going to move Who Said It a little bit later in the hour. And we will get to Michigan State winning the Big Ten and the matchup on Sunday. And maybe Izzo's best coaching job in a long, well, certainly in a long time, but maybe ever, candidly. But we got to talk about it. And really is, what is the point of the Detroit Red Wings? Like, what is this? I mean, I never liked the whole endless thing of the Yzer plan and you're an idiot and you just wait and see. Like, that's, to me, low rent. It's okay to be an active participant in your team's rebuild and talk about every move or what you'd like to see. I think if you just submit and go, oh, well, Steve's got us all. It's like that's brainless. Well, it's year 6. And meanwhile, I don't feel like this team's any closer to a Stanley Cup than they were last year. I forget Stanley Cup. Like, are they as good as they were last year? Because right here and now, I'll be honest, at the worst time of the season, Dylan Larkin, since the Four Nations Cup, hasn't looked right. Lucas Raymond doesn't look right. Kane looks like he's dying on the ice. The goaltending blows. And I watched last night, start to finish. I mean, it's just, they're not a good hockey team.
No.
And the new coach bump, look, McLennan did amazing things. But think about this as we get into the calls and the whole, where are you at with the Yzer plan? He should have got rid of Lalone at the end of last year. We all talked about it. Even if he got rid of him this year, why did it take so long? And how many points did it cost him? How many points better would you be? Wallman, why did you have to pay to get rid of this guy for him only to get turned into a first-round pick by San Jose? How much better would you be with Wallman instead of a Hole or a Chariot or whatever? Like a Sherratt. Like, think about it. Then you factor in not doing anything at the deadline. All these little moves are probably the difference between making it and not. He has made the wrong move or no move at all. Well, then how good is he? I've also talked about the pro scouting. Your pro scouting department and you, right, as the overlord of hockey,
right,
you're responsible for a disastrous Tarasenko signing or an Andrew Kopp signing or whatever you call this collection of people on the blue line not named Seider and Edvinson. Rico, I want to hear from the people. I don't know how I'm supposed to come to any other conclusion than he might get it right eventually, but you can miss me with the hockey Jesus stuff.
Yeah, but how long is it eventually?
Well, no. That's my point. You're not special at this point.
Right.
It's what I said to you. I'm pumped up State won the Big Ten. That's great. I'm happy for you, top 10, Rico. But you can't ask me to do cartwheels after for the last 4 years they were a 500 Big Ten program. That was embarrassing. It's the same thing with the Wings. Hey, let's say they make the playoffs in year 7 or 8. What do you want me to do? Genuflect?
No, you won't. But Wings fan and every Steve bot will, and they be like, see, you just had to be patient, funny man. He knew he had a plan. He knew what he was doing. And you forget about everything that's happened since. That's what the fans will do. You're built differently. You hold people accountable forever.
Well, and part of it, and I admit the bias, and I know listeners out there right now, some of them who have jobs that require high accountability. You train yourself, and it's like I'm in my real life doing my thing. Like this job, it's ratings and revenue. And it's accountability on a segment-to-segment basis. I hate radio shows that mail it in. It ain't happening here. I am accountable. I'm accountable to you guys. I'm accountable to the people I work for who sign my checks, and I'm accountable to my audience. How could I go 7 years with no accountability? It's an impossibility. I don't care what kind of job you have. It could be a no-show job for a D1 athlete. You don't go 7 years without showing up once.
Right, but I'm just saying it's one of those that if nobody holds that D1 athlete accountable and actually checks up on them, you know what? You realize I can just do anything and still get paid.
Yeah.
Sure. You're going to put forth minimal effort.
Biggest problem to me would be the free agency and lack of trades or good ones. You could say he's a good drafter. I'm not going to argue it. So be it. But he's made some zany moves, today being another one. Why did we just reacquire Peter Mrazek? That is yikes. Go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Rejoice that the Joe Valeno experiment is over.
Okay.
Nothing like a guy wearing a unique sweater number who only has 10 points, too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, listen, only to be outdone by your signature signing of Tarasenko with 17 points.
Yeah. Crickets for that one, too. Well, here's what he has done. Outside of turning it into U of M East with Comp and Mott and Comper and of course, Larkin, he sacrificed 200-plus points from last year's lineup, specifically with letting go of Fabry, Sprong, Wallman, Gostisbehere, and Perron. They accounted for about 200-plus points. You then waited 30 games to dump Lalonde for all the youth and, quote, all the kids to actually get off their can and start producing. And I use that word producing very lightly. But for people that talk about the youth movement, the youth has been in this lineup since the beginning, since September of this year. But they didn't really start playing until McClellan got here. And even then, I'm not sold on Casper. I'm not sold on Edmondson and Soderblom, who are 7'9", yet are about the least physical human beings on the planet. The other interesting component of this is, if you look at Mrazek, yes, you are going to need another goaltender going into next year. And Mike, you touched on it. He's signed through next year at $4 million. But to make that move now at that money for him specifically is strange.
Yes.
And I don't know the free agent cap of goaltenders going into the offseason at the moment. I don't have a list in front of me. But to make that move specifically for him now, for next year, knowing that Leon's gone, Talbot may retire, that you're going to go into that with Kosa, who, Kosa could be on fire or he could be a total ghost. You don't know what you're really getting once he gets here. That is also more bizarre, too. And the final point is, the two best, and you guys touched on it, the two best moves he's made, even though it's gotten you nowhere, the DeBrincat trade and Kane. But if you're sitting here next year at the exact same position or very similar, you might as well move on from DeBrincat. And quite frankly, you might as well move on from your captain, too, who will be 29 in this offseason.
Yeah.
Who's shown that he's a very good player, but he's not a superstar.
See, it's interesting you say that. And by the way, from a free agent perspective, I mean, Ville Husso is one of the top 5 unrestricted free agent goalies out there, if that tells you anything about the market.
Right.
So
no, it's just an odd. Again,
Very.
You needed someone going into next year, but at $4 million for Mrazek, I mean, that's a strange.
And you still have Talbot under contract.
Correct. Even though the rumor is he's potentially retiring because he's 100 years old.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Yeah.
Chris, look, I'm with you, and I get to a point where I get tired of, you're the bad guy, and it's like, why? Just because I don't know what the hell we're doing? I mean, you're 6 years into this. What's the identity of being a Detroit Red Wing? What does it mean to be a Detroit Red Wing? What are the calling cards? What are the tenets? I know what it means to be a Lion. I think in 1 year, Trajan Langdon and Bickerstaff are quickly defining what it means to be a Detroit Piston.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Tigers, it's a trait. It's flexibility. There are certain trait factors, how they want to work the count, how they want guys to play different positions,
smart at the
mix
plate.
and match.
Yes.
The point is, okay, ready? What does it mean to be a Red Wing year 6 of Yzerman?
Same as it was year 5.
And 4.
Right.
And 3 and 2 and 1. There is no meaning because there's nothing consistent about it. There's no plan.
Right.
And I mean, even last night, they bring up Mazer, and I'm supposed to be all excited. The kid's like 5'10", 160. What am I supposed to do with that?
And just like that, gone.
No, it was unfortunate. It was a really weird thing. But, like, it's just I'm looking for counsel from the people.
Because I think he was supposed to be that we don't have to make a trade. We're going to bring up this youth and you'll see what we have.
Yeah, and he's one of their better prospects, and people are like, well, he plays a lot bigger than his size. Okay, look.
But it didn't work out because he got injured.
That was a really weird moment, man. All right, we'll get more of the people coming up in a second. Go ahead, Rick.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Now's the time to stock up and have them come out and check out your yard and get your yard prepared for the spring, because I'm getting mine done. Join with me. As a matter of fact, for a limited time, purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. But you got to mention my name. Say Rico from 97.1 said to call you, because you want your full lawn program and your free grub control. Why? Because with Natural Way, they're going to come out there and you're going to be assigned your own specialist, not just some random person, your own person that you can sit and talk with and come up with the best plan for your lawn. Because if you're like me, you take pride in your lawn, and Natural Way is here for you. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. And as I said, it comes with a free grub control. Because look, plain and simple, it's easier to take care of a problem early than have it become a major problem. So they'll come out there, they'll spray your lawn, they'll get everything done, and they'll make you happy. 888-GET-GREEN. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service now.
Personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is dedicated to ensuring you get all the medical care you need, put your life back together after an accident. So if you need an attorney who makes it personal, call David Femininio. Simple, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, so we have a little treat for you. We are rolling on. Steve Yzerman is talking right now. So we're going to be able to get you some of that audio, see what he's got to say about this lifeless deadline. I hope he's asked about Wallman. I think that's fair play. I don't think that's a gotcha moment.
No.
Steve, you attached a second-round pick to get rid of this guy. Shortly after you extended him, he was flipped for a first. Can you please explain to us WTF?
No, he's had enough. I mean, because people have been talking about it. I'm sure his PR people said, hey, just so you know, somebody's going to ask you this question. Let's get prepared and let's not have it be a gotcha moment. Have a nice answer ready for the people because they want to know. Well, why did you only get a second and he got flipped for a first?
Never a good sign when one of the smartest people in my life and someone who works in professional sports texts you, what am I missing with this Mrazek deal?
Oh,
I don't want that text from that person who is infinitely brighter than I. Not great, Bob.
I thought you were talking about me, but I was like, I didn't text you.
I didn't say sexy. I didn't say top 10 Rico.
No, it led to the whole, okay, is there another deal about to come down? Why are we hoarding average goalies?
Right after the one for Wallman. Let's go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, oops, I hit the wrong button, so we're going to Greg. 97.1. Greg, what's up?
Hey, guys, what's going on? I'll tell you what turned the corner on me on Yzerman was when he let Tyler Bertuzzi walk, which was a proven 30-goal scorer, heart and soul player, block shots, would defend his players, and they come up with Comfer, Kopp, and Daniel Sprong.
But if memory serves, there's a little bit of a personality issue there, correct?
Well, yeah. Well, I didn't hear nothing about that, but I'm sure if that was the case, so be it. But, you work something out on a player like Bertuzzi.
Yeah, I mean, it was, listen, what I will tell you is this. I won't kill him on that one because Bertuzzi was a little bit of a pain in the ass. And I'm being polite. But I hear what you're saying. Greg, look, where you sit today, where are you at with Yzerman?
After he re-signed Philip Zadina, who proved nothing for 3 years, then he signed him for another 2 years, and he walked away from his contract. I mean, right then and there, it tells me, what is he looking at here? I mean, we've got a 3-point shooting team. Nobody crashes the net. They're all standing at the circle. All our guys over 6'5" play like they're 5'10". Our biggest guys, which took shots to the head the last 2 games, Soderblom and Rasmussen had to sit out because 6'6" and 6'8", and they're taking shots to the head, and nobody does nothing.
Oh, no, and you saw it last night. I mean, Sider got hit in the face. Nobody does nothing. You had Evanson get cross-checked in the legs. Nothing. And I'm like, okay, well, that's fun. Greg, I'm with you. I mean, look, they don't – okay, earlier in the year before McLennan got here, we did a couple of shows, and it was like, look, it's not us saying it. It's metrically they do nothing well. Then they had the couple hot streaks. It was like a 7-game win streak in between a 4-game losing streak and then like another 6-game win streak. They're back to being a team that just – they don't do nothing very well.
Well, the only way they got this far is because of the power play. 5-on-5, they're useless.
Yeah. No, that's and again, I mean, Greg, it's ironic they're terrible 5-on-5 because the player everybody wanted was Stamkos, who is largely not good 5-on-5 and hasn't had some great year. So, look, I don't know. It's just I don't have to sit here screaming like Kenny's drop. I don't know that you because it doesn't matter. They're not firing him. But it's also, I don't think I have to be happy or impressed or infinitely patient. I guess that's where I've arrived at.
Here's a little bit from the Stevie press conference.
Ooh.
So this is courtesy of Rachel Hopmeyer, who works for 62. Yzerman says he plans to keep 3 goalies, Talbot, Lyon, and Mrazek, leaving Kosa and Campbell in Grand Rapids for now. We're still trying our best to make the playoffs. We'll see how it plays out.
Okay, so Mrazek, who's the worst goalie in the NHL, is going to help you get to the playoffs.
Mrazek will play games for Detroit. How many is based on the performance of Lyon and Talbot per Steve Yzerman?
Isn't Mrazek Javi Baez on skates?
Oh.
That if you play him, you're helping the other team?
A little bit. And also, if you think about his pro talent evaluation, wouldn't it actually make you more confident if Kosa comes up now that he said that?
Yes.
Because if he truly believes in Mrazek, that makes me want to do the opposite.
Yeah. I wouldn't say we did everything we wanted, but they did get a boost in net.
I want to say this to you again.
A boost?
Hold on. Since December, the worst goalie in hockey with an .866 save percentage and an expected goals against of -14, meaning he has saved 14 less shots than expected, than an average goalie would have saved. It's like defensive runs saved, but on ice.
I don't understand how you use the word boost.
How can Steve Yzerman go to a podium and talk about Peter Mrazek as a boost? All right, here's the equivalent. Tell me I'm wrong. Red Sox GM gets up there and says, we got a boost at shortstop. We acquired Javi Baez. All I'm doing is changing the sports. It's the same concept.
Also, can we hire somebody to ask him about the Wallman thing?
Well, we don't know if it has been asked. We have to work through the audio. Right?
I'm anxious because I don't want this story to go away. I want answers, unlike some people.
Okay. I'm not going to be melodramatic and say I'm offended by his remark, but it's like, that's one of the ultimate eye rolls. We got a boost in that. Mrazek's been dreadful. And even if you say, well, the Blackhawks suck, okay, that's fine. You don't have to be the worst in hockey, which Mrazek has been. You could just be bad. You don't have to be the worst. Wow. Okay, we'll go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, man. I'm so glad to hear you guys talking hockey, but I'm so frustrated to hear you guys talk hockey.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
Why?
I think that you're not fair to Yzerman. I think it's kind of a hit attack today, and I also think that he's made mistakes. I give him a B+. I think I would call it year 4 of his 6-year tenure because he really inherited a hole. I mean, we had the farm sold. Everything was bad when Ken left, and are we still paying Abdelkader? This is crazy.
But Ryan, hold on. Here's the problem.
Go ahead,
all right, even amidst all that, you had so much cap space. You cleared the junk out 2 years ago. The last 2 years is the fruits of having the first couple of years, which I'm fine if you want to say it's year 4. I'm not going to argue with it. It's not worth it. Look at what he's done with the money. Look at the roster he's put out there. How is that acceptable?
Yeah, I get that. I get that, man. And the pro scouting has been, he deserves criticism for that. But those players, they're not the long-term players, right? Those are the holes that we're filling while we bring up the youth and the people he's locked long-term in, which I think has been good contracts, right? Like Larkin, Sider, Raymond. Those guys are going to be, Raymond and Sider are going to be all-stars. Larkin is maybe not a top 5 center, but he's definitely a number 1 center on most of these NHL teams. So, the pieces are starting to fit. The young guys are starting to come up. We have potential there. And he can only get the people that want to come to Detroit that are available, that aren't going to mortgage the farm and blow our cap out for long term in the future and prevent these youth from coming out, right?
Part of the problem, though, Ryan, part of the issue is you have to be a bit of a salesman, a recruiter. Your job is to get people who want to be here. And candidly, listen, free agency, you're right, largely, if you try to win free agency every summer, it's a road to nowhere. But that's what trades are for. And when we start to really look at the moves how do you answer for the Wallman thing? That is
the Wallman thing makes no
disaster.
sense to me. I'm totally with you there. Yeah,
and then
there must have been something.
But if there was something, how the hell does San Jose get a 1 for him less than a year later?
Yeah, that I have no clue on.
Look,
that
all
one.
I'm saying is this, Ryan.
I'm
I'm not yelling and screaming. And hey, if you think our criticism's too harsh, that's fine. But don't say it's a hit job. We're dealing in facts here, Ryan. Like it's at a certain how about this, Ryan? Let's forget everything else. How did they not be a buyer at the deadline today? How do you not make a run at this thing?
who are you buying? They were in on Rantanen according to the rumors. They were in on these people. Like, so who else are they buying?
Yeah, but again, second place is first loser. I don't care if you're in on them. Your job's to get the job done. I mean, Ryan, like, I don't know what you do for a living, but like, if you're in sales, you can't say I almost got the sale. Like, so again, Dylan Cousins, did they get him? No. Rantanen, did they get him? No. Byram, did they get him? No. Like, and here's the other thing. Forget about attaching a specific name. Ryan, did they get better at this deadline? Yes or no?
I think yes, because they have massive goalie issues. They can't run on Talbot and Lyon with Lyon and Talbot.
All right, but hold on. Let me ask you a question. This is Ryan, it's fun. This is sports. It's not serious. It's fine. Mm-hmm. Okay, Ryan, I give you a choice. Let's crack a beer. Here we go. You can trade for the worst goalie in hockey since December, who's signed through next year at $4 million, or, hear me out, bring up Sebastian Cossa.
Yeah. I think I would do Cossa.
Okay, then. Now we agree, and we can go to our weekend in a happy place. Kenny, what do you make of what Ryan was saying? Go ahead.
Well, the first thing I noticed that he said that we were in on Rantanen and a bunch of other guys, and being in those, that's such a very vague way of looking at it because
you placed a phone call.
You placed a phone call. You said, hey, maybe this superstar player would want to come play.
Right,
here.
Kenny was in on Margot Robbie.
100%.
He watched one of her movies.
I was not in on Jennifer Coolidge. Not in.
Not even American Pie?
He was this close to a date with Margot Robbie. What'd you do? I watched Wolf of Wall Street.
She picked somebody else, you know.
Yzerman was in on Rantanen. What did he do? Oh, we watched highlights on YouTube.
By the way, there was never a chance we were getting Rantanen. Never one single chance.
Right. He picked up the phone. Hey, what can we offer you? Nothing.
Yeah, 8 years, 12 a year, plus he's in a state that has no state taxes.
Pretty much like Malcolm X and nothing.
What can I do for the movement? All right. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. You've probably seen it on the road right now. Call Mike Pepper, National Benefit Plans. Mike can help you with a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. Mike Pepper, National Benefit Plans, has got you covered. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And you're not going to be dealing with a phone jockey 6 states over and wondering if it's available in your state or not. It's simple. You call Mike Pepper, you get results. 30 years of experience in the game. National Benefit Plans brings that experience to you to choose the correct life insurance plan. It's National Benefit Plans. They want to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
The Red Wings traded for forward Craig Smith and their former goalie Peter Mrazek from the Blackhawks in exchange for Joe Veleno. Smith has scored 9 goals and 7 assists this season. Mrazek has a .346 goals against average in 33 games this year as well. Steve Yzerman currently speaking with the media over Zoom. He said they'll keep 3 goalies at this point, but doesn't know how much each playing time will receive as well. He did reiterate they're trying their best to still make the playoffs. He did address whether they were going after other guys.
Look, I've had it. Whether you're saying it or
I've had it
he's
with
saying
this
it.
too. I'm trying to freaking read these things as everybody else puts
Stop
it out.
yelling. You're out of control.
All right.
Quote, there wasn't a center we could acquire
fight.
for a reasonable cost, and they didn't want a rental at that time as well. My goodness. The team is back on the ice tonight at Washington. The pregame show can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:45. The Tigers' latest injury report is out. Outfielder Matt Vierling continues to rehab daily along with light baseball activities. The same is listed for Parker Meadows. Wenzel Perez popped out for the first time as well. He was not played in a spring game since Sunday due to rest with back tightness. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com. Thank you.
All right, a quick check on the ticket text. We got a ton of people who want to rap about it. Where are you with Yzerman after you want to call it a lifeless deadline day, a bizarre day? How about Yzerman getting up there and advertising Peter Mrazek as an upgrading goal? Wow. The numbers would tell you otherwise.
He also said, quote, there wasn't a center we could acquire for a reasonable cost that wasn't a rental at this time.
Fantastic. So do nothing and potentially miss the playoffs again. Yikes. We'll get you that audio as it comes in. We are processing it right now. David, ticket text first, okay?
The lack of a big move at this trade deadline solidified that if the Red Wings don't make the playoffs next season, Yzerman has to be fired.
You can say it until you're blue in the face. He's never getting fired. He may as well have a lifetime deal.
I'm on the fence about Yzerman. I want him gone, but my loyalty wants to give him 1 full season with McClellan.
Fine. Have 2. Have 10.
He could have if he would have.
Can you ring the bell?
That's a great point.
Oddly enough, that option was available to you if you fired Despicable Me in the summer.
How did the Red Wings and the Capitals both end last season with the same record, and Washington makes a couple moves in the offseason and now have the best record in the NHL, and we do nothing?
Yes, the couple moves would be your separator. And they have real goaltending.
We should put out 6 goalies on the ice, and nobody will ever be able to score on us.
Just tape them all together. I don't know. The Mrazek thing is it's a puzzler. But the fact that, look, my big issue with Yzerman, if I had one, beyond a lack of urgency, is the pro scouting. They simply don't make good free agent signings, and they don't make good trades. And when you look at the roster and you look at where all the cap is allocated and how this goes, it's like you signed Tarasenko for a decent chunk of change, right? Yeah, 17 points in 60 games. How about this endless recycling of defensemen? And the problem is all the good ones he gets rid of and all the bad ones he keeps. Mm-hmm. We got audio? All right, what do you got?
Steve Yzerman was asked about how Mrazek will help.
Oh, that's spicy. He did not like that question.
How do you answer like that? It's a valid question considering the poor nature of Mrazek's
You know
play
what?
this
That's
year.
somebody he's frustrated with the man in the mirror. And he knows. David, he is, because he knows I have to stand in front of this media and answer questions that I haven't gotten it done in the previous years, and they're going to be like, what's different about this year? And he doesn't really have an answer.
comfortable.
No, that's not
in his
comfortable.
seat.
That's not comfortable. Comfortable in your seat is laughing and yucking it up like, ha ha, he's gonna help us in the net. No, that right there is, I'm contractually obligated to do this. Ask me questions I like, or you get snarky Steve.
See, I just took it as, how dare you ask me that question?
Yeah,
I'm
poor
Steve
Max
Yzerman.
Boltman was only trying to do his job, and that's the answer. And he had to follow up and ask him another question.
Well, you know you're not going to get any Waldman questions
and
now.
I didn't think that there was attitude behind the question.
Certainly
It was factual, and I didn't think it was gotcha. Like, what do you see here?
Okay.
I felt it was, how dare you ask His Excellency this question?
Yeah, that's what I got too.
I hate the whole gotcha thing because, yes, when you go in there and you present the facts and say, hey, could you please answer this question? You are doing your job. You don't work for the team. You're there to gather information, and that's what he's doing. If you don't want to answer it, well, you know what? Give your paycheck back and get a new line of work. So, no. That sounds like a man to me who is angry, frustrated, and did not want to answer the question. So, yeah. Good luck asking him a Wallman question.
No, I love it, though. Like, this is the whole thing, is like we all have this different perspective from the same piece of audio. No, it's fine.
Because I've sat in those press conferences before with the coach who doesn't want to talk. All right, well, we're just going to do this all day because I'm going to keep firing off questions to you.
You know what that sounds like to me is a guy who's not accountable to anybody. He can just go out there and treat anybody how they want.
Did anyone ask him about Wallman? Come on.
Not after that response.
Not sure. We're efforting to find out, but I really hope somebody does because it's a valid question.
No Wallman, no walleye, no wallpaper, no nothing.
Okay. Let's go to Jared, 97.1. Jared, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going?
Good.
Good. Hey, so I've been one of the biggest Steve Yzerman defenders pretty much his whole tenure until about 3 o'clock today, unless one of two things happen. One, obviously make the playoffs, or two, fire the entire pro scouting department. Chris Yzerman, Boyd Gordon, Maltby, McKinnon, all have to go. Steve's draft picks have been okay, but every free agent signing outside of Patrick Kane have been absolutely awful. And one last point, I'll save the listeners. I haven't listened yet, but what Steve's going to say, it's going to come down to a deal wasn't there, we won't overpay, draft picks are like lottery tickets. You need as many as possible to hit on, and I like where our team's at. Mrazek hasn't had a sub-3 goals against average in almost 3 years. And people will defend and say, well, yeah, he's been on bad teams. We are that bad team. We have 1.5 defensemen, we have 5 forwards, and a revolving door everywhere else.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is you can be a bad team, but you could still have some defensive chops. If you're going to bring a goaltender in here, you're putting him in front of behind what exactly? And as far as a penalty kill, forget about it. So Jared, no, you're right, but he stood up there today and goes, "Oh no, he's going to help us.
Yeah, I don't know what Kosa did or what he doesn't see because he was a first-round pick. If he's not the guy, we have Trey Augustine. Trade him for something before the whole league knows what you already do know. Or if he is good, he can't be worse than what we have right now.
Listen, I am with you completely. Like, if you wanted to run 3 goalies the rest of the year, it is your prerogative. Mm-hmm. But Kosa should be one of them because none of these guys are stepping forward. Now, you want to say, well, look, we got to protect the kid. No one's saying you start him 6 straight nights. But the idea next year that you have Talbot, you have Mrazek under contract. And again, okay, well, maybe Talbot retires. Then the other goalie's got to be Kosa. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I'm with the caller. Then what are we doing?
According to this, says that they want to keep him down in Grand Rapids a little bit longer.
Well, why?
I don't know.
Okay,
Mike, maybe. And you could say this about a lot of because once you bring him up here, you've officially started the clock on yourself.
That's how life works.
David, look, I have no answers, okay?
You're fine. You're top 10 Rico. You're good. You just won a conference championship.
My bad, Rico. You're right. My bad.
I'm just trying to
You're
come
not
up
Steve
with
Yzerman.
Right, I'm just trying
sorry.
to come up with some situations here and some answers.
248-539-9797. Spring into savings. Unbeatable deals at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer for 2024. They are starting the new year with great deals. The 25 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT Crew Cab. You can lease that for $299 a month, $19.99 down. It's priced right. Or go green this spring with the electric 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month, $14.95 down. Both of those offers, 24 months. And the best part, everyone gets employee pricing on both the Silverado and Blazer EV. No gimmicks, just the deals. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you're always going to get your best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com as well for the certified service. You get the loaner, go about your day, or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Whoa, buddy.
All right, we go right back to the hockey calls, but we wanted to bring one moment of levity to this party. So sit tight if you're hanging. I'm coming right to you top of the hour. David, who said it? Let's go. Who said the following? Well, he's going to help us in net, Max. What is Steve Yzerman? All right, let's go.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
All right.
Let's start here at number 1. If they don't make the playoffs, I'm not going to lose my crap. I actually think they're headed in the right direction.
All right. Off-board selection. He's been oddly, I don't know, sensible, but it's not sensible. I feel like that's Rieger. Rieger's done like a heel turn where he was like all over Yzerman, but now he's like, well, buddy. Rieger.
There really has been a shift with him. I think Mike's right about that. And who would use the expression "lose my crap"? That sounds like a Rieger thing to say.
One more time, David.
Top 10, Rico.
If they don't make the playoffs, I'm not going to lose my crap. I actually think they're headed in the right direction.
Or is it Wojo?
I was gonna say I'm feeling very Wojo Gator-esque vibes.
I actually am switching to Wojo because I feel like that's the I'm not going to lose my crap.
Or Gator. You know what?
Does
I see
Wojo
the positive.
work here?
He does.
Okay,
he's here tonight. I see. I'm gonna say Gator. Because,
you're going Gator. Yeah. You're going Wojo. Yeah. I'm going Rieger, which means we're going over 3. All right,
you
David.
know what? I hate doing this, David. I am going to change, and I shouldn't. I'm going to go Doug. I'm going to go Doug instead.
Oh, boy.
David.
Very good. Very good.
Yes! Now, nothing matters. I'm good. All right, let's go to number 2.
If they don't make it, it means they aren't good enough.
Could have been anybody.
Yeah,
so if they don't make the playoffs, they're not good enough to make the playoffs.
John Jansen. I think this is him saying that basically because him and Cookies got into it, and Cookies refused to. He didn't want to give up the ghost, and Jansen was like, "Yeah, I'm leaning on the other side of the fence." So I'm going to go Jansen on this.
Not a very deep take, not a very well thought out take. I'm going to go Gov.
I'll tell you, Gov's been a chatty Cathy all week. Every time I tune in, it's the Tecumseh Tom show in the morning.
Tecumseh Tom.
Just make a jingle for this show.
Oh, 696 the mess.
Tecumseh Tom.
Pull on over. Let my crews get through. All right. All right. Hold on. Everybody calm down. You know what? The one problem is, wasn't Tom advocating selling? So if they didn't make it, you can't say they're not good enough if you're advocating selling good players. I'm going to go John Jansen. David, who said it? It's me!
I mean,
let's issue an apology to my friend, Mike Valenti.
Not much to that.
No. It was a vague thing that I put. It could have been anyone.
I take no offense. Not every take can be a banger. Like sometimes, water's wet, boobs are fun. They don't make it, they're not good enough.
Let me tell you what I try to do, Rico, because that time where Kenny ripped you, he didn't know it was you. I try to controversy is what I was going for.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. But this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
David, you're tearing the show apart.
You know what? Join me. David, join me at 6 a.m. on Tecumseh Tom.
Let's go over to Greg for traffic. There's a water main break. Everything's underwater.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Number 3.
Welcome to your weekend. You're underwater.
Stop it.
Use those mouths.
Congratulations. You got the Friday afternoon.
Use those mouth rolls. Okay.
I want to thank my
All right.
Okay, can we stop?
Thanks
She's
to
got
Jim.
a job to do. Okay?
Thanks to Jim.
She has a job to do.
I know, and she loves it.
Right.
She's
she
so
takes
excited.
Pride. Okay, there's nothing wrong with taking pride in your
no,
work.
but she's so excited about bad stuff. Congratulations, it's your weekend.
Okay.
You're underwater.
Okay, would you rather hear about, hey, you're underwater, or B, baby's head fell off?
Well, your commute sucks. I'm in my comfy chair.
We've only got through 2.
Or you could go in the news.
I know. Oh, boy.
All right. All right. Number 3.
Baby's head used as a bowling ball. More from Heather in 15 minutes.
Number 3. If he hasn't been as aggressive as he could possibly be in previous years, then now is the time to do so.
I'm going to check my traffic.
Okay.
All right. Read it one more time.
He didn't even hear it.
Read it one more
All
time.
right. If he hasn't been as aggressive as he could possibly be in previous years, then now is the time to do so.
Costa. I don't know why. That just felt very authoritative.
Yeah.
Now is the time to do so.
Now is the time, meaning you demand answers. So
to do so is a John Jansen thing to say. Now is the time to do so. Yes.
Okay.
Or is it Tecumseh?
It could be.
I'm going to go Tecumseh.
How's the song go?
Tecumseh Tom.
One more time, everybody.
Tecumseh Tom.
Is everyone locked in?
Yeah.
One more time.
Tecumseh Tom. Live 6 to 10.
What is happening right now? Who said it?
Oh, who cares?
Oh, man. Oh, there's an oil tanker blocking the right lane. You guys are effed.
It's been the least productive who said it ever.
No, it's been amazing. We needed this laugh after Yzerman did nothing.
Yes, you're
David,
right.
I'm so sorry because you put a lot of hard work into this, and we have done nothing.
He transcribes and he puts them in
just
the
fine.
system.
He's sitting over at the
Just fine.
writing it down, trying to come up with stuff to trick us.
And here we are. Tecumseh Tom.
Oh, this is amazing.
I made it to work, but you're not. Pull over for my cruise.
All right, one more. Let's try one more.
no.
One more.
Yeah, you got it.
If you fire Lalone at the beginning of the season, we're not even having this discussion.
That's everyone at the
I feel
station.
like I said that, but
I was about to
everybody
say-
said that.
I think I said that.
Can I just say everyone? Everyone has said it.
Who hasn't said it is a better question for that one.
You know who.
Tecumseh Tom.
No.
You didn't time that right, Kenny.
All right, go
I was
ahead.
waiting
said
for
it.
Rico. All right.
Go ahead. Everybody calm down.
I did say it. All right. All right, shut the city down.
Can
Rico just said that last segment.
Right. You could have pulled that.
He said the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just said that. Everybody said that.
Oh, there's a tank rolling down the road. Everybody pulled it.
Woman loves her job, man.
She's great, but it's like she's so pumped up. Welcome to your weekend.
Hey.
If you get home.
You know what? That means that the business is good for her.
Welcome to
right.
your weekend. Good luck.
Yeah. I want to thank my cameras. You're stuck. I'm not. All right. All right, we will get back to the calls. I needed a laugh.
You know
Today's
what?
been
How
very
about we roll
serious.
this back? David will be serious next time.
Great work, David. We'll get back to the trade deadline that wasn't next.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The NHL trade deadline has come and gone, and as of now, it looks like Detroit has made one move forward. Craig Smith, stop it! You've been terrible today. Forward Craig Smith and their former goalie Peter Mrazek from the Blackhawks in exchange for Joe Veleno. Steve Yzerman said Mrazek will join the Wings at practice tomorrow as well. He was also asked why they didn't make a bigger move and basically said they didn't want to give up their assets for a rental piece. The Red Wings have the second leg of a back-to-back tonight at Washington. Alex Ovechkin is just 10 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's NHL goal record. He scored 6 goals in his last 6 games. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Carter Mazer did not travel with the team after his upper body injury. I can't hear the drops because I had no headphones. That's good. The Tigers have a night game against the Orioles in Lakeland. It's a 6:05 first pitch, and some of the top Tigers prospects are being called up from Tiger Town for the game. Detroit's number 2 overall prospect behind Jackson Joe Max Clark headlines the list alongside number 3 farmhand Kevin McGonigal. The Motor City Cruise, G League affiliate of the Pistons, have acquired Oakland March Madness hero Jack Golke. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'd like to apologize if we were less than professional last segment, but you can't be angry all day. And this Red Wings thing has stressed everybody out. So we had a few laughs. Rico yelling at the top of his lungs, but she just really likes her job. Fantastic. All right. A lot of people with a lot to say. Red Wings, I can't make this up. Their deadline move today was to acquire 35-year-old Craig Smith, who's kind of a fourth-line grinder from the Blackhawks, and the deluxe package. Peter Mrazek is back at $4.25 million and through next year. But don't ask Yzerman how he's going to help you, even though he's had an .866 save percentage, even though he is a negative 14 on expected saves, because Yzerman will give you this answer. So the Wings didn't do anything to really get better. And we're asking you where you're at with Steve Yzerman. Now, that follows another really bad loss last night. You thought when they got the 2 quick goals to answer defensive breakdown, and it was a hell of a shot to get Utah on the board. I admit I openly said, holy bleep, he hit that? Like, whoa. But then they don't score the rest of the night, lose 4-2. Utah, the saddest piece of it was the late Utah power play, where I understand possessing the puck is one thing. Utah was out there, and it was like it was against kids. It was like a
keep away.
Yeah, it was wild, and I'm like, good gravy. So where are you at with Yzerman? And I think the one thing that I've kind of headlined is, look, it's not one particular thing, but the pro scouting is awful. When you really look at it, the free agent signings and trades, they're bad. They're almost exclusively bad. And there's no urgency. And if I look at just a couple things, 3 things that have led you to probably not making the playoffs, or you're going to have to really fight. There's 20 games left. 13 of them are on the road, including tonight at Washington. And you didn't fire Lalone early enough. That cost you at least a couple of points. Packaging a second-round pick with Wallman, and San Jose just flipped him for a first. If Wallman was here, are you a point or 2 better? Just a point or 2. If you fire Lalone a week early, 2 weeks early, you a point or 2 better? And then if you did something today, that's the 4, 5, 6 points that's probably going to be the difference between you making and missing the playoffs. And you go, then what am I doing? So we're talking to you guys about that. And no one's yelling to fire him because he's never getting fired. But I think it's okay to be frustrated. And look, if they go on a run and make the playoffs, will it make up for some of it? Well, sure. But overall,
if they make the playoffs, then it's going to be every Steve Yzerman supporter. The Steve bots will be saying, see, you guys freaked out over nothing.
But you know what? If you aren't here today, I'm not going to listen to you tomorrow. These phone lines are open. I want to thank my cameras for telling me. All right. Poor woman. She's great.
Oh, he can't hear.
Hold on. What happened? Oh, we're not letting go of that one, are we? Oh, UFO just blew up the Whitney. You guys are screwed. All right, let's get to the people. We'll go to Drew, who's been very patient. Drew, how you doing on a Friday, buddy?
Great. Congratulations on having the best show to talk Detroit sports.
Well, thank you, Drew. Very nice of you. What's up?
Well, I want to kind of defend Stevie a little bit and then kind of explain why he should still be fired. And I want to ask y'all, if he did go out and get a 30-goal score, do you think this is really a Stanley Cup team?
No.
So from the standpoint is he's locked up Larkin and Raymond and Sider. That's awesome. That's really great. He's stocked our farm system with talent, right? That's awesome. But he should be fired because that culture is awful. I mean, when guys aren't defending their teammates, are you kidding me? That press conference really was the nail in the coffin for me. I mean, he's not even really being accountable for the bad things, that he's done and the bad moves he makes. This is kind of like Troy Weaver to me 2.0. We see now that Troy Weaver really made some pretty good moves for the Pistons, but he didn't bring that accountability and culture that you need to be a really good organization and team,
Wow. I mean, the Troy, oh boy, I can't believe I'm going to do this. I can't put Steve Yzerman in the Troy Weaver classification. Troy Weaver was historically awful. Historically. If Steve is underachieving, that is different than being Troy Weaver.
But, I mean, is it one of those Troy's draft picks and he goes out there and now you're starting to see the plan that he had?
But the difference is, okay, if and Drew, I appreciate it, brother. Okay, I'll play the game with you. My dog would have selected Cade. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. So when Trajan came in, I think the difference is Langdon pro scouting. See, this is my thing of the day. Langdon's pro scouting brought you Malik Beasley, brought you Tim Hardaway Jr., brought you Tobias Harris. Now, individually, those are Titanic nothing burgers. Collectively, they fit the profile of what this team needed. And yes, Cade, healthy. The point I'm making is...
Dennis Schroeder, yeah.
Yeah, sure. And I told you, you'll like him for a short time. You just don't want to sign the guy. But when it comes to Yzerman, what are the pro moves I'm supposed to love? Aging Patrick Kane and DeBrincat. And mind you, everyone in our audience wanted to throw DeBrincat out of a boat last year because he disappeared for 20 games.
Maybe that's why. Maybe the Troy Weaver thing is because he drafted it. He just didn't go out and get great free agents. But his draft picks are now starting to blossom. He's not here for it, but
yeah, it's. I can't insult Yzerman that way, Jesus.
I mean, I don't think it's insulting, but I can see how it's Mike. I can see how it's on the path because as you said, his free agent pickups and trades and stuff but his drafts better than his pro personnel scouting.
Go to Kevin 97.1. Hi, Kev.
How's it going? You guys are killing me with the Tecumseh Tom. I need to hear that. I need to hear that Average White rumor song again. Sometime.
We can make that happen for you. Yes.
Oh God, I'd love that. But hey, guys, real quick. I think just a couple things. Chris Draper. He is the assistant GM. He is the director of amateur scouting. I think a lot falls on him. And I loved his. Just what he did for us as a player in that. But as one caller said, his entire professional career outside of being a player was summed up when he drafted his son, in my opinion. I think that you look at everybody talks about how good these prospects are that we got, but it's just like these guys basically, like this Palenka guy, he basically is going to have to be the second coming of Erik Karlsson if we're going to do anything. And I see, look at top prospects. Look at baseball. Torkelson was a top prospect, Jordan Walker. And it's like you can't put all your eggs in that basket. The key is in big splash trades. Look at the Florida Panthers. Obviously, it was kind of like a outlier getting Matthew Tkachuk. But I really do think that I'm done with Larkin. I personally, I don't know what we could get for him, but Yzerman's got to take a page out of Brad Holmes' playbook. He's got to trade his best asset and get something out of it because I watched that Four Nations Cup. Larkin was busting his ass. He was playing hard, but I think the entire time he knew that the weight of the world was not on his shoulders. He didn't have to be the number one guy. Here, he has to be the number one guy, and I don't think he'll ever be that number one guy. It's a very touchy subject with a lot of people, but personally, I just think we got to deal him. That's just me. I think, and Mike, did you ever think you'd see the day where you look at the Pistons organization with Gores, and he ate that whole contract? Did you ever think you'd hear the day where you would say Gores is a better owner than Chris Ilitch?
Okay, boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't, Kevin. I understand why you're saying it. I can't go there. I mean,
because I think it all goes back to Chris Ilitch in a way. I mean, it's the job security for Yzerman. He's not going anywhere.
All right, that's
fair.
fair.
Chris, it's like, I mean, I'm not to get his personal life, but he is going through a divorce. I saw in one of the I think MLive or something. So I just don't think he gives a damn. At least I think Gores gives a damn. You know, Sheila Ford gives a damn.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. For me, I look at it, and Kevin, the fact he's Steve Yzerman, I think it was always going to be hard for him to have pressure on him. I don't know that it would matter who the owner is, because you got to remember, Kev, if an owner walks in and blasts the guy out in 4 years, you're the devil. And I don't know that firing him is the right move. I think that would be, stunning. But reality is, look, it's year 6. It isn't going well. I really don't care how you want to spin it. And when you look at it and you go, all right, well, the Red Wings, the youth. Look, they got 4 top 100 players. Only 2 of them are inside the top 60. Okay? And Pelika's one of them. So you start to look at this and go, all right, like, is this Wallander kid going to save you at some point? Like, Nygaard, whatever the hell his name is, like, someone's got to pop for it to be a paradigm shift. I don't think it's good enough. And Kenny, please feel free, but like, Evanson is fine enough. I don't think he's faltered at the pro level. He's been fine.
He will only get better.
Okay.
He's not there yet, but he's
right.
been, you're right.
But
he's been
you get
fine.
my point is that, okay, let's say next year you get to see Pelika. He might just be fine enough. It's going to take 2-3 years.
Even once they get to the pro level. And this is why I endorse fully what you said about Sebastian Kosa, is the sooner you bring him up, the sooner you get him the experience that he needs. And if he falters so hard that you can't play him, you can send him back down. That's fine. But yes, they will be just fine when they get here, hopefully, and then get better. It's not going to be an immediate explosion once they get here.
No, very rare. And that's what I'm saying is, barring one of these kids coming up and from day one being like, whoa, look at what we got, you're still years away. That's the problem. Top 10 Rico.
Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment, from full workouts to strength training to cardio to stretching. Brand new plate-loaded equipment, machines like the hack squat and supine benches, plus free weights, treadmills, Stairmasters. They have it all. Convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. Free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers that will focus on you. And now, for the month of March, you can get everything that I just said, plus all the perks of the Black Card membership, access to the Black Card Spa, where you can recover with the hydro massage and innovative amenities. You can bring a guest for free anytime, somebody who can help you with your fitness journey. You get all of that normally for $24.99 a month, but for this month, the month of March, it is free for your first month. Head into your local Planet Fitness, over 50 in the Metro Detroit area. You can go online to sign up, or you can sign up on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state. That's because they stock more than anyone in the state and back it up with the best prices in the state. Right now, you can get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. You can buy your Trex decking, railing, lighting, and get it where the pros get it from Northville Lumber. Visit Northville Lumber's showroom today. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro and see all the products on display, even take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber now or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay, David, real quick on the ticket text, and then we will get right to the callers. It's been Yzerfest today. What do you got?
I got to go back to the Who Said It text. They are amazing. What? You guys are going to hell. Hashtag Tecumseh Tom. Someone else says, hands down, the best Who Said It in the world. It was amazing. Mike ripping Tecumseh Tom caused me to burst out laughing on my Zoom call.
I didn't rip anything. I just factually played audio that was given to me.
Starting next week, Mike gives the traffic updates. I need it. That is from Jay.
I got you covered, man. I'll tell you what. Those updates, she is so excited about them, and it's always to give you bad news.
Welcome to your weekend. I hope you get home. Oh, my God, my sides hurt. LOL.
Oh, your commute's going to suck. Mine didn't. Have a nice day. I mean, it's amazing.
I'm going to have Tecumseh Tom stuck in my head now. Thanks for the laughs, fellas. Mike in stitches.
That's going to make... Don't worry about it. That's going to be a feature of the drop board. There's no way that can be unheard. Let's go to the people.
Kenny, maybe a 5 seed in the tournament.
We'll go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, pal?
Hey, what up, though, boys? How y'all doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Doug's assumption is correct. I am African-American.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I feel like they're dropped the ball so heavy, and this is the direction that you guys haven't been talking about, but coming off the Four Nations, coming off how Dylan Larkin looked, and the fact that we were in the playoff race, the city was excited about hockey for the first time in so long. And not only did he not do anything to improve the team, I feel like it popped a balloon of the city with the excitement of the fringe fans. And I feel like Steve Yzerman's out of touch with the fringe fans because he doesn't realize, just like the guy that called earlier, a lot of people that are grown-up fans that want to go buy tickets, dude, they didn't watch you play, Steve. They have no actual attachment emotionally to your name. That's outgrowing the fan base. And my 19-year-old son, coming off the Four Nations, he was excited to go down to LCA and see the Red Wings, even though we're not, I'm not a heavy hockey guy, but it was an excitement attached to it along with what's going on with all the other all the other teams in the city. And he popped a balloon in it by not doing anything to improve the team. And it's just like a downer. And his attitude, the way he approaches questions asked, the way he approaches building this team, I just think he's out of touch and doesn't realize this Red Wing fan base that didn't grow up Steve Yzerman fans, they don't care about, the Stevie Y and the goal against St. Louis and all that stuff doesn't matter anymore. And I feel like I said, he's killing the fan base for the Red Wings going forward in the future. And one more thing, I know you're talking about the lady that does the traffic, but I was up early one morning, and why does Heather Park say everything like she's smiling? Her tone didn't change between talking about those kids that died in that car at Motor City and talking about puppies being saved out of a tree. Everything's the same tone, and it's so crazy.
Oh, Jay, listen, I was in here one day. She was doing the news, and I was here to talk football with Jim, and she led the thing with a priest got cut in half and thrown off a bridge, and I'm like, what? I'm leaving. I can't do this. She says it with a smile.
She enjoys her job. Nothing wrong with that.
As far as his Red Wing portion. Look, this is an uncomfortable truth, and I don't think it's negative or positive. I just think it's what it is. I don't think Steve Yzerman or 90% of GMs consider anything to do with fans at all. there'd be a heavy argument. If you end up listening to the fans, you end up sitting with the fans. So that's not a negative. I don't think he's going, geez, I'm alienating younger fans. No, I think the problem is there's a lack of urgency. Now, he operates like a guy who doesn't have a boss and doesn't have any fear of losing his job. Now, I think that's a pretty scary way to run a franchise. So, yeah, here's what's going to happen next year. Kenny's dreamboat Pelica is going to come over here. It just won't be to Detroit. It'll be to Grand Rapids. And then we're going to have to sit here, and it'll be the Costa plan. Should Costa start the season with the Red Wings? I mean, I can make an argument with the way this thing's slipping off of a cliff. Why shouldn't he be in the rotation of goalies now?
I was about to say, yeah, why wait?
So it's this idea of he's on his own time frame.
Well, we have Mrazek, Mike.
You know what? David, A+. That was great timing.
What a snarky comment, by the way. It's just a weird thing to say.
I mean, in one end, you're like, how did you think he'd answer it? I mean, it's obvious. The question was well phrased, and he was polite by saying it hasn't been his best statistical year. The way you could have said it is, Steve, you just traded for the worst goalie in the league since December with an .866 goal percentage. Oh, and he's a -14 in expected saves. That would have been a rotten way to ask him.
Yeah, Max does a good job. He's very professional. He's very likable. Most people respect
that. Was a very nice question,
yeah.
But
or just Steve, seriously, Mrazek, come on.
Really? Mrazek?
Right.
Come on, Steve.
This is the best we could do.
There are other ways that could have gone. It didn't, and he still got hit with, well, I hope he helps us in net. Oh, boy.
You got to treat people a little better than that.
No, you don't. Not when you don't have a boss and you don't.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah, let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Great show as always. Happy Yzerfest Friday, by the way. What I did want to ask you is, based on an article I read in the Free Press today by Helene St. James, she said that every year at this time, and certainly for the past couple weeks, the brain trust of the Red Wings, Yzerman and Draper and Lidstrom and Maltby, they all get together every day and discuss what they need to do to make this the best possible team. Are you telling me that today was the answer to that kind of a question? I'm just blown away. The other thing I'd say is, Steve, you held up the Stanley Cup of this very proud franchise. Just answer me one question. Are you proud of what you've just done over the past 24 hours, over the past 6 years?
Yeah, I mean, look, Paul, I'm with you. You just get to a point where, all right, all I ask, Paul, I'm not trying to fire the guy. It's just, can we take him down off the cross, please? Can we take him down off the pedestal and just treat him like a human being who puts his pants on the same way? This isn't going well. And, Paul, here's the other thing, candidly. Everybody wants to hide behind the prospect stuff. Here's the problem. There's kind of a common theme here. They don't have really any offensive dynamos. Well, Casper right away, limited so far. Anything you read about a Danielson is he doesn't possess freak athletic and skating ability. He doesn't possess the dynamic offensive ability of a lot of his peers. The best thing, like for instance, the Nygaard kid, anything I've read about him is, well, he's got a heavy shot. Okay. Guys, these are all players, by the way, that are years away. Because even if you take what Kenny said, and I think Kenny's one of the most knowledgeable hockey fans there is. No smart, no rake. Evansson has been fine enough. He'll get better.
Right.
But that means what you need to change the paradigm of what the Red Wings are is probably 2 years away. Coase hasn't gotten here yet. Danielson's not here yet. These guys are years away. This is always what I say to you, Rico, about Max Clark. People act like Max Clark's going to show up and be Mike Trout.
No.
One problem, Max Clark may never hit 15 home runs from everything I read.
You know what the funny thing is, and the ironic thing is by the time, if everything works out that way,
10 years. You nailed it. You nailed it. I knew what you were doing.
10 years later, they're competitive.
I know. I mean, that's my issue is, okay, what if Danielson is not a really good offensive player? What if he's just a solid two-way forward? Well, is that really a top 6 guy? So for all the Yzerbots who have pimped the draft, At a certain point, you need your Victor Hedman. You know what I mean? Like you need stars. I don't know how you win without stars. Go ahead, Kenny. You could say, if you think I'm crazy, say it.
I don't think you're crazy. There's only really two ways to get stars that, aren't first or second or third overall picks: free agency and trading.
And you've been terrible at both.
And we've been limited at both. And trading, I've lost faith entirely that Steve will ever make a big splash at the deadline. I don't think that's ever going to happen.
All right. FanDuel bringing you Dog of the Day, Profit Boost tokens. It's one of the best parts of the tourney. Underdog taking down a powerhouse right now. Upsets get even better with an Underdog Profit Boost. It's your chance to, be a Fairleigh Dickinson fan. Whatever you like, they got you covered. FanDuel, you can get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook today. Get that profit boost on the underdogs in college hoops. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Hello there. So listen, very, 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 very good deals coming up. St. Patrick's Day coming up. Moran Chevrolet's got you covered. Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. If you need a truck, they got you covered. 25 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT Crew Cab, $299 a month, $19.99 down. Pricing as good as it gets, or you can go green, literally. The all-electric 25 Blazer EV. Lease it, $199 a month, $14.95 down. No luck needed. 24 months. And the kicker, everyone gets employee pricing on both the Silverado and Blazer EV. No shenanigans, just savings. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
to come see Tom.
That's amazing.
If you don't understand that reference, you really need to hit the Odyssey Rewind. David, I feel really bad that you put in so much hard work for who said it.
I was telling someone, I said, I think today was the day I had like 7 of them. I was grinding it out this week, and you know, it happens. Look, I'm here for the entertainment. I'm here for the laughs. And whether we get to them or not, it is what it is. Still a great segment.
All right. Appreciate it. All right. Wojo, and I think Birchie's going to be joining him.
To talk hockey.
Talk some hockey. Any ticket texts?
Do you guys know that this is the longest playoff drought in Red Wings history, even longer than when they were the Dead Wings? Bill from Livonia. I think he's trying to cope with everything right now.
I remember when Mike told me that, I was like, no. Yeah. And then you look and you're like, wow, you're right. Now I think the one when you really think about it is in the time period he's been here. And that's saying that the Pistons don't collapse. Everybody else is going to make the playoffs. Lions were just bottom feeders, and now they're a powerhouse team. The Tigers, fluke or not, I mean, once they won the Houston series, it's like maybe they're not a fluke. Maybe this team is actually pretty good, not World Series good. And now it looks like the Pistons went from god-awful setting a record for losses, consecutive losses last year, to,
That's the shocker. Because of 14 wins and breaking the record last year, you wouldn't think that they would be in this spot before the Wings have made the playoff. And the Wings still may make it.
Right, but if I told you in 2019 that all of that would happen, I don't even know what the odds would be. Like, it would be like probably plus like 4, 5, 40,000 that all 3 teams would make it before Yzerman would come back and lead this team. One more, and then we'll get to Wojo.
What evidence suggests that he is good at drafting?
That who's good at drafting?
Steve Yzerman.
Oh, please. Kenny, step in. He's good at drafting.
He's just fine at drafting.
Yes.
That's the last thing I'm worried about with him.
I know. I mean, pick on everything else, absolutely, but don't pick on the drafting. My goodness.
My biggest issue is the pro scouting.
No, I agree. He hasn't.
There's something amiss with the free agent, like how they're scouting NHL level players with free agency and trades. And look, I know you're going to yell at me, so let's just get it out of the way.
What?
I let the Wallman thing really upset me.
Oh, I get that. I mean, it looks terrible. It does.
And then the Mrazek thing today, look, I'm not. I mean, we had fun with how he answered the question, but I mean, he's the Javi Baez of hockey this year.
Yeah, I know. All you're trying to do, all they've been doing while they're waiting for Kosa or Augustine is shuffling mediocre goalies. And that's what they did again today. Like, could they catch lightning in a bottle with Mrazek?
You know what I'd rather?
Like they did with Husso for a while.
Lightning in a bottle with Kosa is my answer.
Okay, and by next year, he will be up.
He has to.
I know.
I'm just saying, like, trade for Mrazek, just play Kosa.
You know what my theory is? Because I think Yzerman and his front office are really good at scouting and drafting, not good at pro player acquisition. You know what I think might subconsciously be the problem there? That they were all high-level players, himself and Draper and Maltby, that their standards are too high. They see every flaw in every player they try to pick up.
No, Wojo, that's fair. I mean,
right?
You look at some of the great coaches were bench players, role players. That's why the Jordans and the Larry Birds and all that, Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah, they say it like he got rid of Wallman, and you think, wow, well, maybe there was something that
but
he
here's
saw he
where,
didn't like.
and I'm not saying you're wrong in any way. I'm saying here's where it would fall flat. Then what the hell are they seeing in the people they're signing?
Oh, I
know what I'm saying?
Well, they've made a few mistakes, but the DeBrincat thing was fine. The Patrick Kane signing was fine.
Cop, all the blue line disasters.
I think a few
stuff.
times he's gotten desperate and has regretted it, and he
Tarasenko.
says desperate and regretted it.
Is Birchie with you?
He was going to be, but Yzerman's conference call just ended about a half an hour ago, or 40 minutes ago.
He's writing.
So am I eventually. I got to do my column. So I will write about. I'll talk about the Wings, and basically Steve Yzerman admitting that he's not going in until he can go all in. He's not going half in. He didn't want to give up a first or a second or a prospect.
Go ahead, David. Give it one
for
more.
A middling guy. Whoa, is that new to come to town?
Yeah, it's a discovery today. All right, Wojo is next.
That.
Everybody enjoy your weekend. We're back here at 2 on Monday. 97.1.